vote for JoJo. Armeo's also playing really well, but there are other, strong junglers that are performing. I just feel like the mid lane pool right now is pretty soft, and that's what's making JoJo stand out so much.
I think it's JoJo, MNS, and Gory is the top three, and then it's a kind of pretty big drop off.
My boy Insanity, excuse me?
Do you actually think he should be in that conversation for top three?
I think right now he's in the combo for top three.
I don't agree. I mean, I think he's played well, and I think he's clearly proven that he's LCS caliber, and I think he should keep his spot over Ruby for sure. But I think there's a big gap between top three and everyone else. He had like his first Graves game was really a standout game where he kind of totally cleaned up that one fight over by Dragon, over by the blue buff, and really took over in that. And the Graves has been cool, but I don't think his follow-up two Graves games were like exceptional. I think they were totally they were solid games. He played well. He's LCS caliber. He should be proud of that. But I don't think that he has been dominating in the same way that some of these other guys have.
I do hope he keeps his spot though.
Me too.
Because he has definitely looked good.
I'd say he is like top 5, top 6, and that is fully deserving of their spot. But I do think unless I'm really kind of misremembering someone, but off the top of my head, it does feel like Gory, M&S, JoJo, and then there's a pretty big gap between them and the rest in my mind.
I think M&S has had some bad games so far, to be honest. The game where the first game of the split, I think it was, he's had some games where it hasn't done a ton, and I think he's playing with a lot better teammates. So there's times where he can win a game and be kind of invisible, and it's fine.
Pipered over, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not a huge deal when you win. Game one, they win. I don't think Insanity could turn in that performance and win on TSM. So I think. That's not to say that Insanity is a better player than M&S, but I think it's closer for the top 3, top 4 conversation. Outside them, I agree, it drops a lot. Harry's actually been very good in lane, but he's still making some oopsies a little bit.
Would you agree with the broader premises of mid lane being a little soft right now?
I think it drops off a cliff outside that top 5-ish. I don't think I'm forgetting anyone outside the ones you listed, and then I would throw in Insanity and Harry as good. But Lulu's I don't hate him, but outside them, it's a bit slim pickings.
Yeah, I think Harry has been solid for sure too, but I don't think that he's not as complete of a player.
No, I think the late game team fighting still has some issues. To go back to EG, I think that the final thing I'll say that makes it work so well is JoJo actually has the highest jungle proximity in the league. Armeo and him are camping together. It's why him playing well gets Armeo Player of the Week is because they're just there. Yeah. And Revenge has taken a back seat in a lot of ways. He's spamming Scion now, and
his reaction game was really good though.
It's not to say that he has to do this, but I think they know that they want to play through JoJo, and he's going to get more attention than a carry meta in top side potentially. So I don't know. They're just a team that has a very good identity despite getting slammed together out of nowhere.
To me, this is the most exciting story of the LCS in summer at all right now. This to me should be #1 story. Is this team? EG getting blown up in the offseason with the team that they had, and then getting better when, myself included, everyone was like, oh man, all the money's gone, they got to blow it up.
Good times are over.
The only one that they can hold on to is JoJo. I feel bad for JoJo, right? They're going to have to build some crap team around him. No, they're actually better after blowing it up, and I feel so good for the players that actually got these chances. Yep. Revenge has always been on bottom tier teams. Always been being what if we could get him on a sick team? It would be another great example of NA talent. Boom, he's in. Armeo had to go to coaching, has always had this bad reputation since the early debut in LCS, and had to work so hard through Academy and constantly smurfing in Academy to get another chance. All of these guys, the bottom lane, enough said about Ayla and all the Vulcan stuff, and Unforgiven having to go to Academy too. It's this is literally every player's got this bad news bears backstory to them.
Even JoJo a bit, who had a horrible spring.
They're tied for first right now with Cloud9. The undisputed, they're gonna be top.
Yeah,
so.
I think it's really exciting, and I won't go into the Ayla Vulcan stuff, but I have to give credit also to Ayla because he has been, I think, one of the better performing supports in the league. Right, he's been in the top couple, which has been that surprise. I think everyone, myself included, was expecting Vulcan to immediately be up towards top of the table. Him and Prince, kind of smurfing it. But I think support has been one of those kind of pleasant surprises where it has been some of the guys that you haven't expected. I think Core is actually having a really good split. Ayla's having a really good split. Hui's having a really good split. Zen has been good. That's not really surprising. But it's been cool to see them performing well. And EG does seem like a complete team, right? I don't want to give the picture that I think it's it's just JoJo carrying a bunch of guys who are underperforming or whatever, but like the team has really been performing well, and they do seem like a complete squad. So it's exciting to see how far they really can go. Because I've even heard the opinion, I know from some pros, that they think, hey, like potentially Unforgiven could be a guy who's like actually ends up top of his role eventually in LCS, right? And that's something that I think is really exciting if you're an EG fan.
That's where I was about to go. Is Unforgiven is actually like in that race with Berserker for KDA leader, because we were highlighting Berserker when he had a 51, then they lose immediately to NRG and kind of tank it. But
the first place team's 80 carries are in the race for KDA leaders, Azale. Let's get our stats check in.
I'm just saying, if Berserker's going to get credit for it, maybe give some for Unforgiven. I don't think he's like the star of the team, especially not in the early game, but he's very reliable and safe with the gold and actually does his job well, which is, to be fair, what an 80 carry does, is sit back there and pew-pew whoever's closest.
Yep. So EG looking really good. Another team that's also looking good, but has maybe people have cooled off, I feel like, a little bit on them, is TL. TL 4-2 now. Jan had a really good Samira game this weekend. We got a tweet here from Fighter Guy 23. And it says, the biggest move this offseason that got overlooked initially was TL's head coach. From Marin to Reignover seems to have completely changed the team.
I'm a huge Reignover fan, so don't have to sell me too hard on that one.
Yeah, I heard some bad stories about Marin's coaching techniques. So, like, it's addition by subtraction for sure. I agree. I'm
gonna drop that bomb.
I'm not going to talk about them, but you
I did. It's on a different podcast I do where I said what one of the rumors was. But it's it's a rumor. To be fair, like I haven't heard it super confirmed or anything like that. A person from a person told me, and I was like, yikers.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just it's true that the team's got a lot better. I think everyone said this was a summer split team anyways, and potentially there were things holding them back in spring. It does feel like, I don't know how you guys feel. They did have a very soft strength of schedule. JoJo called them out on that. Yeah. They got a lot harder in week 3. That's really when push comes to shove. I think they're playing C9, Golden Guardians, and one other team.
I'll look it up.
So we'll see if they can kind of maintain this like winning record that they have right now, because they can go 0-3. Yeah, FlyQuest, who it was supposed to be really hard. Apparently FlyQuest is terrible now. But like either way, this could have been the split, like the week that puts them to 4-5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And looking back at strength of schedule or stats or all of these things are building blocks to make your story. And then watching the actual games, the improvements that you see from the players in how they're playing, like Summit not getting picked off all the time, that's something you can't take away from them with any of the counter arguments that are trying to be built up. Pioshik's individual plays have just legitimately been 50% at least better than his
core,
than spring individual performances, core as well. So these things do give me hope. I was never one that's like to the moon with they're gonna go with the undefeated thing super early on or anything like that, but they have made real improvements, and that's what gives me confidence.
They were 8th.
Exactly.
They are not the 8th best team anymore.
But and to me, pretty solid. I would say they're going to finish top 4. Like they're going to finish in the top half of playoffs, like upper bracket.
They are pushing maybe Worlds-ish.
Yeah. I feel pretty confident that Cloud9, EG, Golden Guardians, Team Liquid feel really solid for me.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that 100 Thieves can get some stuff together and get in there. We'll get into all of
FlyQuest.
We'll get into all the other ones. I've almost fallen off this FlyQuest train.
I have just boarded.
I'm like, oh.
It didn't slow down. I just jumped off the back. You got your like leather duster on, trying to roll through the gravel and shit, carving you up. You're like, I'll just take the bumps and bruises because it's gonna be worse staying on this train. I am off it.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, but I mean, TL, like as you say, like I'm not sold for sure on them being top 4 guaranteed, because if FlyQuest does turn around, if 100 Thieves turn around, I think it starts to become really competitive up there. But to your point, top 4. So if you get 4th, you do go into the grudge match against EU for 4th place versus 4th place, and one of those goes to Worlds. So NA could potentially have 4 seats at Worlds this year. So that is actually really exciting. So it makes that top 4 exceptionally important. Because you do get that kind of like last chance qualifier, so to speak. And I do think TL have a real shot at making it there. It's nice for me to see Core actually playing well again, because Core was really good in NA for quite a long time when he came, and then I do feel like he legitimately had a downturn and maybe wasn't getting criticized in the way that he should have because he kind of had that aura about him, he had that reputation about him. But I feel like people have started almost trying to like gaslight me that he was never good. And it was like, it's gotten to this weird part where it's become like I feel like very anti-Core, or at least a lot of the chatter that I see and people tweeting at me about him. So I do think it's nice to see him having a bit of a bounce back split where I think he's performing well, he's finding a lot of really good engages, and I think the meta moving away from enchanters just helps him. Like, yes, it's funny because he won worlds in an enchanter meta, but when he has been in NA at the very least, and when he's been with TL, I've always seen him as the focal point for starting their fights, and that is when he has really, really been able to shine, when he's able to be the guy who can pull the trigger and start the fight. And so it's nice to see that meta moving back to a place where I think he can really succeed and him playing well in it.
Yeah, the point that I was going to bring up is that he is, as much as these overarching themes and storylines around like Sven being enchanter focus, Core JJ is the opposite of that. He is very much rel engage focus, and so if he's not good right now, then you better be worried.
Yep.
Because rel is an amazing spot, and engage just got turbo buffed because we did live through so much enchanter dominated era that this one I feel like will last a while, since we just had such a long period of the other. So I feel like he and Team Liquid are in for a decent stretch of positive meta synergy.
Yep, absolutely. So Golden Guardians, next team we're going to talk about, they're 4-2. They had a strong bounce back week. They had a pretty cool comeback versus TSM where 6A was like super behind in that game in the bot lane, and he gets a penta, which was really, really cool. I think that Gory has been looking really good. Huhi's been looking really good. And I've been so happy that Licorice has kind of continued his success, because that was one of the questions that I had, is that, when you think back to spring during the regular season, there was all this negativity about him because he was legitimately just not playing well. Like, I thought he was the weak link on the team. And, when we got to playoffs, there's this cool story. He starts playing carries. He's looking great. He goes to MSI. Everyone's really impressed. And you're like, okay, well, but was it just kind of like this weird little hot streak? Is he going to continue that? When he comes back, is he going to go back down to earth? He actually has continued playing at a super high level, even in the games where the team isn't necessarily doing well. I think he has looked really, really good individually. Everyone's on the Rich hype train. I am too, full steam ahead. But I think Licorice is right there with him. And I think Licorice is having a hell of a split. And it is a long time since I can remember, thinking of Licorice as an all-pro top laner. And right now, if I do all-pro today, he's on all-pro, 100%. And I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I would put Summit was the third top laner up there with the trifecta right now. And Licorice has not turned back into a pumpkin. Everybody was waiting for it to happen. But that strength, I think, is a little bit counterbalanced by bottom side worries.
Yeah.
If there's an area to be a little bit worried still about Golden Guardians,
is that Stix A worries, or is that both? Because I think Huhi has still been good. Yeah.
I mean, we could be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, Huhi getting rel is also as amazing for him as it was for Core JJ, and especially since Huhi is such a big shot caller and engage for this team. That's AD carry is probably the area that you're most likely looking at with this team if something's going to keep them out. But with their bounce back, I feel fully confident, like I said earlier, with those top four listing.
Yeah, I was trying to find. I knew we had a Golden Guardian tweet. I don't know where it went in our document, but there's a couple tweets. People pretty excited about them, still saying a very similar thing. Like, I think my top 3, top 4 will include Golden Guardians. Yeah. One person disagrees with your take on Stix A, and they said that he's about to win Player of the Week after they 3-0 on week 3. So there you go.
Nice.
People still believe in Stix A quite a bit. I think he's like kind of I don't want to say product of his environment because I think he's good, but like when Golden Guardians is playing well, he can play that cleanup AD carry role that we were talking about. He can pick up pentas. He got a penta this week. I don't think he was like 1v9ing these games or anything like that.
He was way behind in the penta game.
Yeah. I mean, he played that fight very
really
well.
Yep.
And I think that speaks to the fact that he's not just a hanger-on. Like, sometimes people can be in teams that are good. It's like you're just there and you can swap people out around you. And like, I do think he's legitimately borderline all-pro when you talk about, like, this team is just, almost everyone on this team is borderline all-pro, and that's why they're good. You can make a case for almost any of them to kind of end up there.
They did go to MSI for us for a reason.
Yeah.
I will say, though, like, I don't know, like maybe he should be in that conversation, but I did think that it feels like a downturn from where he was in playoffs and whatnot, and even potentially at MSI.
spring.
Yeah. Because when I think back to spring, I think about the Lucianami games and stuff. They were one of our bot lanes that actually could play aggressively and could create advantages in the 2v2. His Lucian games have not looked good in this split to me. Neither of the games was he able to really find like those kind of like mid-game plays where you're looking for callings and you're chunking people out before dragons and you're finding those plays. And that's something that I really do expect of our best Lucian players. And I had kind of had him up there, so I do think he's on a little bit of a downturn, but still playing solid.
Yeah, I think were those both in week 1? Because I think there was like this. I was not super impressed with Golden Guardians in week 1.
It was
like,
both week 1. Yeah, back to back. They lost to C9 and then to EG, which to be fair, our 2 best teams right now. We didn't know that EG was going to be at the top when they lost them, but yeah.
Yeah, I think to that point, I think their week 1 was a little flat, and it's where they felt a little underwhelming. But I'm actually very confident in this team still to be one of the best.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been looking strong. All right, as we're moving down, Dig. The big story for Dignitas is all about Rich. It feels like it's all everyone is talking about these days. Rich has had some really monster performances. Jensen had a really, really good game. I can't remember who was TL that he had a really, really good game. And there's been some cool moments. I mean, I think back to Rich's game on Cassante against Summit, where he solo kills Summit, and then Summit
TP's back.
Respawns, TP's in on him, and Rich is at 20% health, and Cassante ults him through the wall, and solo kills him again. And it's like, yes, this perfectly leads into all the like Showmaker copy pastas about Cassante.
Wow.
Yeah, like, wow, 1 second CD can jump over walls, like 5,000 armor, 80 converts from armor, etc. Like all this stuff. Like those are really, really funny. But Rich is also a nasty Cassante, and Summit is like the Gnar guy, right? And so for him to just style on him with back-to-back solo kills like that was pretty crazy.
I would also say when looking at Dignitas, even though there's such a magnifying glass up towards top lane with Rich being the new addition, being the faker of hot story,
Hot faker, baby.
making Cassante plays, making memes in the process, and obviously being deserving of a lot of this praise because of his really good play. Tomo has been playing super well for them. Mm-hmm. He has had some really good carry games, and even though there is the spotlight's over here, I feel like he does deserve a decent amount of praise.
But how good was he at Heroes of the Storm?
Especially considering the lead-up story for this team. I'm willing to bet 0 games played on Heroes of the Storm for every other player.
Oh, God. All right, 2 tweets to get to. One is from Apple Juice, says Rich will end top 3 in MVP voting and get first team All-Pro.
If I voted today, yes.
MVP?
I think
MVP?
I think he could be top 3. I think he could be top.
Oh yeah, top 3 MVP voting.
He would be my first team All-Pro.
Yeah.
In top lane, if I voted today, he would be my number 1 top laner, and I would consider giving him a 3rd place vote for MVP. So yes, today.
Fair.
Yeah, I agree. Hot's Faker. I like turning everyone else into Rich.
Yeah.
So Faker's lol Rich, and like Messi is soccer or football Rich. Like everyone is Rich. All the goats are just versions of Rich.
Why did he
Football.
Why did you say football?
Football.
Football.
Because I'm Spanish. Football de Americano. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about football.
You're making it so much worse than it has to be.
It's like when people try to overpronounce a name. My God. This is completely out of left field, but like you just said Messi. And I remember my brother and I used to watch a lot of like World Cup and everything growing up. And I remember like Thierry Henry. I remember watching, there was like a US commentator for the game, and he's like, Thierry Henry gets the ball. Thierry Henry fires it down the field. And so it just became the biggest meme with me and my brother for years and years. Anytime someone was mispronouncing something, we'd always just be like, Thierry Henry.
I actually love mispronouncing things. Everything in my home gets a different name when I'm talking to Ashley.
That's Freak's go-to move as well.
Yeah. All right, so that was the first one. It sounds like we're all pretty aligned that it's actually potential if he can keep this level of play up. We'll see if that's true. People might start targeting him now that he's getting a bit of a rep.
Yeah.
The other one, you talked about Tomo, pretty good, but this is a hot take about how good, what's Dig's ceiling. This comes from Zach Sharkus Suffren. Despite Diamond and Santorin's best efforts, Rich and Jensen will get Dignitas to Worlds.
Oh my God.
It's a positive take. They're going to Worlds.
Yeah.
It's a positive take, huh, Mark?
Yeah, it's positive.
It's positive on the last half of it. Santorin has not had a good split. He has not. Diamond is not playing to his level either. I think Diamond even said that in his interview that he hasn't been happy with
his rail game was very painful.
Yeah, he's had some roughies, so I think he's really adjusting. And he on one of his stage interviews, he was talking about how it has been a big adjustment, that the level in LCS is just way higher than Academy, and so he has had to really adjust on things. And I've heard Academy players talk about that in the past, where it's like sometimes you do have to really kind of like relearn your game in a way, because there's things that you could get away with before that you just can't now, right? And so there is that a bit of an adjustment period for him. Hopefully he can step it up. Santorin, though, was kind of surprising to me, because Santorin was a bright spot, one of the few bright spots on Dig in spring, where it was like, yeah, Dig's going to lose the game, but you can count on Santorin to get a couple kills early. Like, his early jungle pathing is going to be good. His ganks are going to be smart. But there's been a few plays that have just, like, hasn't been mechanical things. It's just like, what are you doing, bro?
He's done a bit of trolling so far.
Vi ult top into the Renekton was just, like, in that Quinn game was, I would have wanted to ult F4 if I was Rich. Like,
there was in the Rek'Sai game also around the Rift Herald fight where he ults in as Rek'Sai, and then you have nothing to get out. You're just in the middle of the entire team, and you just use your untargetable. And so there's been a couple moments that are actually like, all right, you're just trolling right now.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a funny tweet. Mark's going to try and sell it off as positive.
They're going to Worlds. They said despite that, they're going to Worlds.
The best way to deal with some
despite
bad scenarios
Mark's
sometimes.
dog shit casting, the dive cast this for Thursday will be excellent.
Yeah, you got to laugh it off. That's the best way to deal with these things sometimes.
Positive tweet, right?
Yeah, sure. It was the best cast I ever heard, despite the fact that Mark was there. And I'll be like, I was a part of the best
wow,
cast
that was
ever.
a great cast. Yeah, great tweet.
Would you go to Worlds if people were flaming you versus not going to Worlds? If those are the two options?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I will say also, like, people know Santorin's better than this. I think we all do. And so it does speak to the fact that, like, they actually have, like, weirdly the firepower to go to Worlds. It's like the things around it. Because sometimes, like, people talk about, like, your carry positions, your 80 carry, and your mid lane.
The tweet is about playoffs or Worlds?
They're going to Worlds, it says.
Okay. I was like, playoffs, that's only top 8. That's easy. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, sure. Going to Worlds.
Yeah, listen to me.
Whoa, this guy is really cooking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're Dignitas to Worlds.
What do you think? What do you guys actually think about? Go finish your point.
I was just going to say that, like, they weirdly have the opposite problem that I think a lot of teams do when they're, like, not good enough is, like, Team Liquid, do they have enough firepower with Harry and Yon as their two main carries, despite the fact that, like, you have this support around them? Here, it's like, Tomo's doing fine. I think he still has issues, but, like, he's young and will get better.
Had some good big plays.
And some really good big plays, too. His Aphelios is very good, even back in spring. Jensen can step up, and Rich has been stepping up. And it's just like the people who set them up in team fights need to do better, which is, like, weirdly usually not the problem teams have. So that's where I was just going, where if those guys figure it out and improve, then they actually are in a really good spot to make a good postseason push.
What is your guys' honest opinion, though, on like, Jensen's level right now? Because I feel like some of these tweets and just our little discussion here feels like it's kind of papering over some of the stuff, because I feel like he had some pretty bad games. I feel like after this weekend, I've seen a lot of real positive, but like previous, everyone was memeing his Ari game was really bad. His Azir game was kind of rough. I think he had a pretty bad Annie game. Like, he
won the Cassio game, but he was getting kind of dunked on by JoJo through the early game.
Like, in their losses, they were pretty rough games that I recall.
He's the easiest to attack in Champ Select as well. So will be a liability regardless when you get to best of series, for sure, because he is going to play backline mage, and there's not variety there. So if you're not mechanically performing, or if you're not going to be reliable in scaling to the team fights on that type of pick, then there is certainly a big problem.
Yeah, I overall agree with the point that just pretending like Jensen's been smurfing and the rest of the team's holding him back isn't quite fair. I feel like
that's certainly not fair.
Yeah, the only person who I feel like has consistently performed in every single game so far is Rich, and the rest of the people kind of vary around him.
I don't think anyone has the take that Jensen's been smurfing and carrying the rest of them.
I mean, that's literally what the take was.
Basically what it is.
Despite Diamond and Santorin's best efforts, Rich and Jensen will get Dignitas.
Okay. Yeah. Rich and Jensen. I was like, okay. as long
Rich
as
is the big. It's like Rich in capital letters and Jensen in subscripts.
You know what they say when, like, the rich in that sentence is doing a lot of the work.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I think that's the thing, right? And even just like stats aren't everything, but like his average gold at 15 is like negative almost 700 for Jensen, right? So like his laning phases have not been going well. So I do think, Jensen, obviously, that we have a lot of faith in him built up because he's been probably the second best mid laner ever in LCS as far as like career wide, right? It's like him and Bjerg. I think that was the vote for LCS top 10 from last year, year before, whatever. But I don't think he's had his best split. And if they want to actually make it to Worlds, I do think we're going to have, it's going to have to be a whole team effort. I don't think it can just be Rich. And I don't think Jensen's playing well enough that he can just like drag this team to Worlds, right? So it's got to be the whole team stepping up.
And I think the reason I bring up the champion select thing is because I think it's actually more important to focus on like how the teams are playing than individual levels of the players, where I'm very happy to see them willing to play stuff like the Quinn top.
Yeah.
And embrace some strategies like that. So if they're willing to flex to some rich win conditions, I think would be amazing for the league, just viewability first and entertainment. But also, you are going to need the rest of the players to be flexible, to be able to adapt to some of these things for Champ Select. So that's where I really focus on, because a lot of the times it's the synergies of the players that's more important than individual levels.
And it's cool. Like, I'm glad you mentioned the Quinn game. That was really fun to watch. We had that cool Yone game from Licorice earlier, so I'm hoping we're going to get some continued stuff. And maybe there'll be some more changes that'll incentivize that for our top lane, because I know the design team doesn't want it to just be like enchanters and hyper carry 80 carries, because it's been that for a long time. So I know that they obviously already nerfed a lot of the enchanters, and I know they're trying to do more work to try to push away from that. So we'll see where we do end up, but Dignitas definitely has been a pleasant surprise, I think, so far. TSM, another team that has been a pleasant surprise for sure. 3-3 overall. Definitely doing, I think, better than what we expected. I know in the power rankings, like, I had them 10th. A lot of people had them 10th. To be fair, that was based on them with Ruby, and I think even in our Power Rankings episode, we said that, hey, if they're playing with Insanity, we think they might actually do a little bit better. And now, Ruby is here. We know that. I think Insanity should stay in. I do think he has been a big part of the reason that they are actually being successful. It's cool, we talk about the cool top lane picks. It's cool to see. He was the only guy in LCS history to have played mid lane Graves, and he played it 3 games in a row and made it work, right? Like, he had one game that was a really kind of monster game. The others, I think, were solid. And as a team, I think, TSM is looking solid and really outperforming expectations.
Yeah. I mean, it feels weird that he's probably their best performing player and he might get benched.
What? I gotta go. Okay, I was gonna start talking about Turtle next, but I feel like Turtle is such a big reason. You can go with your Insanity best performing player.
No, that was basically it. But I do think, like, Haunter has been really good too. Like, he played the 3 Malphite games and played Cassante and was like, oh, look, he's not just like getting stuck on Malphite because he sucks. And Turtle's the same way. I think he's actually very good as well.
I feel like Turtle deserves so much credit because, we were considering Ruby being in when we were low rating this team, and we were also considering things like how checked out the organization is going to be, already announcing leaving and not having funds. But let's be honest, even with those considerations, that doesn't make up the gap for where they are now. They are really smashing it, I feel like, with what they've been given. And I think Turtle deserves so much credit. This man has been playing League of Legends since before the LCS existed, since before we had a competitive league in North America. He was a flex player, and he is still at the top of, he's playing exceptional right now, carrying against a lot of these other AD carries in the LCS currently. He's still sniping away, objectives with skill shots like classic Turtle. Mm-hmm. He's playing aggressively when necessary. And yeah, this team is 50-50. They're 3-3 right now. So I am saying all this with kind of the caveat of where my expectations were for them. But they have so far exceeded it. And I feel like especially proud to see Turtle as the one that came in. And I casted the game where he came in and took Kaok's job and got a pentakill. I casted him with that. I don't know who's going to cast the last game that he and TSM have in LCS, but he is certainly bringing back that same carry power. So yeah, I just feel like that's so cool.
It's been part of their history for a long time. I got a tweet here. This one's from FGC Dads. He says, TSM is doing better than they should be able to, and it's the format that's helping them. Veterans with a wildcard mid laner are able to survive 3 game day weeks where game preparation can't be as team focused as the main format would be.
A couple things to dig into here. First off, no one does very targeted prep most of the time anyways. I would honestly say, like, teams get away with like certain draft strategies that they get to use more times than they ever would in an actual best of 5 series.
Yep.
Because you are generally playing things. You're preparing for a general strategy. You're not going to over-index a week of prep.
Last season versus playoffs, right?
Yeah, exactly. Those kinds of things happen. So like, I don't think this format is suddenly different than like a 2-game one. There is slightly less time, but in their interview, I think it was on the lounge, someone was telling us that like they're playing ass loads of games. Like they're triple blocking, they're playing on weekends, they're basically not taking days.
How many games do they play, Mark?
There's a lot of ass in this episode.
There's ass beating, there's ass loads.
There's ass loads. I'm just saying there's a lot because I think the perception that you were talking about, where people are going to come in, they're going to be lazy or like, there's not going to be this pressure from the org. I think a lot of these guys are hungry in and of themselves. And we talked about Revan potentially, wanting to prove things, and the team's trying very hard. They're not checked out despite being veterans. And so like, I think giving the format the credit as opposed to these guys sits poorly with me.
Yeah.
Because I just like, I don't think it's that different than the regular seasons anyways.
And even if like the owners want to leave the league, it doesn't mean that the players don't want to keep playing, right?
Yeah.
So definitely
they're not going with them.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to be going to LPL or LCK or wherever TSM goes. So this is their opportunity to be able to showcase that they should still be in the league, and this is kind of their tryout really to keep a spot on maybe whoever buys TSM or whoever actually is needing those other roles that they could be playing in.
The final thing I was going to say. Your boy Turtle, #1 in CSD for 80 carries.
That's my boy,
All
Jason
right.
Tran.
#1 in goal difference at 14. This boy, I wonder if you looked it up.
Now I'm on board.
Yeah.
Now I'm
Is
on
he
board.
the longest standing pro? He might be, because he's playing on like Meat Playground back in like season 2 or 1 or whenever that was. He was like
So-
Did he
subbing
start
in.
before
I
Double?
remember the IPL that was in San Francisco. He came down. I think that was his first one. He played Gragas
He played
mid.
Gragas mid, yeah.
He was flex player. So
It's over 10 years. I don't know if
I'm
there's
going to go ahead and say definitively yes.
the longest
On the
tenured
dive.
pro player in history.
Maybe.
In the world, ever.
pending-
in the history of
Potentially.
League of Legends.
Pending verification of any kind.
Could be.
In the history of Dota.
All right, the next team that I wanted to talk about was actually Immortals. However, this is a community-driven episode. Every team under Azael's tweet got something.
We got over 100 responses.
Over 100 responses. Unfortunately, none of them included Immortals. There's
We have no
literally
tweets?
no tweets. At time of recording, there were no tweets about Immortals.
0 mentions.
So
0
we
mentions.
can't talk about them on a community-driven show if no one in the community wants to hear about them.
Okay, hopefully then someone maybe who works for Immortals and watches the show, tweet about Immortals next time. Then we can have our Immortals segment. Somebody tweet about Tactical or Balulu or something.
I love Balulu.
Somebody.
Every time we do content with Balulu, I'm like, I love that guy. And now I don't get to talk about him.
All right, who's next then?
All right, moving on.
Energy.
No tweet? We got, all right, what's the tweet for them?
NRG's got a tweet. NRG's tweet says from Burzonker.
Berzonker. It's Berserker's younger brother.
Burzonker, and he's got a C9.
Somebody
like
signed him.
You know
Yeah.
the C9,
Wait.
like a meme image with,
The fan.
Burzonker. NRG will
really
ride the
good.
momentum of their win versus C9 and make it to Worlds, and Palafox will get MVP. He deserved an All-Pro last split, second team IMO, but was robbed.
That's an
A lot to
interesting.
unpack there.
It's a Cloud9 fan with the Cloud9 logo and Cloud9 Twitter account, and he was so impressed by Energy taking down Cloud9. He's like, anyone who could beat us, they're going to get
Second
MVP.
best team in the
They're
world.
going to Worlds. I like this line of thought.
Yeah, this one is interesting. The Palafox MVP, I'm not sold on. I don't feel like. Do you think he's playing as well as last split? I feel like he was more dominant last split from the games that I can recall. I haven't put a lot of thought into the Palafox MVP.
You haven't thought about the Palafox MVP
So-
angle? You're
No.
building your case live?
I will say I did feel bad for him in the Kaisa mid game because I think his Kaisa did look really good,
Yeah,
but
yeah, that was a good game.
they still end up losing, and there were a lot of really tough spots that the team was in. I think obviously MVP is a big stretch.
Energy's
And
2 and 4.
a very big stretch.
We're stretching.
I typed in NRG on Games of Legends and they had no games played in Summer Split. I was like, why is this bugging? They're NRG.
Oh, CLG, you mean? You said
Yeah,
CLG.
he
He said
Oh,
NRG.
sorry, I was looking up CLG.
Yeah.
Trolled. But yeah, I think Palafox last split, I think I put him on my third team ballot. I think he had a decent case depending on what you wanted to do with Eminez, because I think if you included Eminez, it was like a little harder. And I think he's playing fine again. I do think it's a small step down, but I also think he peaked in the second round robin last split as well. Like, I don't think he was like setting the world on fire through the first round robin. If I remember, it was like once Asol came out and like was played a lot, everyone's like, oh my god, this dude's Asol is crazy and stuff.
Yeah.
So he always has unique champions, and the whole team has weird draft strategies. Their entire top side of the map has not repeated a champion yet. All of them have entirely unique champions so far through 6 games. So like, I think this team is better than their record right now. I don't know, without massive improvements though, if any of them are going to crack all pro.
By how much though, right? Like they're 2-4, but I don't feel like they look that good. To me, just like eye test without thinking about it that much, I feel like Palafox doesn't look as good. Dokla doesn't look as good.
I've got a tweet for you.
Okay.
I just made up.
Yeah, tweet it out.
From Billy Bob, a Zale fan.
From esports underscore Kobe. Esports underscore Kobe
From
says.
esports Kobe fan.
Do you think the bottom lane changes were actually an upgrade?
Ooh, this is a topic of a lot of people talking about.
This is interesting. So I think I asked you guys both last dive episode, and you both said yes.
What?
Yep.
No.
He asked us that?
Yeah, I asked you that
No,
last
he did-
episode.
he did ask that, yeah.
I asked you that last episode, and you both said yes.
I said a lot of people are not impressed with FBI. I remember saying that in the
Yeah,
dive
but
too.
you both said yes.
I don't remember any of
But
that.
you said slight upgrades.
I also
So
said that
the fact that you're asking this though makes me think that you no longer agree with past you. Future Kobe thinks something different.
I
Or
remember
do
there
you?
being more nuance than us just saying yes, because I also remember, I think I said that I don't really like.
You said slight. The TLDR was slight upgrade, but you think that they would end around where they ended last year.
It's coming back to me. It's coming
but
back
I
to
think
me.
I also remember saying that I have not been super impressed by Ignar, and I'm just generally not hot on Ignar
Yeah.
at all in the recent splits and years and stuff. And I still feel that way. Like
Yeah.
he sometimes makes big plays, and you're like, he just won them the game.
His rel game was really good.
Yep, exactly. But you're like, okay, but what about 18 games of just like being fundamentally good? It's not there for me.
Yeah. It's coming back to me. It's coming back to me now. I still do think, especially because I know that team felt like there was a disconnect that you could see in watching the games with the previous bottom lane and what the rest of the team wanted to do. We had the breakdown replay of AD carry going one way, rest of the team going the other way, in a couple different scenarios. So I still think that's true.
And
I agree with past Kobe on that one,
Okay, yeah.
but I am a little light on the impact that I thought this bottom lane was going to be able to have.
It's more than what they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know another thing you mentioned is one of the reasons you were with that was you said, hey, you put a lot of weight in what the players had thought, and that the players, at least before, had all thought for sure this is an upgrade, this is going to be a better bot lane. But from what I have seen, to answer it like with what we've seen now, they haven't been really better. No, I don't think they have.
No, I agree. I think even I think there were a couple of Felios games at FBI this weekend where that's usually, in my opinion, one of his better champions, and it was not very impressive. He was getting caught out of position and stuff. Funnily enough, tinfoil hat theory, Luger was actually a better fit for this team because he was disconnected, because the top side of the map go full bananas and just jump in. And Luger's like, whatever, I'm not there. And the FBI's like trying to follow up and be a team player. And he's just in the middle of 5 people killing himself. And you're
Basically, sounds like you're saying the top side is doing so much dumb shit.
Yeah,
that it's really better when the bottom side is just like, whoa, look at those idiots. I'm not getting involved.
I agree that the bot side has not been great, but are we going to pretend the top side of the map's been popping off?
No, they haven't.
Yeah.
That's what I started with. I said, I think both Dokla and Palafox look worse than before. So it's like, as far as, because Kobe or one of you said that they think they're better than their record. I think that's fair, right? Like the 2-4. But I don't but how much better? Because they don't look like a top team at all to me. Like they were 4th in spring, right? Yes, it was like a tie and whatever. There's a bunch of teams close, but they were 4th at the end of the regular season. They don't look anywhere close to that to me.
I think the thing is, there's a difference between them looking right now like they should have a better record, or you thinking that they are better players than they look right now.
That's fair.
That's
I agree with that.
That's a better way to put it for me too.
Yep.
Yeah.
If that's your point, I agree then. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't phrase it very well.
Because I know they could be better than what they're showing.
Don't worry, I'll clean it up.
Yeah,
Mark's really big on the backhanded compliments this episode as well, I feel like.
I just throw words out and I'm like, shape it into something reasonable. I don't know what I just said.
Yeah.
So to this point, they're 2-4. They're tied with Immortals and 100 Thieves at 2-4, and then Dig and TSM are above them. In that clumping of teams, I believe that NRG should be near the top of that clumping. I think when you play the rest of the season out, they will rise from that clumping. Maybe
above
not be
TSM, Dig, Immortals.
A couple of those teams might end up above them a little bit, but I don't think that I think they'll be above a handful of them.
Okay. So you're saying basically below C9, EG, TL, Golden Guardians.
Yeah,
so,
there's like the top 4
you
that
have
we're
them,
talking
like,
about.
5th, 6th-ish.
Yeah, and I think that's where I put them in my power rankings. Like, I think they can still get there. If they keep playing like this, they will not get there. But to Kobe's point, like, I know they can be better than this. That's why they finished 4th back-to-back splits, basically. You know, like, we've seen them do it. They got to step up.
Yep. Okay. So we'll see if they're going to be able to actually do that. We have one final team here to cover. It is FlyQuest.
Oh, you skipped Hundo Thundo?
Oh, did I? Oops. Oh, you're right. I did. We got 100 Thieves. They are also 2-4. Quid came in this week. It was a 1-2 weekend. They did win that final game at least. The first games were pretty rough. I don't know. The team was already having a lot of problems though, and we've seen a lot of people on their debut games have rough games. So like, I don't want to pass too much judgment on Quid, but it was rough.
The thing is, you have to, because he is coming in late, so you have to pass judgment early. It's one of these, yeah, it's a bad scenario, but tough break. You know, you're playing catch up because visa issues, got over here late. You don't have time to catch up. It's like last split when you felt bad for Ayla being delayed and then finally getting here and then not having.
But he did bad, yeah.
But he did, and that's a scenario that they're in. Their jungle as well. When you have mid and jungle being your weak spots as a team, it is hard to play League of Legends.
What happened to Spica?
Closer?
Sorry, closer, excuse me.
It is hard to play League of Legends when your mid jungle is a power deficit most games. And closer has also been making a lot of mistakes. So, you know, those roles are definitely tied together, and bringing in a new mid laner and having to work through so many variables, but also having a poor performance from what is usually one of our better junglers, and at times our finals MVP jungler. So this team to me right now, like, they had the one super someday carry game, and then most of the other ones are just like double lift and Bucio, and they're scraping by. That's why I feel this team is another one where I could see it working so much better than it is, but I don't know if I would predict that to actually happen because of the things that they have to work through to get it. Maybe you can say there's a greater chance of very quick improvement from Quid, since just got over here and there's so many variables you're trying to fix that
with him before.
Maybe when a lot of these things do align, boom, you get massive improvement.
Yeah, but it is disappointing watching this team, because I agree. I know a lot of people were memeing on double because of the Ashe flash where he flashed on the wall or whatever.
Oh, it was an ambitious flash.
It was an ambitious flash.
He was like 100 units away and still flashed it.
It was a really bad flash, and it was a funny one. And Bucio also made a funny tweet about it. I don't know if you guys saw. He did like an edit with, like, you know, it's like the GOAT and whatever, and Michael Jordan dunking or some shit, and then it's him flashing on the wall, whatever. You know, it was really funny. It's a good tweet. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. But to be honest, most of the games I watch this team, I'm like, Doublelift's doing well, but the game's already lost. Like, he's, you know, even or ahead in farm or whatever, it seems like he's doing fine. Like, bot lane's solid, but like most of these games are over before anything happens. Game 1, when Quid came in, they had Doublelift on Ashe, and I think I was casting it with Fudge, I can't remember, but we were kind of even joking about it on the cast, where it's like, oh, it's a lot of pressure on Quid, because usually Doublelift is carry, you know, like, if Quid has a bad game, we know tomorrow Doublelift's going to be back on a real carry. He's not playing the support for, you know, like, he's not going to be that supportive role. And that was the game where Quid got, like, turbo pounded by EG, right? Where, like, he got Dove and blah, 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 and Armeo and JoJo were kind of styling on him. But 100 Thieves have not really had a lot of bright spots. It's like you say, somebody had one really good game. Largely, Bucio and Doublelift have been pretty solid, I think. But, like, I don't know. I also find it hard to blame players when it's like there's one lane that's doing okay, and then everything else is kind of on fire, and then that player messes up, and you kind of want to jump on that player. But it's like, I know when I'm playing, if the map is going bad, you feel like, I got to do something. I got to try something. So maybe you're going to try something risky that's maybe not that smart.
You subtweeting Rafa right now?
I've been roasting Rafa.
You and Rafa's Twitter drama, or whatever you want to call it, is so funny.
I know. I love playing
It's
with
not
Rafa.
drama.
It's not drama.
Rafa's my boy. Rafa's my boy, and we've been playing a lot of League together.
Losing a lot of League.
We've been losing a lot of League together. It's just really funny because we've been playing for a couple days, and I look, and we're like 4-18 or something, and I'm like, Rafa, what is happening? And, you know, like, he's like, it's just, and like, I started giving him shit for it when we were playing, just in comms or whatever. And it's kind of funny because he started feeling like real bad, and it's like he'll start doing bad. He's like, I'm so bad. I'm sorry. You know, whatever.
Did you see his Viego highlight though?
Yeah.
That thing was clean.
Yeah, he was going nuts. And then so I had him shift hard. Did you see his response to me?
No, I didn't.
It was like he had like he's like laying down in bed and pulling up the covers, and it's like, how could this happen to me? You know, like it's pretty funny. But yeah, we've been running it down. Either way, when the game's going bad, like I understand wanting to try something, wanting to try to force something. You know, you playing with your boy Rafa. You screwed up your wave top lane. You know, you got to make something happen.
So you were saying earlier, if it smells like shit everywhere you go, you better check your shoes. Rafa popped off when he didn't have a Zale in his game. Who's
True.
Yeah.
Looking forward to our cast. So if the tweet that we got about this was from actually Walnut, and basically just asking what's wrong with the team. If only someone could have predicted this, you know, that the team was going to struggle. If only someone could have seen this coming. If only there was someone weeks ago saying that this team was going to have
Remember,
problems.
to be fair, we'd made all those predictions as well that they were going to have Quid from the start.
I also said that they were going to have Nuke Duck, but the thing about Quid is he was a good challenger level mid laner in Korea. Vikla was like their rookie of the year basically, and a top 3.
I mean, Vikla is just how is he this bad? It's just weird.
My point being that like the concept that the Korean pro is going to come in and be the best in the league or even top half of the league, it should be dead. It should have died 10 years ago, and it's still going on. And like people were hyped about Quid.
Don't put words in our mouth though. No, I never saying that like with Quid, and I never thought that at all.
I didn't say you said that.
No. But I mean, you're
people
like
said
I
that.
said I made my predictions with Quid, and then you give that, so it's kind of implying. Anyway, I'm just gonna say, like, to me, it's like I never expected Quid to be a top mid laner in the league or anything like that, but I do think there's a big difference between a team being able to actually scrim with and practice with a player leading into a season and not, right?
I don't think it matters for him. No offense, but like
you think there's no difference between if 100 Thieves had him and all those scrims that they had with Nuke Duck were with Quid? You think they'd be the exact same position?
Basically, it'd be slightly better, but like to be fair to Quid, and this is not a shot at him, but he's like a 19-year-old kid flown across for the first time ever. In their video, it says the first time he's like overseas anywhere, with a team that is slightly dysfunctional even without him. I would posit they finished 1 and 2 even with Nuke Duck, so I'm not saying like it's Quid's fault. Closers had problems before in regular seasons where he becomes a problem. Some days had splits where he's not been great. And Doublelift and Busio, while are the bright spot for this team,
they're not dominating or anything.
They're not like they're not top 3. They're like not really all-pro candidates, really, you know? So, like, even if things were better around them, maybe they could get into all-pro because, you know, Rising Tide raises all lanes.
That's also kind of how ADC works, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if you put Doublelift on EG, you know,
or
like
Cloud9 or whatever,
something,
he's probably cleaning up a lot of team
He's probably cleaning up and looking really good. So, like, I'm not throwing too many shots at them, but I am saying it's not like they're crushing lane phase. Like, they shit on Prince in game 1, and, like, that was it. That was the only lane phase where they really crushed anyone, I think, if I remember correctly. So, like, it's a team that has like a lot of weaknesses, and like that was my concern. And like I think, you know, when people ask what's wrong with the team, it's like all these things that like have popped up at different points in these players' careers, and I took the pessimistic angle that this could all happen, and now it's all happening. And it's not like I don't think it was possible.
So really, you're a prophet.
No.
And what you're saying
I'm a
is
gambler.
that LCK Challenger ruined the LCS.
No, I'm just saying that like
with Vikla and Quid.
First it was girlfriends, now it's LCK players.
No,
well.
I'm just saying he wasn't Berserker. He wasn't the Berserker of mid lane when they got him. You know, he wasn't this like highly touted, everyone's
He's not now either.
No, he's still not. But my point was like, you ask the people who are in the scene, just like the experts, and I asked them, and they're like, what do you think of Quid? And they're like, he's good, you know.
Yeah.
Chronicler, I think he was like generously giving top 6 basically to Quid.
Yeah, he basically, like middle of the pack in their tier 2.
In LCK Challenger.
Not in LCK.
Yeah.
But like, it just doesn't always work out regardless of the circumstance. I mean, Vikla was, I would say, more hyped to me by Korean experts
because he
than
was
Berserker.
actually great.
No, but I mean, Berserker. Berserker was like, this guy's a really crazy talent, but he's not proven yet. Vikla was like, this guy's a really crazy talent, and he showed he could do it, you know, in LCK. And he did have some bad games in LCK too, but he had like some really amazing performances. And the general kind of consensus that I had you know, heard people come to and talk to people about was that he is going to be able to, you know, like polish up some of these little rough edges, and Vikla's going to be incredible, right? But that one is even more weird to me because the Quid one is just like, yeah, like I didn't have crazy expectations. He came in, and I'm definitely not trying to put it all on him because it's not like there's been a lot of problems with this team. But I am surprised at how bad they have been doing, I guess. Maybe not with the circumstances, but I did think this team was going to be better for sure. I want to see how they are by the end of the split, right? Because that will be my like copium of like my judgment on this team was that they would, if they had quit from the start, how good they would be. And I think I put them maybe 5th or something like that. I don't think I put them crazy high. But like, if they can be good like by the last week of the regular season, then that will be my judgment on them. And that will be like where I think their level is. And then that'll be kind of like where they potentially go into playoffs at. But if they stay at this level, yeah, they're not really anywhere close to Worlds or anything like that.
It's still early season in the sense that it's been 2 weeks, but there's also only 6. So we're coming up on the halfway point already. So, you do have to ramp up quickly. The final thing I'll say is just scouting as a whole is like a bit of a crapshoot at the end of the day. Like, you don't know how anyone's going to adapt. The Berserker point, like, turns out his personality is just like a great fit to be in America, it seems like. Like, he's very outgoing, giggly, funny, picked up English very quickly. Who knows why? But like, some people, when the environment changes, you don't know what's going to happen to the person as you move them to a new environment. And some people can really pick it up. And Quid's still very early in that journey, and maybe he will adapt. But there's culture shock culture shock's a real thing. Like, this is one of the things we learned very early when we started importing Korean pros, and like, we didn't have as good support systems around them. But like, a lot of those guys, it's just like,
they just don't like
it's
it.
It's a different world. Yeah, you can't get the food the same way. Everything's different, and it's hard to be good in game when out of game you're not feeling good.
Well, and that's why I think that like I do give credit to Cloud9 for this, is that they've always seemed to have kind of like a good vibe, right, about their team. And for years and years and years,
Systems.
that was around Sneaky and Medios and stuff, right? And I think that like I think a lot of people felt that like when Sneaky left, that it was never going to have that vibe again, that it was not going to be like the kind of fun team, the meme team. But they seem to have kind of maintained that, and like they seem to kind of have that fun vibe. And I do think that I'm not going to pretend that I had a similar experience to like moving to Korea from Canada, but like, I moved around a fair bit. I lived in Phoenix, I lived in New Jersey, whatever. I moved from Canada to different places. So like I know a little bit of the experience, not the culture shock, but just the change in environment. And I will say that like when you have people around you that you get along with really well and friends, it makes the transition easy. So, having a good environment, having people that make you feel at home is going to make a big difference. And Cloud9, I do think, does seem to be good with that.
Yeah, and I think the one carrying the big torch for that now is Ven. Fudge as well is pretty outgoing. But back on the focus of 100 Thieves and their situation, trying to take in all these factors, I still just can't get over how do you play League of Legends when your mid jungle is such a power deficit. The way it works right now is your AD carry is going to win you late game, but you can't get early objectives without mid jungle playing well. And so that to me should be number one, first thing on the list here. Work it out with these two guys, because they had some at the beginning. Someday, unless Renekton gets banned, I mean, if Renekton gets banned, it's a very big power deficit for them. That's another champ select thing. But you should be able to work off of, some small changes here for them to be able to at least play the mid game from a much more even playing field, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see if they can improve.
Dual Q a lot or something.
In the next couple of weeks. Hopefully they can step it up. We got one more team, and then I'm being told we need to wrap because Mark is already late for his afternoon meeting. So we're going to have to fly through this. FlyQuest, it is shocking. I mean, I tweeted it out after this weekend that like I am actually blown away how bad this team is. I honestly could not believe it. If you told me that this was going to be the result, like I would have bet you that I would have bet whatever. There's no way that this team is going to be 0-6. There's no way that this team is going to look this bad.
Yeah.
Closer, you said, has had problems. Spica has looked really bad. I'm just like, what is happening with this team? I would say everyone looks really bad except Impact. I think Impact has been pretty solid. He's been kind of doing his thing. I'm shocked. This team sucks.
I will give you some hope, and that is that multiple players that I've talked to say that FlyQuest is performing really well in scrims right now, so people are actually kind of confused.
JoJo said that in an interview as well.
So
I also heard from multiple players that they weren't surprised at all that FlyQuest sucks because...
So they're doing really well in some scrims and losing to other players?
That's my takeaway, unless people are telling me lies.
I mean, that very well could, variation in scrims is not uncommon. So that very well could be the case. But Vikla also just got rank 1 in solo queue. Mm-hmm. So at the very least, they should be able to roll some sixes and win some games. You know, they shouldn't have all zeros.
Everyone
They should
take
not-
a
They
solo
should get
carry.
a win. They should get a win. So, like if some of their scrims are blasts, you know, some of their they clearly have some positives here still, and it is actually crazy how unsuccessful they're being.
Well, you're not the only one who still believes in them. Chris Grasser says
Do I still believe in them?
Well, you just said this. FlyQuest will finish above Golden Guardians in the regular season.
I just said that.
You and this guy on Twitter
True,
both
yeah.
just said the same
Yeah,
thing.
same thing. I heard
Oh.
it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I don't think so because I think they're just like too far behind. Already 4 games back, and I think Golden Guardians is looking good. I don't think they're finishing above them. I will say though, this team has such a crazy amount of talent. I still believe that. I still believe that these players are individually really, really good. I could not tell you what is going wrong. The only thing I can guess from the outside is when something is this bad on stage, is there has to be some internal problems, whether it's disagreements between the players or a coach and the players or whatever it is, something external is affecting what is happening in game, because it just doesn't make sense that they suck this much. It just doesn't. Spica has been so good on so many teams, you know, like Prince was incredible last split during the regular season. Vulcan has been so good on a bunch of different teams. Impact, I think, is still being solid. The one kind of like non-surprise for me is Vikla, because I was not super sold on him. But I thought that even if Vikla had an up and down split like he did in spring, I thought they would still be a top 2 team, even with him not playing amazing. And I thought if he stepped up and was consistent, I think they could win the split, right? So I will say, if they can fix whatever the hell is happening to this team behind the scenes, or whatever the heck is kind of, you know, stopping them from being successful on stage, they could all of a sudden, you know, get it all together, and this team could easily go to Worlds, right? Because top 8 make playoffs, so it honestly doesn't matter what position they finish in regular season, as long as they are top 8 and they have fixed their issues going into the playoffs, this team will be a threat. But that's the question, because the longer that goes on and the more bad games you have, that is hard on the mental.
The way this team is supposed to play on paper is very easy to lay out. They've got Impact in the top lane and Prince in the bottom lane. That is a perfect map setup to be able to play down to bot lane successful carry, but their situation is even worse than 100 Thieves, where not only do they have problems with mid jungle, but then Prince, who's supposed to be the win con, is also turned into a problem somehow by adding Vulcan. And Vulcan is supposed to be one of our best. A lot of people for many splits have said best support. And you're just like, what is supposed to be our win con is a problem.
I mean,
and
I see
I'm
that.
going all over the place. Everyone's looking at each other like, what?
Vulcan has been
How
the
do we
best
win
support
any-
in the LCS over the last probably 3-4 years.
Yeah, I mean,
Comfortable saying that.
it's crazy that they can't find a playstyle that works, because like Spica and Vulcan should group up and do something, either go bot to Prince or like work around Vikla, but like everyone's just so disconnected and just making tons of individual mistakes. Like that was one of the things I talked about in one of the analyst test segments, was just being like, this is not like strategy when you mess up
Getting
like this.
2v2 killed randomly. And
Getting
things like
2v2
this.
killed, people just not flashing, just not going in for abilities, missing abilities. It's
Oh
like,
god, yeah. Spica's death at Gromp, but when like Someday came in, was it Someday came in? and
yeah,
soloed
he
him?
just didn't flash.
He just like
And then
stood there hitting the Gromp and didn't even get the Gromp.
And then he doesn't even get the Gromp. He dies, no flash, doesn't get Gromp.
Yeah, I mean that was from week 1, but like the point stands. Like
Yeah.
they're just not playing well, and like I don't know why. It's just, but
weird.
It's when you talk about like we're like NRG needs to step up. All these teams need to step up. Like FlyQuest needs to find a play style, and they need to step up.
Yeah, I mean
You need to wake up
they're
first.
dead last.
Wake up,
They
step
haven't
up.
won a single game. Second last has 2 games. You know, like the second last team is 2
Well,
games
that's
ahead
why
of them.
this week is like make or break for me. Because even if you go 1-2, but a bunch of the other teams do as well or something, like you're not
Yep.
gaining ground. So it's you do have to leapfrog over 2 more teams now. And
Yep.
if you don't start actually ripping wins off and you just stay like a 33% win rate team the rest of the season, you're not going to climb over anyone.
Yep, and I'm getting all caps repeated rap in the
Shut
in the,
up,
in the
Azael is what
document.
it says in the.
It does not. That is a lie. Elias wants us to wrap. He's going to get in trouble. So we're going to wrap it up. That'll wrap it up for us for now. And remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify. We are on YouTube. We're on Apple Podcasts, Anchor.fm, and continue sending us the questions. When you send us questions, you got to use hashtag The Dive LOL. That is what we search for when we search for for the questions. LCS Summer Split continues this Wednesday, June 28th. It's TSM versus EG. Games kick off 2 p.m. PST. We'll see you there, and we will see you on Thursday for the Dive TriCast, the birthday TriCast here. Game 3, TSM Dig on Thursday. It's going to be a banger. See you then.
Welcome to the LCS waiting room. Week 3 of 6, meaning that this is going to be the end of the first round robin when we get through this week, so we'll be able to take standings of that. To do so, we should remind ourselves where we are right now. Let's pull these suckers up. I got there quick. I gave a really quick intro. Didn't give anyone a time to banter before I said, give me these standings.
You're fired.
You sapped the energy from the room, Mark.
Yeah.
I'm fired. You guys take it from here.
Well, we all expected FlyQuest to still be winless, right? That was definitely something.
Yeah, that was on my bingo sheet.
That is still the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
I mean, EG being 5-1 is pretty weird,
Yeah.
but FlyQuest being 0-6 is very weird.
And then there is something that's somewhat weird, which is Dignitas being 3-3 with the expectation of them being last place from a lot of people, I think including myself. But no, they're doing quite well, and the schedule is very doable for them this week.
I think it's also cool because Dignitas at the start of the year, when it was Jensen Santorin as the lineup, everyone was like, this team is probably like 5th, 6th. You know, like they were going to make playoffs in spring, and then they're the worst team. And now that they're like what we predicted initially, we're like, this is so weird that they're like not the worst.
Well, look at the schedule they have this week as well. 100 Thieves, TSM Energy.
Winnable.
All of those
Yeah,
would be
that's doable.
considered winnable games.
Yeah.
So a 6-3 Dignitas would be quite shocking, but quite possible. It's gonna be a fun week.
All right, let's move on ahead. MOTW, I don't remember what that stands for. Moment of the week.
Match of the week.
Match of the week.
Moment of the week.
Moment of the, EG
Moment of
versus
the
C9
Wednesday?
coming on Friday, 2 p.m. First game of the day on Friday. Cloud9 versus EG. Both teams 5-1 right now. We'll see what they are by then.
Okay, match of the week is great and all, but what about match of the Wednesday? This is what we need to know more. That's the
For
real
you,
question.
MOTF, MOTT.
Yeah.
People just lose
Is that
track.
a normal
Lose
acronym?
track of
Who
all
else
the
knew what that
acronyms.
meant?
I knew it immediately, Mark.
There's no way that wasn't match of the week.
It was
know why.
always going to be match of the
My
week.
bad, guys. Yeah, I'm excited for that one. I think for C9, 5-1. How do you feel about C9? They're still top of the standings, but do you think, we were talking about it a little bit in the dive, like, do you think
Yeah.
C9 is as good as last spring? Are they taking it a little easy maybe right now? Like, what's your read on them?
I feel like they were just playing really loose.
Yeah.
Really, really loose, because it didn't look like anyone could touch them. So that's a pretty dangerous mindset to be in. I think they probably snap out of it after losing to Dignitas.
Energy?
Energy.
Yeah.
Close enough.
EG and TL lost to Dignitas.
Yeah.
I think we saw this from them previously, though, even in spring, where they'd like occasionally try out composition and maybe narrowly win on that, like play a little fast and loose with what they felt like they could do. I remember Sven answering your question, Raz, that I thought was really good, where he's like, I've been on a team that has gotten complacent. It felt awful. So we want to make sure we don't do that. So, I mean, I'm not worried about them at all.
Yeah. I'm also not worried about them. I think that interview, the Fudge interview with Degon, and just in general, it seems like the team is really motivated not to just do well in the regular season, but to do well internationally. And so they're trying to, as Sven said, like basically shadow box. But there's always that weird, like middle ground of we do want to play well, but we also want to be flexible. So when you try another composition out or style out and it doesn't work, you're like, damn, that's not us at our best. So it's gonna look bad. And also the other one, which is just NRG and that team always playing up when they play up against C9. So that's another thing that you gotta have to put in your mind, that Contracts is a little bit of a beast when it goes up against Blabber. So yeah, I think all of that happens. I have complete faith in C9.
All right, everyone's still feeling good about C9. We'll see where it goes from here. We talked about this as being the last week of the first round robin. We decided it's time to start thinking about end of season and end of year awards. Season awards.
End of season.
We're going to start with the way too early Rookie of the Year award. It is important to remember that this includes Spring Split. We just hand out one for all of 2023. So we're going to go ahead through who we are suggesting. Emily, who's your front runner?
Busio. So I think initially when Busio started in spring, people were very lukewarm on him in terms of he still made a lot of mistakes in lane and kind of coordinating with the team. I think he has improved a lot, and even though obviously 100 Thieves themselves definitely haven't had the start to spring that they would have wanted, I think Busio and Doublelift have grown into a really, really solid lane. And I think you can very visibly see, like, he came in the moments where he was a little bit more uncomfortable with the rest of the team, but now how much more comfortable he is. And in particular, in their last win, he was really pivotal in that. So I think he's improved a lot as a player throughout, and I think he's been the most standout rookie.
Agreed. I also said Busio. I think Busio as a player from Spring Split, even in spring when he went into the playoffs, he had some incredible games. There were con games people recognized him for. The Blitzcrank game people won't talk about that much, but like that was also stellar, even if it was in a lost series. Going into this regular season, him and Doublelift have been honestly the spotlight of the team, and his engages have been finding them wins. His last game, the engage on mid lane, the engage in the later game team fights, like I felt like, okay, they're winning because of his engages, and of course like how they have been laning. So it feels like he said it in his own interview when he was on stage that he felt like he just had a better understanding of the matchups and what he should be communicating and all that stuff, and you can definitely see it.
I don't agree.
Yeah.
And what?
About who should be rookie of the split. I think what you said about Busio was fine, but I just don't agree that makes him rookie of the split. For me, I actually I picked Yon.
Same.
Big brain, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, you actually.
Oh, we separated you two for a reason, to make that awkward.
Can't hold us apart.
Look at that hair.
He's crazy. I think Yon's actually been very good. I don't think he's been perfect. I think all the rookies this year have had their moments where they struggle, and I think for him, in some team fights, there's times where he could have played them better.
Yeah.
But the bot lane in spring for Team Liquid was actually insanely good. They were winning most 2v2 matchups. They were getting tons of individual 2v2 kills. They were, a lot of ways, the best part of the early game for that team. And it's continuing so far in spring. Team Liquid has rolled a lot of teams, and it's Core JJ and him pairing very well together.
Yeah, and when I was doing these way too early ones, I think I understood the assignment differently than other people. So you're probably going off of like from what we've seen from the start of spring to now, you're giving it out. But I'm thinking like I'm progressing a little forward. Like I think Yon is going to have an even bigger summer split. Like he's probably going to make an all-pro team, right?
Yep.
Which will just almost shoe him in for rookie of the split if Team Liquid continues on their current trajectory.
Well, excuse me, what about for like other candidates? Because these two I think are the most obvious, but in terms of other people, there's Harry. Who else is potential? Like a lot of the EG guys actually don't qualify as much as they're new to the scene. All of them have been there before. Ayla technically qualifies, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Ayla could still make a run for it. Like if EG goes like
because he played in OPL.
13-3 or something.
That was the same thing that I think that stopped Fudge was the fact that he played in OPL, and it was the same thing that the reason why I didn't say M&S because he had played in the OPL.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe it's not that. Well, it's LCO now, but yes.
I don't think it's the OPL thing that counts. I could be wrong, but I thought minor regions didn't stop you from being.
That was my understanding as well.
Yeah, I
think
think
to get in our ear then, because then
I think M&S actually
is in the
yeah.
discussion.
Now that you've said it, I'm like, wait a minute.
Things.
That's why. This is why.
But I also so I was also operating under the assumption that M&S was not.
Well, because M&S
eligible.
also, to be fair, it wasn't just the OPL. He did TCL. He did a couple of things, but I don't think
these are all minor regions.
They're all minor regions. So if there's a blanket minor region thing, then maybe this is we might all need to adapt. We'll check in a second.
That's what sucks about this conversation. That's what sucks.
At least for the segment that we just did, it's for we weren't considering them. We were considering players that are having their first big league experience. So
Yes.
Yeah.
So, is there anyone else that we have forgotten other than them?
I mean, there's quite a few that people wouldn't name. Like, for instance, Kenby's not having a great year.
Kenby played last year.
Oh, thank God. Anyways. But now it's like, oh, never mind.
I'm going to tweak the rules after this.
Tenacity is my rookie of the year, man. He was too good for people to handle. They moved into content creation because they couldn't take it. Someone clip this and send it to him.
There it is. chill.
Yeah. All right. Well, I heard from my producer they're double checking to see if we have botched the rules live. We'll find out though. While we wait, those are our opinions on Rookie of the Year. It's also time to talk about MVP, but it's not going to be just us. Jojo Pune already has thoughts on who he thinks is going to take it.
You tweeted at the LCS and said, "Just give me MVP already." After that game, why do you think you deserve the MVP only a third of the way into the split?
Because I don't know, all these other teams are frauds. Like I said yesterday, TL are frauds, and then we kind of on them today. You know, C9's pretty good, but I mean, they're all good, so who are you going to give the MVP to, you know? Yeah. Like, I can play any role in that team, and they'll be fine. So, I mean, I think it should be me. I'm just playing well.
One of my favorite parts about that is he gives the nod to, like, well, everyone, C9's good, so they all take votes from each other. So, obviously, I'm MVP.
It's not the worst line of logic. It does happen, vote stealing. I think he is, someone tell me if you disagree.
I'm ready for this.
Unanimous frontrunner for MVP.
Through 6 games, yes.
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 Hence the
Yes,
so far.
this is
Yes.
Because that entire team has played through mid, right? Armeo has gone mid more than any other jungler has gone mid, but you go back to the things that give you enjoyment and success. So Armeo just gets the dopamine hit every time he goes to JoJo's lane because good things happen.
Yeah.
It's already winning. He just gets to show up.
So he's just there, and it helps out.
Winning level 1 versus Gwyd, the Vikla matchup that he did extremely well in. This was all last week. Like, overall, he has just been a stellar mid laner. And on top of that, I think whenever it gets really close between 2 candidates in your own head, you go into the thought process of like, well, who's more valuable to their team? And it's just clearly JoJo. He's super valuable in his team. Even if people around him aren't playing as well, he is the one that I think is smashing his lane, taking initiative in team fights, and also calming much more than he did in previous splits. So, like, this has been his year.
All those stats too said first amongst mid laners. He's also first just in the league in a number of those. I know his CSD is #1 overall, not just for mid laners. So yeah, hulking out.
Yeah, I also think, like, again, to Raz's point, the idea of, like, what happens to this team when JoJo isn't performing like this is something we haven't necessarily seen yet, but it's something to consider in terms of how important he is to his team. And then additionally, to your point, I feel like we go through this with, like, 80 carries as well, right? Because it's like, oh, we're, like, they're getting fed gold, but also that is the point.
Yes.
So, like, I've also had to wrap my head around that too with like a player who's playing really well who doesn't get as many resources. But I do think that JoJo has also shown improvements elsewhere. And additionally, he's just absolutely crushing lane.
It's also a little frustrating that last split was so bad for him because it's like.
Well, it's because Inspired was his jungler.
Oh,
Okay.
Clip it. I love it.
Clip it.
Now he's got Armeo.
Inspire was holding JoJo back this whole time. You give him a good jungler, look what happens.
Last 6 games with Armeo, last 6 games with Inspired. Compare the stats. Same mid laner, different
That's
jungler.
what an experiment is. Control some variables, tweak some other ones. What changes?
Clip it and tag Inspired. We need the drama farm to keep going. It doesn't matter if he means it or not.
I will say, to that point, though, it was frustrating last year. Be like, bro, you're so good. Just stop.
Dying inside lanes?
Yeah, and like, I don't know if it was, sophomore slump or maybe just like because he went to Worlds. People talk about this, like you come back to North America for a long season in domestic regions, it can be a little hard to find that same like competition that drives you.
Yeah.
So maybe he just let his foot off the gas a little bit.
He's a kid.
He's a kid. He's so good.
Super young, super talented. You get complacent, for sure. Through Summer Split, he is not complacent at all. I hope he can keep it up.
No. Also,
Go on.
Oh, no, I was going to say the other thing. I know you brought it up, and we don't really like to necessarily include stuff like comms, but now that we are showing comms, how much JoJo actually talks and how much credit he's actually given Inspired for teaching him that has been really cool to see.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the I think, unanimous frontrunner. Who
I
else?
do think Inspired deserved his MVP in 2022 summer.
Yeah, it's like,
in case I get
Inspired's
aggregated.
coming after you, man.
In case I get aggregated.
Yeah.
But.
No. Oh, God.
Yeah, but.
Okay, Bill Simmons.
And so, like, thing is, we're not even to the halfway point just
this
yet.
could change.
And so it's fair to talk about people who are either right next to him or can easily catch up to him. For me, it's going to be Summit. Summit has been performing incredibly well. One of the major reasons why Team Liquid is finding the success that they have been. He's still incredibly strong in lane. He's going into team fights, and he's actually doing a lot of work. The Kennen pick that he's been blinding, of course, not only doing well in lane, but has been winning them a lot of team fights. And so I don't know what they had over there in the Netherlands.
Stroopwafel.
But import that, ship it over to LA, and keep feeding it to him because he has been insane so far, and I think he's only going to get better.
I don't know if it's what they had versus what they didn't have in the Netherlands, because I think some ankle weights might have been shed.
Oh, there it is.
You've been on one.
I'm telling you, you hear those rumors, and it's the top laner who has this radical turnaround. I think, you look at Summit, he has always been a coin flippy player. Last split felt like the worst version of him might have ever seen.
Yeah.
And now he's back to like what you think he should be doing. He's not the perfect player. He goes for some plays. He dies sometimes, but he's insanely aggressive. And when they're working, he can be the best top laner in the league.
Yeah, I think the big change for me for Summit has been how he has actually entered team fights. And coordinated with team fights, right? Because when we thought about his worst plays, they were never in lane. Like they were almost never in lane. It was always like he's TPing in mid and the rest of his team is already engaged in the fight and the fight is over and they've lost. So I think outside of the one game against Dignitas,
Speaking of the one
shaky,
game.
I do think that he's looked so much better in terms of like his thoughtfulness and entry into team fights with the rest of the team.
Who was he playing against?
He was playing against this guy who's like the Hots faker.
like a really, really good
Valentino.
player.
Really good top laner. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
How can Summit be MVP if he's not even the best top laner in the region?
Look at Rich.
It's Rich.
Look at that smile.
He is better
Solo
than
killed him
Rich.
multiple times in a row. Is he better than Rich? Then why do
Yes.
you keep getting solo killed by him, Raz?
That was one game.
Mark, did
the
you
best
put
of one.
together this
Yeah.
loop of
We-
Rich just
There's
staring at
a
the
game
camera?
where he played against Summit, and who was better
Him
in
or
that
Summit?
game?
In a best of one, he played
Well, small
better.
sample size, but who's better in it?
I mean, you're
I'm not
trying to
talking.
give
I'm not going to answer that question.
So hold on, you're giving Summit MVP off of 5 good games and one. Like 5 is not that much more
Well,
than
and
one.
it wasn't like
Across the board, better.
It's not the only game Rich played well in.
Rich has been good in multiple
Rich has
games.
won them multiple games.
Yeah, he's been good. You're right.
Teal's
Not
won
better than
4
Summit.
games. Rich has won 3 games by himself.
Not better than Summit. Not better than Fudge. I can keep going.
I don't know. I don't know.
see.
Just classic Rich.
Not
hater.
better than
We'll
Licorice.
get back on track. Who else?
Blabber. Legitimately Blabber. Like they've lost 1 game. He is actually the leader of this team. He's worked with so many players well in the past. M&S, I don't think, has actually had a great start to the split. You haven't necessarily noticed it. Blabber is completely gapping other junglers in terms of CS and gold and damage. So he is still performing at a very high level. And if Cloud9 continues on their current trajectory, I think there's a very good chance that Blabber could win MVP. He was very close last week.
Ooh, actually, he's number 1 in CSC. Higher than JoJo's.
Yeah,
I guess
it's,
that's
it's from that
It's
one.
going under
that,
the radar.
That one game where he just absolutely like took over. So I think there is an absolutely legitimate case for Blabber. I also think it's funny that you, Jat, are just continuing the Blabber MVP narrative from spring. But then generally, this is such a good meta for Blabber as well. Like, this is absolutely perfect for what he likes to do. We already gave him so much credit in spring for finding ways to counter jungle in a meta where it wasn't super suitable. And I've been super impressed with Blabber's summer performance.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of turnover in the jungle standings from spring. Like, Spica's not playing as well, Inspire's out of the league, all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, with the one constant year after year is Blabber's basically top 2 jungler in the league.
Yeah. I was trying to do it internally, just like think about, okay, restructuring who I think is like the best junglers in the league. And I remember last split, I had Piosik as, bottom 5. And suddenly I think he's top 3. I was like, wait a minute. That shift is insane.
Yeah.
Jungle be like that.
It would be like that
Changes
sometimes.
so
Except for
much.
Blabber.
Yeah.
Except for that's how good he is.
He is a great player. And I wanted to actually mention Berserker as a right now current MVP, having a silently strong split once again. Your stat segment showcased how well he was doing. And it felt like he edged over Prince and was able to win the MVP in a photo finish in the final game. So you have to remember that it's like Cloud9 is still the top team in the league, even if tied. And by the end of the split, people are going to be singing the praises of every one of those members, including Berserker, and you mentioned Blabber. So there's a lot to go through. I love this conversation. BG
It
keeps
is
doing what they're
way
doing.
too early,
Yeah.
but it's also 4 weeks away.
Yeah.
It's
So
It's such a short split.
Yeah, it's very weird to be like, all right, we've played 2 weeks of games. Who do you think's going to win the MVP?
Also, the last time LCS did a split that was 18 games across 3 weeks with 3 match days a week, you know who won MVP?
Ooh.
It was Blabber.
Blabber fish.
2021 spring.
Boom.
He thrives in the compressed schedules. Like, he's behind the scenes lobbying. Like,
It means nothing. This whole lead up is like, it's the same guy. So.
When he's in the gulag, just drowning, just in the game, he's like, yes, I am playing at my best. Don't give me time to breathe.
All right, like we said, still a lot more games to play despite how short it's been so far. Let's go ahead and look at what's coming your way today, starting off with EG versus TSM. Another team we didn't touch on very much at the top of the day today, so we'll dig into them in a second.
Yep.
Then FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, NRG versus Golden Guardians, 100 Thieves versus Dig, and C9 versus Immortals. Favorite game today, go!
I'm actually super curious for 100 Thieves versus Dig. These are like two major question marks from both of these teams, and whoever shows up on today is going to be better.
TL FlyQuest for me.
You can't stop watching it. It's a train wreck in motion.
I cannot look away.
He's invested. I'm not saying this because you guys already took the two. I actually think NRG versus Golden Guardians, because Golden Guardians started slow, are really strong right now. But NRG is a team that we've talked about big surprises. Never would have expected them to, in my mind, make upgrades and then perform incredibly poorly and be in the bottom two. So this could just propel them in 2 and 5. They have been playing better, so I think in this game I'm expecting it to be competitive, but it would be really bad for the team and the fans mentally if they take this loss hard. Then you're like, well, I guess they're just a bad team now.
Better not lose then.
Better not lose.
Weeks feel very swingy when you play 3 games in them for some reason. That one extra game can really define how your season feels like it's going.
Yeah.
So we're going to go look ahead at game 1 now, actually, which was EG versus TSM. Raz, you have some stuff to talk about with how good EG's been playing?
How have they been good?
So we've been talking a lot about just how strong they are. I wanted to talk about the first 8 minutes immediately, so if we could just roll the stats of this. This is just prior to this play, 23 minutes into the game. And I'm just talking about how well they've done in lane overall. So it feels like, as you can see, top side of the map, this is just first 8 minutes, but like they have been able to get leads within their matchups, and then 14 minutes in, specifically Revenge has, even in a counter matchup, a CS advantage. He's been performing well in that specific matchup. So I wanted to point that out specifically because Summit didn't lose in lane to anyone in this league for the first 8 and then 14, but in this case that was different. So I wanted to then now talk about this play, because this play is mostly about the setup and how Evil Geniuses not only can set up around the objectives quite well and plan for it, but then of course execute. So first things first, no flash on Harry, no flash on Jan. These are prior plays. In fact, just a minute ago, Jan gets a flash burn because Armeo was able to burn it with his ultimate. He doesn't have ulti right now, but that's not important to this fight. So we play it. First thing I want to show to you is, even though we see them completely, I want to see where the control wards are. So we start right here. Control ward in the line bush, control ward in the dot bush, and a control ward up here. So that allows Jojo Pyun to basically be able to threaten here. So now it's going to be tough on Harry or Jan or Core JJ to walk up. And Ayla, who is getting pushed out by Summit, is chilling here. I forgot to mention this 4th control ward, which is allowing Ayla a chance to be able to wrap around in the flank and support and engage on the carries that don't have flash. So that start is already amazing. Jojo Pyun recognizes Harry is here, so they change plans immediately. They call an audible. So he pushes Harry back, Ayla regroups with the team, and now what you have here is actually a 3v5. Summit is in Africa, and Harry is in Antarctica. So if you're just looking at this and seeing Evil Genius's chances, you see Jan start with an Ashe ulti, but you're actually in a bad state now. We're on to the execution stage, which is immediately Jojo Pyun goes in, Revenge immediately follows. He's low as an HP, but he recognizes if he can get in front of 3 of them, he can just start the fight and regain a lot of that with Gore Drinker. And so they're able to pick up a lot of kills off that, because even though the initial plan started poorly, right? Team Liquid understood that they should be able to push out their flanks. They regrouped. They immediately executed on the play that Jojo initiated, with Revenge coming through. So these team fights have been working out really well, which is why you just give them their praises. Not just confetti for this team fight, but confetti for just how they have been playing well this split. So give them a lot of credit. They are getting a lot of credit. I think right now a lot of it is centered around Jojo, but the team as a whole have been playing well in lanes. Yeah. And they have been executing in team fights.
Yeah, and that's all. That play right there is all about decisiveness. Like, you wait another second, and Summit and Harry can actually just collapse on the flanks and probably win the fight. But they went during the window. Like, you just need to have trust and decisiveness to pull off plays like that.
Really good stuff out of EG. Their opponent today, TSM, which is coming with a roster move, if people have not heard. There's a question of, is it going to be Ruby or Insanity? The decision is in. It is Ruby. And in order to highlight some of his strengths, we actually have Peter Dunn here to break some of them down. So take a listen.
I would describe Ruby as a very strong individual 1v1 laning player. His best champions are probably Ahri and Azir. Azir because he's able to exert lots of pressure in that 1v1, and I think that Ahri is a pick that teams will typically ban against him, especially because Ahri is a very strong pick in the meta. On these picks like Ahri and Vladimir, he's very, very good at flanking, he's very good at spotting individual opportunities within teamfights, and he's very good at creating space for his teammates. And I would say the biggest thing that TSM can do to make the most out of him is give him champions that have agency, but on champions where he knows he needs to playmate, where he knows he needs to go aggressive, he can force a lot of mistakes from the enemy team. And I think that that's something that Wild Turtle and the rest of the TSM team will be well placed to exploit going into Summer Split.
Nice to hear from Peter after having some hands-on experience working with Ruby. What do you guys think about him coming into play today?
Last split. I would like it a lot more, and this may sound weird. I would like it a lot more if he didn't have any visa issues and was here week one. I think he would get a lot more support from the community if that was the situation. I think actually right now, based off of my own past experience and seeing these types of things play out, I personally don't think this is the right time for TSM to sub him in. I think, generally speaking, when you have a player in the chair who is doing well, you kind of have to wait for them to stop doing well before you put in the next guy, almost regardless of the promises you've made behind the scenes or what's happened in scrims. So to me, the only thing Ruby can do here to appease the community is hard carry games. Because if he starts 0-2, he is immediately going to get scapegoated, and that's going to make his life so much harder. So I actually think this is a very difficult situation to be putting Ruby into, and I do actually hope he succeeds, because it's not like every player is going to want to play. But the fact that Insanity, as a domestic player who was playing well after not having a shot for the LCS, is now, quote, getting subbed out for Ruby, who was the intended starter the whole time, it makes Ruby have to perform at an extremely high level to appease the community.
Yeah, it's interesting marrying that with some of the stuff that Peter said in like what he thinks Ruby is good at, because with the way Insanity has been playing, it's like get shove in mid, regardless, right? And then Boogie has all of the agency to kind of do whatever he wants. And that doesn't sound a lot like what Ruby's strengths are, right? Like Peter's like, put him on something with a lot of agency. Obviously, like Ahri can shove out the wave and go to sides and stuff like that. But like, it is a slightly different play style. So I'm also including that in my head in terms of, okay, are they just going to put him on these pushing mids like what they did with Insanity? Are they going to play more to his strengths? Because that seems a little bit differently than how TSM have been playing thus far this split.
The one thing I will say is that as much as we've given Insanity credit on TSM, there are other members playing well. I think Turtle has been incredible so far. He actually leads the league in a lot of laning
And they
stats.
are coming off of 1 and 2 week. So there's a lot of building blocks still for the team to build on. Raz, we haven't let you get in yet.
Oh, yes. And I agree with the point that it's not just Insanity. The setup for objectives overall, I think they're a smarter team than they were last year, just flatly. I think that Chime has been a really good as well. I know a lot of people will talk about his Rakan being what he's most known for, but even if he's on the champion, I think that they coordinate well with the team, which is another concern that I have. You add in a new member halfway through the split, then you will lose a little bit of that coordination. But I'll, give him a chance. We'll see how he plays, and I think that's the underlining take.
But also, JoJo has been playing so well, and he's playing against him in the first game.
Oh, no.
Welcome to AA, baby.
But
Just
listen,
like Quid. First opponent was JoJo.
If he has a pop-off game, you have to give Ruby the credit.
Yeah.
It's
right?
true. It's
so
true.
we have to see what happens.
We've seen people go against JoJo in the first game. Doesn't always go well. Let's take a look if anyone believes it's going to happen, though, with our predictions. Is anyone taking TSM here? No, not at all. 91% going EG.
Jet.
Way.
What?
The Faith.
What?
You have FlyQuest winning.
Do you know how many games they won in Spring, Raz?
A lot of games.
A lot of games.
I guess I'm the only one with Rich Faith as well. What the hell? At least the community is like more split
They know
on it,
it's
and I can
close.
just say those are Double It fanboys believing in 100 Thieves still. It's Rich. Rich is gonna win this.
Yeah, I feel like this one, I almost went Dignitas either. I'm actually surprised it isn't more split. And that's also the least close game from the community as well, with like only 56%.
Yeah, that one I feel like is more of a fan vote, because it should be closer. 56 is pretty close, to be fair, but when I was seeing
It's
the
almost
votes come in,
50-50.
huh?
It was almost 50-50.
Yeah, well, when I saw the votes coming in initially, it seemed like it was going pretty heavily towards 100 Thieves. But if you look at the actual games right now, Dignitas literally looks better. If yes, it's close to 50-50, but I think it's very, very charitable.
All right, well, that's game 4. We have game 1 first waiting for us on the other side of this. EG and TSM comes up next.
Bienvenidos! It is the start of week 3 for LCS, baby, and we've got TSM EG coming right your way. It's Rafa and Kobe back at it again with some more fire games.
Excited for this one. Ruby's first LCS game. How's it going to go? TSM, they've been overperforming people's expectations so far. So I just feel like it is hard to come in now as someone who is intended to be on the roster and have to live up to what Insanity has been able to accomplish here.
Yeah.
We do expect TSM to draft, at least I do, a very straightforward team fighting composition. They've had so many tanks for Hanser. It's all tanks for Hanser, especially with the early Malphite picks for him. And Boogie as well in the jungle, been playing so much of the Maokai and frontline junglers that I just feel like that setup with the Ruby's affinity for Azir should be a match made in heaven for a team fight composition. And EG already here in the bans, they're targeting that Maokai I'm talking about. I really do think that's the best team fighting jungler left. And so let's see, the Azir is left up. If TSM want to get him his most played champion, his comfort pick, the premier, team fight blind pick mid lane right now, if they want to get that back in trade for the Milio.
Yeah, almost 40 games over his entire career for the past few years since 2018 when he was playing on Freak of Freaks, and now making the tumultuous journey to LEC for Team Heretics last spring, and now here in NA, his debut in LCS, and you're going up against the best mid laner in NA right now, baby, against Jojo Pyun, so good luck. They did get the Azir, so that's a good start for TSM here, Cody.
Exactly what we wanted, exactly how we draw it up, and the Kai'Sa to follow, so we assume TSM want to pair that with a Nautilus or something for the bottom lane to go kill pressure into a Milio lane, regardless of what Unforgiven's going to show here. Personally, I really like the Lucian and go super aggressive, but you are going to face into an Azir already, and that range later is pretty annoying. So maybe they would rather a longer range partner like a Jinx for the Milio, and we'll see. Maybe they can even drop AD carry past bans and get their front line first here. Sejuani Renekton is a deceptively very good 2v2 because of the stun lock possibilities. Renekton stun, multiple auto attacks it counts for, and so it stacks up Sejuani passive to stun right after Renekton stun. And you can definitely, especially if you target enemy jungle in those 2v2s, get some nice burst kills early on.
Yeah, surprisingly powerful 2v2 skirmishing combo as well. Everyone will sleep on the tank side of the matchup, but you give Renekton an empowered stun after the permafrost as well. I mean, man, then you're in a world of trouble. As we head into the second round of bans, the Rakan for Chime, another classic comfort here for TSM. They now need to look at what they're going to pick for the jungle for Boogie, as you already mentioned, because the Maokai and the Vi is gone. You can look to things like maybe a Wukong here for team fighting power.
I think they need to start banning out some of these AD carry combinations we mentioned. I guess they don't care about it. They're much more worried about defending Ruby against Jojo, which is valid. Jojo is definitely the best laning mid laner, and I would say the best mid laner overall so far in summer. So they're very scared about him playing into Ruby. Plus, maybe they want to pick the Malphite for Hanser on the top side too, so they ban out the Sylas since they were looking at picking that, and EG read the Silas pick as a Malphite pick, so then they banned the Malphite, and you see the ping pong here.
Another AD carry ban. It is the Draven. If there's one thing that they want to get out of the laning phase is not dealing with a huge lane bully, something like that for Unforgiven. I imagine the other good lane combination, if it's not the Lucian, then maybe something like an Aphelios, as the Aphelios Melio has been so powerful this split.
Yeah, the Draven is just the most difficult one because of the stand aside is so annoying for the Rakan, and the combination with the Melio actually gives you that laning power, so do like that ban there too. And which tank will it be for Hanser? Because as I said at the beginning, definitely expect front tank line here from them. They do get the Cassante, the preferred top lane matchup. I will say Renekton does quite well into the Cassante though, so
yeah,
it's not like he's picking that into a good matchup. He's picking it as TSM want frontline here. They want a standard team fight. So I do expect them to go with something similar in jungle as well.
Please do the rat. I would love the rat.
I would love the Neela, but it's not going to happen.
We don't get either of our wishes, Kobe. They're going to go with the Varus instead.
All right, Varus definitely quite strong right now. Isn't going to get nerfs until the next patch, which just actually hit live today, so you can play it at home. But Varus can definitely go with the Static Shiv build. Definitely has good AP routes right now that synergize quite well with it. Zoe as well, a mid laner that I think is very good at utilizing Static Shiv.
Yeah!
Won't get locked in, but it is the kill matchup into the Azir. The Akali, the Yone are those assassin kill matchups into the Azir mid lane. And JoJo, you know, always wants to play super aggressive, especially against mid laners that have just arrived in the LCS. And it pairs extremely well with the Sejuani. So love all these synergies that Evil Geniuses are stacking up here. This champion select looks very aggressive from them. And I definitely would favor Evil Geniuses seeing this right now. Nocturne coming out to support in the jungle here. Boogie picking that one up. The Cover of Darkness allows Kai'Sa movement around team fights a lot more too. When you're facing so much dive in Yone, Sejuani, Renekton, any little bit of cover is going to help.
Yeah.
And Kai'Sa plus Nocturne, possible dive follow-ups there. On the Rakan engage. So TSM, not too shabby with the synergies they've been able to build for themselves, but it just looks like a very difficult onslaught of especially aggro topside for Evil Geniuses, with both solo laners playing off of an aggressive Armeo.
Yeah.
An Armeo who's come into the league performing extremely well and has some pretty good synergies with those solo laners.
Yeah, Evil Genius is asking the big question. Ruby, do you have what it takes to stand up for yourself and be able to match against JoJo for wave priority? Because if you can't, then the top side of the jungle is going to be invaded upon by Armeo. You can bet that he's going to use JoJo and Revenge's Prio to try and invade onto Boogie, prevent him from getting to level 6 where he gets access to that paranoia and can start rolling the game for TSM. Because if TSM do not make proactive plays around paranoia, then what are you picking the champion for? And every single ultimate with the long ultimate cooldown timer in the early game makes it so that you need to make them count.
All right, let's get into it. Ruby's first game has arrived for TSM. Got his most played champion of all time. They got him some comfort here with the Azir, and a very good time in the meta to pick up Azir as well, with everybody jumping on board after those buffs of the previous patch. Chime getting a little bit sneaky here. Maybe they could get a summoner spell or something. Any little advantage for Ruby in the mid lane?
Yeah,
JoJo sometimes does get a little friendly early on, dancing around, emoting.
I don't think EG saw Chime grand entrance over the wall, so they're in complete fog right now.
Not, yeah.
If JoJo steps up, might be the angle here. JoJo, don't be greedy, brother.
Looks like it should be all good. The other route that you usually want to watch versus Rakan is over the back of the Dragon Pit here, because you can go with some level 1s where you surprise them there. And so Ayla walking back and forth here does get visual confirmation. EG don't have to spend a defensive ward there or anything. And they actually just go for the pretty deep one into the river here.
No shenanigans will occur for either side of the team, so it should just be normal. JoJo, I see you just trying to take the Raptors here and you look for a little bit of an early trade by having that third proc of Mortal Steel ready to harass Ruby in lane.
Yep, charge up the Qs so you can get your wave priority. You want to pressure this Azir, start that wave push as early as possible. And he is going to be able to do it. Nocturne usually prefers full clears. You actually do have an okay duel versus a lot of matchups. Sejuani's not one of them because Sejuani can just leave anytime you try and duel her. And so should just be a full clear for the Nocturne, especially considering TSM's scaling potential to end on down towards the bottom side. So I like the call from Armeo to also match that top side down clear on the Sejuani to try and get to that pushing Varus lane. And that's what you change with that late game or that late champion select pick of the Varus for Evil Geniuses. They get that push on the bottom side into the Kaisa Rakan here and should be able to get a decent amount of harassment done under the tower. See how many of these they can deny. Already have done a decent job and come out with a decent early lead, honestly.
Armeo's going to be first here on the river. He skipped both his Krugs and Raptors so he can make the early invade. Might look to catch Buki before he gets to his blue buff, and they're both level 3, so there's no level difference for either jungler here, and Armeo is now putting the pressure, stalling and preventing Buki from getting level 4, so this slows down Nocturne's clear speed, and even if Armeo doesn't get this blue buff off of Buki, it's just all stalling time, because now they'll both be level 3 by the time Scuttlecraft spawns.
Trying to get as much off of his pushing bottom lane as he could, but Nocturne is beating him up. Forces the flash. Nicely done there from Boogie, chasing him out, making Armeo pay. And we were talking about it in Champ Select. Armeo has been so good for Evil Geniuses so far, being very aggressive, working off of JoJo pushing lanes mostly. In this case, he was trying to work off bottom pushing lane and did get a little bit too close to the Nocturne. Yeah. And once that Q trail of the extra speed is on you, he took a lot of damage. Unforgiven also taking a decent amount of damage here as Chime. Having the confidence to go in, knowing that the Sejuani has been fully chunked out and is just going to be on a tiny sliver of health clearing her jungle. So nice little opportunity there. They do get the Ghost is already down for Unforgiven in exchange for the early heal that they had been able to blow. But looks pretty nice there for Boogie being able to now reverse clear right back up to that top side.
Now, the fact that Boogie was able to get Armeo's flash, I think that totally works out in TSM's favor. Yeah, his level 6 is a bit stunted at the moment, but I mean, you've delayed a lot of pressure from Armeo being able to help this bottom side of the map, and it's already resulted in Summoner Spell advantage for the bottom side. As now, a heal being popped by Ayla, they want the movement speed. They're looking on the advantageous side of the trade. They just push him out here.
And I'd actually even say Boogie's level 6 is super on pace. It didn't actually get anything stolen in there, so doesn't really stunt it. And honestly, with 36 CS here off of the reverse clear 2 at 5 minutes, should be on a decent pace. 2 pressure, maybe JoJo in mid lane.
Sure.
You know, with a player that likes to play so aggressively, maybe they can leverage Boogie's Nocturne level 6 early play in there. Again, so many eyeballs on Ruby here. See if the team can kind of play around him, maybe get Chime a support recall timer as well. If you bring Rakan plus the Nocturne, definitely have everything necessary to be able to punish a Yone. As long as you get real close for the ultimate, then he's not going to be able to gain a lot of distance there, and can definitely burn up the flash at the very least.
Chime is here in the mid lane, but Ayla as well, and the ward being dying out means now that TSM realize that EG have full information, that they're wary of this potential play looking on the mid lane. Since JoJo has been beating up Ruby in the CS department, a lot of the pressure, they need the pressure relief for Ruby, but the fact that EG are matching it just means that Ruby has to suffer a little bit more.
So we continue the farm pace here. Small leads for Evil Geniuses out of the laning phase. Yeah, mid lane, which we're looking at the Yone pick, but also on top side, Revenge, you know, pushing an extra wave into Haunster, and we'll see how many of those CS Haunster can get as Yone can easily just snap back. Yeah, it's not gonna get any extra damage there. 1 tower shot taken, and JoJo has ult advantage, but Boogie is hovering now to help Ruby have the security to get this lane in, this wave in.
Jojo would have to be pretty ballsy to look for an all-in, even with Ruby's health being that high. Armeo is also waiting in this pocket just to make sure. He knows that Boogie might be hovering for Jojo's crash, as Ruby now will look to take wave priority and both junglers resume. So, I mean, this game is really just about protecting Ruby at all costs, making sure that he doesn't suffer a huge detriment to this Yone, because we've seen Yones in the past before. If they get a huge lead, they just take over the game.
Nice chunk damage from the Evil Genius's bottom lane. So all lanes winning for EG out of Champion Select. And one of the reasons you highlight in Champion Select the 3 pushing winning lanes here, this is what you want to accomplish in the early stages of the game. Ideally, they could have gotten a little bit more, you know, playing off those and going super aggressive with jungle, but they're definitely set up nicely so far with over 1,000 gold lead from pure laning from them with some advantageous matchups. And the double range poke on bottom side is about to get worse, because once Varus gets level 6, then you actually can have some kill pressure, namely towards the Rakan, not even towards Wild Turtle since he's taking cleanse, but you can really punish Rakan. If Rakan goes in for a bad engage, Emilio can kick him, and then you can get the ultimate from Varus combo. Jojo goes for an ult, does not get the kill, but does get the push out pressure, and Ruby has already used TP.
It seemed like there was some hesitation there. Jojo thought about, oh, do I kill this guy? Whatever, I'll go for it. And it doesn't quite hit the Fate Seal, but you know what? It's all about sending a message, making sure that Ruby is uncomfortable. He has the wave pressure and the priority so that regardless, EG will still get this Rift Herald on time.
Yep. Push in mid off that trade, push on top as well the entire time from Revenge with the Renekton, so easy for Armeo. And now once you're level 6 with Sejuani and you've got Rift Herald in hand, we may see the first big play from EG and the snowball start to actually pop off. TSM will take the other half of the map, the Constellation Dragon, which is decent for them to be able to grab, but it is a calculated move by Evil Geniuses because you want to snowball with this team. You want to get the most out of the turret plate stage of the game because there's so much gold on the map to be able to take, and they're set up to do that. So now we track Armeo. Where's this Sejuani ultimate gonna go? Where's this Rift Herald gonna go? Revenge has done his work on the top side with his Demolish. Has been able to get 2 turret plates already. Look like even 3 turret plates for himself. 1 on bottom by hand as well. There we go. Only 1 left remaining and already doing the dirty farming.
Yeah, and now the pressure is up to Boogie because we have not seen this paranoia yet. He did hit level 6 just a couple minutes ago, but now the question is, does he want to use it aggressively or use it defensively? Once again, Jojo, in this interaction, because you have the soul on bound, even if he throws out the Emperor's Divide, he just blinks right on back to the starting position.
Yep, and that's the aggressive nature of the matchup we keep highlighting for the Yone picks into it. Chime.
Oh, great look by Chime. Good roam timer as well, and the paranoia, the first use is beautiful for TSM. First blood to Boogie.
That's that combination, Rafa. The Chime Roam plus Boogie ultimate level 6. Exactly as they drew it up. Nocturne ult and Rakan ultimates. Jojo goes over a little bit too close. Chime doesn't even have to flash or anything. No time for Jojo to react then. You get charmed into knock up into dead with all the damage. So very good first blood for TSM. But Evil Geniuses are still able to get the extra push here with their resets. And Revenge doing a bit of extra bullying. Armeo coming to help. They can get the kill and the tower if Haunter goes back too far.
Throw out the Glacial Prison, and it's just a flash trade from Haunter. They push him off. This should guarantee maybe 1 more plate off of the Demolish proc, but they're not going to use the Rift Herald to take down the turret just yet.
Revenge, there's so many positive things to talk about with this EG lineup, but the Revenge signing is definitely one a lot of people were happy to see as he slice and dices away from the Q3 from Haunter. He doesn't get hit by much at all in that trade. Absolutely stomps on him there. And yeah, has taken 4 of the turret plates on top side, so making good use of the Renekton advantage.
Chime does not have ulti, but he does force Jojo away, so it doesn't look like he actually got any of the gold off of the crash. Only the plate gold went to Armeo. And Ruby's going to stop him from recalling, which is a little bit of a nuisance. But EG now back to their set plays, waiting for their next Glacial Prison timer.
They want to attack JoJo again. He dodges the ultimate and gets out with his own. Very nice.
It's really close that no one from TSM was able to cut him off during the Fate Sealed. Otherwise, that was definitely at least a JoJo flash or a JoJo dead on the screen.
Saves his flash, cleans up the rest of the wave, and he does have teleport back and ready too, so even with the extra damage on there, should be able to get his reset and teleport back out for the remainder of the wave. TSM off that pressure though. Boogie roaming with Chime yet again. Ayla's level 6, so they have the Millia ultimate for the cleanse.
Chime looking for another engage. Ruby over the wall. Boogie with the tether onto Armeo, and he's able to get out alive. And the fear just sends him running. They have Wild Turtle in their back pockets here, but they're just going to take the Blast Cone over because they know that they do not want to fight the full onslaught of EG.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, you get a Rakan ultimate, trade for a Millia ultimate, and Varus tried to get the counter there too, so it's a 2-for-1 cooldown trade for TSM as they're able to slip out afterwards, and now their bottom lane doesn't have to worry about that full kill pressure from the Varus coming in. You know, Sork Shoes and Static Shiv, that is a burst spike here for the Varus, so kind of nice to have that Varus ultimate down for a little bit.
All out from Hanser, but it's still a lot of damage from Revenge, as he's got quite the bit of damage to back up from this Dominus as he just walks on out, ultimate for ultimate trade, but the pressure on top lane is starting to collapse and fall under Hanser's will.
Yeah, this is what drafting some good matchups will look like for you, as well as being able to keep up that execution out of pure minions and turret plates, plus Rift Herald. 3.2k the gold lead for Evil Geniuses, and Revenge 2v1. Nocturne ultimates.
I don't think he'll even need it. He can just walk in line. Hanser is still low, but Revenge with the fear cannot do anything, and it's another pickup for Boogie on the top side of the map.
TSM do have good scaling, and they are getting some little bits of money here and there with the extra kills. They got the first blood bonus. They get another little trade kill here. You know, your first tower is killed off by the Renekton, and it's a very rich Renekton, but at least they get the kill back on him in payment. And now TSM also stopped the dragon on the other side of the map for the time being.
I mean, this is solid stuff from TSM. You know, the laning phase wasn't going their way necessarily, but in terms of their macro and team fighting, they might be able to loop around here. Teleports coming in from both Revenge and Hanser. Glacial Prison right into the middle. Ruby goes golden with the stasis, and it's Evil Geniuses that secure the dragon, but Chime, masked by the darkness of Paranoia, finds a nasty flank onto the backline of Evil Geniuses, but do they have the damage to back it on up? Boogie is forced to flash. The shutdown goes over the Revenge, and Evil Geniuses find vengeance and strike true into the heart of TSM.
Oh my goodness, it looked like a big flank here. Nocturne ultimate, turns out the lights, Chime goes in, gets the big knockup, but EG are so rich. We mentioned, even with Renekton going down, still very rich. Revenge comes back, and they wipe the team fight there. Let's take a look at it. So 4 members grouped up here. The teleports are far away from the rest of them. By the way, didn't see even a smite on that dragon. Went down to 1 HP, and Varus got it. Had it. Chime goes in, he got the big charm into knockup, then Boogie went in with the ultimate afterwards too, but look at the return damage here. Revenge goes right into the center, big Q, had the Gore Drinker as well, so was not worried in the slightest, and JoJo over the top on that Yone. Means they're able to clean up this team fight, no problem for Evil Geniuses, and extend the gold lead in addition to getting the dragon, since Varus was able to get it at 1 HP.
Yeah. Now we're at 5,000, an advantage for the side of Evil Geniuses. Second Rift Herald should be theirs to spawn. And you see the items being completed already. Multiple first item spikes were already completed prior to that fight, and now they're already well on their way to their second item. So this is going to be very tough for TSM. A lot of the gold was mostly an advantage of Boogie, but then him going down gives that shutdown back over to Evil Geniuses. So at this point, as TSM, what is your next play?
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to scale this whole game, but they've just been bleeding too much. EG have been very good at extracting CS leads in all 3 lanes, plus a bunch of turret plate money. So as much as you're trying to play defensively and scale for TSM,
yeah,
it's just your curve is a little bit too slow due to Evil Geniuses' advantages here. So yeah, you want to say keep scaling, but don't let EG continue to increase as quickly as possible. Try and minimize your losses. Boogie's pretty far from the rest of his teammates, so.
I mean, he shuts out the lights for a haha gotcha, but for Evil Geniuses, they just walk right back on up. Chime is forced to get the hell out of there, and now Evil Geniuses, I mean, they don't get any kills off of it, but they're showing that their strength is far superior to TSM at this point in the game.
Yeah. Let's see, for TSM.
Fate sealed over the wall, looking for the damage calculation. Will the Soul Unbound Mark do enough? But he gets charmed up, and TSM punished JoJo.
All right, that's the plan, Rafa. You get delivered money. You know, they just lose their mid tower. They're just trying to rotate back over and clean up the rest of their jungle camps, get that bottom wave. They get delivered a little bit of Yone money. Perfect. All according to plan.
It's no longer a game about proactive plays. It's waiting for the other team to int first. And now JoJo thought this look was good. Unfortunately for him, Ruby had all of his omens.
Yeah, and this is good CC layering. So the key there's no point at which JoJo can snap back his soul, because right out of the Ruby knockup, Chime had not finished recalling, so they get boom. You're knocked up by the Azir, you're knocked up by the Rakan. Now Rakan might be on the receiving end. Sejuani could have gotten off that stun, then might have been able to finish off something, but Chime slips out of range. No permafrost stun there for Armeo. Regardless, though, it is still such a massive lead for Evil Geniuses that they can control the map, and they can continue to both get dragon stacking, but as well look at early turns off of Baron. Because of the fact they have so much good turn potential with a Varus and a Yone ultimate, as well as Sejuani ultimates, this early lead for Evil Geniuses is going to kind of bloom out extra EG vision through the jungle. Thank you, observers. And continue to increase their control of these objectives on the map. So the pace from EG's side.
Oh, Paranoia onto the bottom side of the map. JoJo already used Fate Seal, but Boogie flashing after wants to get the kill for TSM, but JoJo throws in the thumbs up. Nice try, bro. Better luck next time, as Evil Geniuses are going to win out on the turret pushing war on the top side.
Yeah, nice escape to be able to get the extra Q charge right there and just barely live. Flash use from JoJo, but in trying to get that play started, Ruby also used his, so you take that into account. The Azir might be more vulnerable in the next team fight. If EG can find a flank, Unforgiven is fine. And the Dragon is coming up, so Unforgiven needs to get his reset off back to base, and Ruby just used his teleport to topside. So you would expect that the comms right now for TSM are to give up this Dragon. It is not worth dying over. Like we said, you've got a ways to go to make up this 6.5k ground versus Evil Geniuses.
Yeah.
And you would much rather make a cross map play. Maybe see how low is that turret on top side. They've got multiple members up there. It looks like the turret is full health, but they're going to do their best to make a cross map play.
JoJo trying to put a dent into Haunter, but with the Thornmail Rush, JoJo's not doing that much damage, so for TSM, at least they can have some stable ground. But if EG decide to bring multiple members, then, well, TSM might just have to answer on back. So Wild Turtle is kept here to make sure that Haunter has another buddy to make sure turret does not go down.
I think EG right now, since they saw the cross map play extending time going for the turret, they wanted to get a little bit more. But TSM actually had a decent defense on bottom side, and as long as Haunter doesn't die here, TSM did a fairly good job of minimizing losses.
They recalled, and now they use the Paranoia, forcing the flash out of Revenge, and they dodge on the Glacial Prism, but there's not enough damage to follow up on taking down the Crocodile.
And a little bit slow on the flash. You know, the Fear Tether already broken by the Renekton flash, and so Boogie wanted to flash follow, but you have to be immediate with that. Ruby's still looking. They want another pass at this Crocodile with no flash. Seems a little lofty.
Unfortunately for them, there's still a tower down there, so he could just run under, and then the play would be defective. TSM now forced to answer back on the push in mid lane. Evil Geniuses now have an opportunity. There's no TSM members, there's no Paranoia to jump and capitalize on them, so they can get some vision control into this Baron side of the map.
Yeah, we're gonna get a reset pretty quick and head on over to see if the Baron turns will be successful. EG already cleaned out all the vision around Baron, then they can start it and look for picks. Looking for the turn, though. Sejuani ultimate is actually down, so Varus ultimate has to be a big playmaker, and
They got the charm down on the JoJo gun, and he's going to use Fate Seal to get out of there. But Unforgiven finds a trade on a Wild Turtle. Ruby is searching for JoJo, but JoJo's already safe. And he doesn't have teleport, but he's going to get the recall off. And TSM have lost both their jungler and their AD carry. EG got everything that they wanted. They didn't even need to take the Baron, and they have a minion wave to work with. Maybe they can push for more, but it looks like they're just going to return back to Baron.
Yeah, that's why you're always looking for the turn, and they actually get it there. It comes a little bit in a different form with JoJo going headfirst in yet again. This time, again, he actually escapes with a sliver of HP and ults out to the side. Unforgiven locking it down using his Varus ultimate to complete that one and actually getting the pick. Then the rest of the team can just go pick up Baron afterwards as JoJo.
Is he going to look for the all-in? Oh, not quite. Not enough damage.
Sante, very mobile champion.
I thought he was a tank.
He is a tank, a mobile tank.
I feel like that's not allowed. We shouldn't have that option for tanks. But Portal Gaming for Evil Geniuses, as the next dragon is not going to be up for another 2.5 minutes, but they have this Baron to work with, and so far, the answer is push through bot lane, get vision control on the bottom jungle quadrant. Oh, this is quite adventurous into the heart of darkness here. Boogie has no idea how many members are here, Boogie. Yeah, that jungle does not belong to you, my friend.
Yep, EG coming to retake their territory. Thank you very much for our blue quadrant of your jungle. It should allow them a pretty easy rotation over towards bottom side with this Baron buff. That secondary tower will go down fairly quickly. And Evil Geniuses on a 23-minute pace here should keep it up. Mid lane wave actually pretty far away with the extra clear here, so they just try and split and have 3 transition people, Unforgiven, Ayla, and Armeo, keeping full vision control of the jungle. What they can do here, the idea, keep this dark so that you have easy access to rotate back over to the other pushing lane.
Yeah.
Just do your 4-1 split push. And Armeo actually goes for the dive.
Glacial Prison, Paranoia, turns out the lights. Ruby goes golden. And it looks like the engage is stopped here for now from Evil Geniuses, but the pressure gives them that turret for free.
Exactly. It's always a good trade for EG, no matter what. With Baron buff, even when getting ult trades and health trades off here, they're able to get the objective in the aftermath and continue taking away TSM territory. I'm trying to watch this red, but there's nothing he can do by himself except watch. So Hexgate, a rival of Ruby. Armeo does have Smite.
Oh, do they actually want to fight this fight? I guess Armeo is cut off from the rest of the pack here. Evil Geniuses, though, give him a breath of life thanks to Ayla, and they turn the fight on its head. TSM thought that they were able to catch out Armeo, but he's too tanky to take down. Ruby is forced to flash over the wall, but JoJo's going to answer with a flash of his own as he slices him down to shreds. TSM now on the back foot. Evil Geniuses making their way through the mid lane. There's another dragon coming up in 20 seconds, but they're going to look for the push on the inhibitor instead.
Rafa, this EG looking like they definitely deserve #1 spot in the LCS. After this game, they will be alone in first until we continue the day. And they have absolutely smashed it for a team that just exploded in summer, was completely rebuilt around JoJo with way less money, by the way. They are dominating the LCS. So let's take a little listen in on their comms as well.
You just don't have to be scared.
Don't be scared.
Tell me if you see front line. Tell me TP. You're fighting. Give me TP word.
I have aftershock.
I'm TPing.
I'm zoning Kai'Sa.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I'm zoning Kai'Sa. We have mid wave.
I'm going crazy. Yeah, we got it.
We have mid wave, okay?
We come mid then.
They're fighting me.
Coming.
The main call, don't be scared. I love it. Watching it, I was thinking, oh, maybe Armeo will just come over and smite the red buff, but they just wanted to fight the entire time, and they got it. Good chase. I have to say, Unforgiven, the Varus ultimate does so much there. Being able to keep them around for the arrival time of JoJo's teleport so that JoJo can then follow with his solo bound, with his flash, to be able to get the extra kill. And you can hear the comms from each member the entire time. Revenge updating them on mid-wave as well. We have mid-wave. They're on me now. Let's rotate back. And this team is not wasting any time. 26 minutes. They successfully got their kills on the teleport play and got the mid inhibitor. So should be able to keep it up with Soul on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, Seoul will be coming up in just under 5 minutes. The nice thing for Evil Genius is if you get on a chance to watch their Week 1 comms versus now, there's even a little bit of difference in how efficient the comms are. Because Week 1, it used to be super chaotic. A lot of information was being fed, but now a lot of the info is very brief and succinct from each member. Because now they know it's like, okay, what is all do I need to communicate to my member now? But Revenge?
I will also say, comms are so easy when you're 11,500 gold ahead. Because, yeah, basically the only message you have to deliver is, don't be scared. We are so far ahead. Just keep them there long enough for me to fight them because we will dunk on them. And they are able to do that. The dunking has occurred, and the dunking is still occurring right now.
So let's look on the flip side here, Kobe, because we knew that this was going to be a really tough game for Ruby to make his debut on. All things considered, I mean, he went down in CS against JoJo early, which we expected. He didn't get to do that much.
All 3 lanes did, yeah.
All 3 lanes did. This is a very tough team to play against at TSM, which was expected. I don't think he's doing bad. He's not necessarily doing great, but, you know, he's not a detriment to TSM at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the whole map, so... Yeah, it is. I definitely say, yeah, like pinpointing anything is a little difficult here, since with all 3 losing lanes, it is usually and should be impossible to win a game of League of Legends unless something is too crazy with the amount of scaling difference, and there just simply isn't that available right now, as we did see the escape there. No flash now for Wild Turtle, but good execution from EG to be able to snowball this one. I don't think it's going to be too difficult for them to continue either, since Baron is on the map, and guess what? You've got Varus ultimate, Sejuani ultimate ready to go for another turn.
Yeah.
And they still have vision control of... Actually... Revenge?
Do they have a pick on the Revenge? Maybe. He still has a flash to work with, and he flashes the Emperor's Divide. He's going to get tethered by that Fear. But he's got the dominance, he's got enough life sustain, and now he's going to turn it right back onto Ruby because he has the core trigger for the Omni Slash, and he just bites him down. Boogie now on the run. He has a flash to work with, but Armeo is leading the charge here, so that flash I don't think is just going to do anything as JoJo still takes him out. Chime trying to get Wild Turtle out, and Revenge is going to go for a cheeky teleport just in their face because they want to close this game out fast.
That is one angry crocodile. Evil Genius is inside the base. Can they finish it now? Mid inhibitor's already down. Bottom inhibitor down now. And all that's left.
On to the Nexus turret. First one falling to Evil Geniuses. Hanser doing everything he can to stall it out. They find one on Armeo, but it easily gets traded on back onto Hanser. And the number advantage for Evil Geniuses is enough so that they can lay waste to the final remains of TSM's base. And while we did expect it, it's still always a damn good sight to see Evil Geniuses dominating the LCS Summer Split with another win in Week 3.
The value pickups here all coming together on Evil Geniuses, and they are your #1 team in the LCS.
Current sole possession at the top of the standings until Cloud9 gets a chance to play Immortals later at the end of the day. Now, unless the Immortals play Spoiler, I imagine that Cloud9 will be joining them again, but we have to look back at the start of the season, because I know you highlighted it in the middle of the game, Kobe. This is not the expectation that the community had for how Evil Geniuses Summer Split was going to go.
Certainly isn't really well done by these players. All of them getting these chances. All of them have these backstories of needing to get different hurdles overcome, finally getting their chance as starting players on starting roster, coming together around JoJo, and JoJo going back to Korea with the hyperbolic time chamber training arc successful here, so very happy to see it.
Revenge as well having a pretty stellar game on the Renekton. I know that he's mostly been on tank duty this Summer Split, but getting a chance to play a more lane dominant champion here is always nice to flex that. A lot of top laners were talking about how Revenge is getting kind of slept on, you know, and the team environment just needs to change. And now that he's on Evil Geniuses, it looks like he is finally getting to flourish as a top laner that he always wanted himself to be.
Yeah, people saying Revenge is slept on in the top lane. Give him a chance with a better team. Guess what? Unforgiven slept on as well in Academy. Guess what? Armeo slept on as well.
Real.
Had to be a coach. Was in Challengers for so long. nobody was sleeping on JoJo, so that he doesn't really fit the mold, but they kept him around.
He just had to bounce back from the Sprigs split.
And Ayla getting another chance after the rough time on FlyQuest with all that went on there, and that's why it's nice to see this team getting their second chances, all coming together, being at the very top as well, overperforming people's expectations, and not looking like they are going to slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, absolute vindication for these members. But for us, hey, LCS fans, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper right now. It's not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends and then crush their dreams with your own LCS super team. So you can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. And for now, we're going to be joining Emily and Revenge on stage for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Rafa. I am joined by the victorious Revenge. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
One of the things that I keep hearing from you, because we filmed some content that has yet to come out, is you keep saying, oh my gosh, my team is so good. So I did, without throwing too much shade, like you are on a team that is doing incredibly well. How is that feeling for you specifically? Because I think a lot of teams you've been on previously have struggled a lot in the LCS.
Well, I think it's definitely a change of pace because I feel like especially last split, I felt like I was playing at a really good level, but I still wasn't winning. So people recognize that, and I feel like now it's much different when you're actually playing well and you win. And I do think that I've been showing versatility as well. Like that's why I really wanted to come into this split, showing that I can play everything, like any style. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people saw me playing tanks since the start of the split, and I guess they forgot I can also carry. So yeah.
Well, yeah. So obviously you were dirty farming on Renekton at a very early point in this game. I did want to talk to you about that though, because I do feel like your role on this team has been a little bit different than on teams we've seen you in the past, where you were a carry threat, sometimes the only carry threat, and you were typically going to side lanes to create split push pressure. Wow, I can't talk today. But on this team, you do a lot more like zoning, especially in team fights. Like there was one team around Baron where obviously you're on Renekton, which is more of a carry, but you were also zoning off the entire team as kind of the front. So what's it been like going to more of a tank mindset, not just like the champion picks themselves?
I mean, I feel like a lot of people misunderstand top lane, and I guess like what I do, or I guess what the meta is. Like I always just play what I think is the best for us to win the game. And honestly, like I don't think a lot of teams have been testing us in draft, especially like the first couple of weeks that we played. And it's made it really easy for me to just lock in anything, honestly, and win. But at the same time, I feel like as a tank or as a non-carry, I feel like it's actually harder to, I guess, play, in my opinion, and show. I guess like it's harder for people to even see what you're doing in the game that's winning the games, right? Like, and I feel like, so I don't mind that people, I guess, interpret top lane that way, but for me, it's like, I enjoy playing that style of the game because I feel like it's harder, and I feel like it actually is something that I've worked a lot on. And to me, I think playing carries is easy. And honestly, teams will give me that angle, and I will also carry. So I feel like it's going to be really hard to beat our team.
What is the role of top lane right now? So I feel like there's been a lot of chatter around it, maybe not having as much of an impact. Since you have talked about kind of making that adjustment, what do you think the role of top lane is in the current meta?
I think it just depends on what your bot lane is playing, and also, yeah, it just really depends on what your bot lane is playing and what your comp needs. I feel like right now top lane can carry, and I feel like it can also, I mean, the meta has actually changed a lot recently, especially this last patch. So I feel like now people will be playing tanks a lot less. I feel like they're way harder to play. So that's also just because of like enchanters being nerfed. But in the previous patches, enchanters were really strong. So I felt like bot lane was too OP. So being a frontline champ was really important. But now I feel like top lane's becoming a lot more creative. So that makes me happy.
Nice. Well, all the best. Hopefully we'll see some creative picks from you as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And on the other side of the break, we have FlyQuest taking on Team Liquid Honda.
But Chime, masked by the darkness of Paranoia, finds a nasty flank onto the backline of Evil Geniuses, but do they have the damage to back it on up? Fuki's forced to flash. The shutdown goes over the revenge. And Evil Geniuses find vengeance and strike true into the heart of TSM. And I guess Armeo's cut off from the rest of the pack here. Evil Geniuses, though, give him a breath of life thanks to Ayla, and they turn the fight on its head. TSM thought that they were able to catch out Armeo, but he's too tanky to take down. Ruby is forced to flash over the wall, but JoJo's going to answer with a flash of his own as he slices him down to shreds.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls you. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Hello, welcome to another edition of 1v1. I'm joined by CoreJJ and Pioshik. As you know, the DRX skins actually just launched. Pioshik has Kindred. CoreJJ has his own world skin in Rakan, so we thought it'd be fun to have them go up against each other. You said Rakan is not going to be super bad in this matchup.
I think everybody will doubt, and then I don't.
Pioshik, how easy is it to beat Rakan with Kindred?
I use one hand, we win. I win. Okay. No one knows how strong Rakan is in 101.
What's the secret to Rakan?
If I tell you now, it's not secret. 좀 나 영어 못한다고 뭐. Oh, actually, I can tell you a secret now.
Yeah?
Yeah, because
뭔 소리야?
I think I'm gonna take Ghost. And probably Hero Blade, so that I can, like, when he thinks like he's super strong and then he jumps onto me, I'm gonna one-shot him with a Hero Blade.
Nice.
Smart idea. Hero Blade? 뭐지? 도로 트랜스레이어. 무섭지? 무섭지? 냉면. 뭘 가야 되나?
Summoner's Rift this time.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, why not?
No difference here.
룬 스펠이 너무 비겁한데? 아, 비겁이라니. 아, 근데 인정함. 라칸 덱 힘든데.
Wait, they start at level 1 is totally different.
할게요. 1대1 모드로 할래? 이걸로 할래? 1대 그 칼바람? 아루마인가? 그거? The whole strategy works as a level 1.
Okay.
So I don't
best of 3. Best of 3.
이걸로 하자, 이걸로. Yeah,
We'll do best of
is not
3.
this one.
First one's this one, and if you win, we'll do. Yeah.
Oh. Nice.
Oh no!
He wins.
All right.
One up.
Okay. I wanted to move to the ARAM.
All right, Aram.
All right. Yep.
Okay. I saw the idea though.
Yep. Yeah. All right. That's it for round 1. Pyeongchang's up 1-0, as kind of expected. And stay tuned. Later on in the show, we'll show you round 2.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. I want to talk about FlyQuest because they're 0-6 and 9th place is 2 and 4. So our stats guy, Liam, made us this big chart full of numbers. But
A lot of numbers.
Look at the playoff line. You would think it's FlyQuest. Surely they'll make playoffs. That's a 46% chance they finish 10th and an over 65% chance that they're going to miss playoffs. Now, this would be just based off stats, not doing any like team strength analytics. It's like you're coin flipping every single game for the rest of the LCS split for every team.
Yeah.
This is how many scenarios they actually miss playoffs. The crazier thing to me as well is this top 2 that all of us thought they were going to be before the split.
Less than 1%.
Less than 1%.
Even top 4. At least you would think there would be a top 4 team with the adjustment they made.
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought that was cool.
Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing to me is almost 50% 10th place with only a third of the season played. It's scary how they are almost already a majority of scenarios ending in 10th when they've only played 6 games.
Even like the top half. That's really not that high a percentage.
Does that even sum to 10?
You'd have to add them all together. I'd say no. 3.5 plus 2.2 plus 1.1. It's like barely 6 or 7. Anyway,
6 or 7%.
Numbers are one thing. Let's do predictions.
Well, that's the thing with you say these are all coin flips. The reality is with how they're playing right now.
Hey!
The reality with how they're playing right
camera?
now is they are not 50% win rate against all their opponents, you know?
Water your damn plants, Mark. They just haven't been getting the nutrition they need. So here's the thing.
Water your damn pro
TL
players.
has literally actually been quite good. FlyQuest has been very bad on stage, but I did still see the strength in their roster and how good they are in spring. And I am doing my best not to overreact to 2 weeks worth of data that could have been very bad. Like there's no way FlyQuest can lose every game.
What happened to TL Jat?
Yeah.
There's no way they can lose every game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Jat. Well, you know what? I would like to incline to believe you, but TL are going to make sure that they are not the ones giving FlyQuest a win as they are rolling out the casket and the coffin for another loss that would be in their favor. Now, Team Liquid had, similar to Evil Geniuses,
I like
a very
that
hot...
one.
Yeah, that was a good one. A hot start, but not only Evil Geniuses dethroned them, but they also suffered another loss. So they're currently at a 4-2 record. But they would like to extend that to 5-2. And FlyQuest, I mean, for them, Jats talked about it already.
Get down! Get out!
Is that Spider-Man? Wow, we have Spider-Man behind us. Well, Canon event for 0-6. Hopefully the Canon event leads to a good start for FlyQuest and a redemption arc as we head into week 3, the last week of the first round robin.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy how much losing FlyQuest has done with this roster. It's basically the opposite story of Evil Geniuses. Yeah, let's get into it though, because I feel pretty confident in Team Liquid. As much as Jat's like, they can't lose every game, they certainly can lose this game. They do ban out the Kindred, though. They target Fioshik. Yeah. Good luck with the comeback, Ovally. Hopefully, somewhere down the line, you can get your first dub. It's not going to be with the Shurima power duo, though, of the patch. Azir and Cassante both banned out. Actually, Shurima right now has a power trio. You could get full Shurima synergy with full priority picks right now with Azir, Renekton, and Cassante, and just do Renekton like jungle. It's been done.
Oh,
before.
I was like, oh, who's going jungle? I guess the Renekton.
Or you could like support Cassante. He'll probably be fine anywhere, right? These
throw back to Spring Split, support Azir, the Boostio.
Oh, hey! There we go. All right, boom.
Well, FlyQuest are going to open up with Rakan, something that Vulcan is very familiar with and comfortable on. It's a good start for FlyQuest if they want to get their first win of the split. Team Liquid going to go with the tried-and-true staple of that Vi.
Get your Vi now before it gets nerfed. A big hit on the ultimate cooldown coming on 13-13, the live patch. Team Liquid going to grab one more before that happens, though. We'll give you that guaranteed engage, and Shurima number 3, the one that got through the bans, the one that slipped through, and in the hands of Summit, who has been a substantial threat in the top lane. I do like it. Very good, easy blind pick for them. And let's see what Impact actually decides to answer with. He's been able to handle himself even in losing matchups on top side.
For FlyQuest, if they still want to go for team fighting power, obviously pairing that Lovers duo, making sure you get the Xayah for yourself on Prince. If they want to lock in the Maokai now, that would be a great way to still make sure that you have that reliable, engaged point and click on the W there for Maokai. Or if you want even more team fighting power, a little bit more carry potential, you can go for the Wukong. I mean, it's kind of been the jungle trade we have seen for the past couple of weeks now. Team Liquid still can either make a change if they want to look for a priority mid laner, something like the Ahri that Harry has gone to time and time again, and there it is.
Yeah, no hesitation on that one. Harry loves his Ahri for sure. And now we get to protection band. The Poppy will be flexible. You can definitely jungle it for Speak It there as well. If you wanted to play it, tank on top side, could play it into the Renekton. Let's see about which ones they want to target then. Because of the flexibility, makes it a little bit more difficult. Probably go mid laners ban out here. They take away the Jace in case they did want to do the Poppy top, Maokai jungle, Jace mid. Try and break up that game plan.
Taking off the Varus as well. I mean, it's been a strong bot laner for most AD carries who have adapted to it already, and flexible on the build path. As you already mentioned, because of that static shift, you can go into the AP route, and it helps you kind of fill out the magic or the damage profile even better. But for Team Liquid, you already have a decent amount of magic damage in the Ahri. If you want to make her a solo AP threat, you can go for something a little bit more standard. Maybe we see...
They really don't want that game plan happening. They double hit the Jace Maokai
Don't touch
mentioning. Yeah, you're not getting either part of it. Spica definitely is the premier Maokai lover in the LCS, so still worth the ban there.
I mean, that's still pretty on brand for if you're a jungler for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's my favorite team fighting jungle. It's so basic, so straightforward. CC the entire screen. Meanwhile, though, Team Liquid, of course, with their 1-2-3, they're showing once again, hey, buy into Ahri. Everybody knows. Pretty easy picks there, 100% to 0. Either Vikla or Spica, and both those players have been underperforming. FlyQuest across the board has been underperforming, but specifically those two are definitely easy targets. So I definitely agree with the strategy TL have shown pretty early here. And they're even going to throw down the CC from bottom lane here, the utility Ashe pickup.
Curious here from Team Liquid. I mean, you have global pick power now, and it makes engages with something like a Vi even more guaranteed that someone is just going to go down. I imagine that FlyQuest will be wanting to take cleanse if you are Prince, maybe even Vikla in the mid lane, depending on how much CC is coming through. But a Tristana pickup.
So they ban out the Jace to take away one of the AD mid laners, but FlyQuest go for the other premier one, the Tristana here for Vikla into the Ahri. You want to try and keep that push going, and we'll see if they can actually remain safe. They'll just go with the double AD carries, very light on the magic damage here for FlyQuest. Pretty much non-existent on the magic damage for FlyQuest. So very easy early armor itemization for Team Liquid. And we'll see if FlyQuest can actually walk it forward. Very straightforward though. They've got their hard engage with Sejuani and Rakan to try and make some space for those double AD carries. Team Liquid say, nice hard engage, we've got Emilio.
Yeah.
So actually fully denies that with the last pick here. And I gotta say, I love this TL draft a lot more than the FlyQuest one. We will see. I feel like a lot hinges on Vikla Spica combination, and that just hasn't been rewarding for FlyQuest so far this split. So hopefully for their sake, they can have some better performances out of those players, and the Xayah can keep himself safe with the ultimate for a little while.
The nice thing for Team Liquid, as you already highlighted, you have so much guaranteed backline access. Vi will always be able to lock down one person, and if the Xayah does not have her ulti, then the Ahri gets to have a super easy follow-up as well. It's really on the FlyQuest to buckle down and build this fortress composition around, which is why they have such a strong front line in the Sejuani and the Poppy to block out a lot of these diving threats on the TL.
Thing that's kind of rough about Sejuani Poppy frontline too is that a lot of tanks will have even like a little bit of magic damage, but Sejuani is also mostly physical, and Poppy is also a decent amount. So maybe some Sunfire cape.
Hey, Kobe, this is your moment to show to Spica. Hey, build Evan Shroud. What is it? Sunfire, Abyssal Mask. I don't know if that build is as good as on Sejuani as it is on champions like Maokai.
It's not.
Darn.
But still like the even Shroud to try and amp there. We'll see about this mid lane push. On it, I definitely like the Vi Ahri combination still. Get it in on this patch before it gets nerfed. And the bottom lane provides so much utility for Team Liquid. But let's see, FlyQuest, can they get their rally caps on, get their first win of summer here? We may have started 0-6, but nobody beats FlyQuest 7 times in a row, right?
Yeah.
Surely not.
I think
surely.
Yeah, I think for Dignitas last spring it was 9 times before they got a win, you know, and then maybe there you go. Prince himself, 0-6 was to gain momentum.
So the thing about momentum is that momentum builds up in the same direction. That's the whole point. That's what momentum is all based on. So if you're building up momentum going 0-6, your momentum is all going 0. It's all going losses.
You know
what? It's
you know, not the correct word, but you know, the idea is there.
We've got some kind of momentum. Our momentum is going straight to the bottom, and we're already at the bottom. So
for FlyQuest, they need to reverse that momentum.
Yes, reverse polarities, quick.
Something. Force here equal opposite reaction force. Anyway. Sorry, just had to intake my copium here. And the FlyQuest so far in the early games seems pretty stock standard. The story that we know about Team Liquid so far this split is they've been one of the most dominant lane teams across the board. Evil Geniuses is probably the only other team that is kind of beating them on a substantial margin. Pioshik has been leading the top of the leaderboard for junglers in terms of just KDA and overall presence. I think that Lee Sin game was still probably one of the most remarkable games he's had this entire year.
Okay, but what have you shown me recently, huh? Show me something right now, this game. big Vi ultimate mechanics. Boom!
He's crossing to the jungle. Look at that go.
And of course, he has been scouted on that, so should be full information for FlyQuest. Those 2 red quadrant wards getting the updated timers as the top one just now disappears on the Vi. So they know very well Pioshik is clearing towards bottom side. And of course, Vi is a scaling jungler, is much more a jungler to play off of your lanes, is all about the CC that she's going to bring to it. Isn't going to do any kind of fancy 1v1s versus anybody. So isn't the champion to have that big YouTube highlight styling play. And we'll just be patient until he gets to link up with those teammates.
Yeah.
But nice thing for him, you know, pushing towards bottom side, can easily play off that bottom lane matchup.
Yon takes a bit of damage here from both Vulcan and Prince. Forced to use the Ghost early. And I think that was also a summoner spell from Vulcan just to try and lock him down for further bursts, as he's going to give Prince a little bit of relief in terms of the health department.
Okay, +1 on the sums. Good little blade caller as well. And Yon is fairly low, so might be hard.
Oh, the flash from Vulcan is an answered flash from Yon, but now, I mean, Prince has double summoner spell advantage in mid lane. Spica is dueling Pioshik and Harry, but Vikla was forced out of the fight, and Spica now needs to retreat because he cannot back up any more damage.
Yeah, that 2v2 we have our eyeballs on. Round 1, Rafa, goes to Team Liquid.
Yep.
Success here, Pioshik gets there. They counter it, and Vikla, no flash. Actually, I didn't see the very beginning of it as it was in the picture-in-picture. And Pioshik also using his flash. I'm gonna guess that it was offensively used, so he could Q flash. But
hit Vikla right.
We'll see about the origins.
Yeah. Now, it's always good to trade jungle flash for mid laner flash. I think the difficult thing, though, against Vikla is if Vikla times his buffer jump right, he can always even get out of something like a charm. So it's going to have to be pristine timing from Harry and Pioshik to see if they can punish now the summoner spell being down on Vikla.
So the charm breaks movement blocks. So here it is. The Q flash, yep. I was looking at the bottom lane matchup, but once that happens, you're pushed out. And ping down onto Sejuani as he comes over towards the river entrance as well. So Spica's whereabouts fully known.
This wave is building up for Team Liquid's bottom lane at the moment, but Yon, with having no summoner spells, means that he needs Pioshik to be on the same side of the map. Otherwise, it is dangerous for him to walk up here. Pioshik shows in the river, but Spica is here first. And the bot lane pressure means that he gets to push Pioshik momentarily off and protect his control ward. So for now, it's a little difficult for bot lane to operate.
Little love tap. Love bump out of the river. Gets to clear out the control wards as well. A jungle victory for Team Liquid. And all that investment of vision resources around mid lane definitely paying off for them. Bottom lane can just rotate up here to help out with Dragon DPS. We see a rotation back for Sejuani while Vikla jumps in onto Harry to try and get mid lane prio. So they want to contest this. Sejuani is walking. These are only 600 damage smites, so it's not low enough. Pioshik's by himself.
Yeah, and he doesn't have flash, so he's forced to use the ball break to get out. And now, yeah, TY for leash. FlyQuest should be able to secure this, as Spica does have smite. And that's first dragon over for FlyQuest. No one goes down yet from either team, but he finds the Charm and the Prince, but it's a beautiful cleanse that gets him out. And the rest of FlyQuest are able to walk out scot-free.
Harry's got one more charge, but everybody's gone away, and they should be able to just reset for the push. Hey, there you go. FlyQuest with a little heist of their own. They rotate Sejuani right back immediately. They get there in time. Pioshik left by himself in the Dragon Pit, has to exit. Doesn't die, but still giving up the dragon here. FlyQuest, something to try and rally around perhaps. Harry did not have to flash though, so he still has flash advantage against Vikla. And I would say if I'm gonna kill anyone, kill mid lane. Pioshik, get level 6. Harry can just charm flash, boom. Vikla should be toast.
Very easy setup as well, guaranteed. Why you love to see that Vi Ahri combination doing so well for Team Liquid. As we take a look on the top side of the map, and it's been going the way of Summit so far, as we would expect with the Renekton matchup. I don't think we would need to see any jungle attention from either team so far. So I think Core JJ also wants to be on this mid lane surprise gank as well, as he's already making his roam.
I haven't tracked the recent Hawk shots either, so I don't know if Jan was able to scout out the camps that are up, but with topside camps up, if his last Hawk shot went over, they should be able to assume Spica's up here on topside with his level 6 around the Rift Trail, and they are going to do so. So Pyosik comes over to try and get some vision.
Just a soft start from Spica. Can't really commit to finishing yet until he has the full confidence that Team Liquid are not going to answer back.
Top laner's fighting the 1v1 to get priority into River too, and Summit is losing it, so Summit is toast.
Yeah, he slammed him. He got the double slice and dice with the Glacial Prison, and the Permafrost is beautiful timing as well. First blood over for FlyQuest, and Harry's in a world of trouble because he's been rattled up. FlyQuest!
They're doing it!
2-0 start! And this is promising to be netting their first win of the summer.
Oh, it certainly is. I don't know what the comms there for Team Liquid were, but Summit was rushing headlong into a 2v1. Spica had a good, several meters there of advantage to get to the 2v2 quicker. And so Summit's battling Impact just to get over to Rift Trail into Spica's waiting arms. That looked like a very easy wall bang for Impact. He just flashes for the angle to get the stun set up. Didn't even have to flash for it. Huh?
I just walked up.
Summit just walked up right next to the wall with a Poppy chasing him into a Sejuani. And the support roam from Vulcan able to get there first, so it's even a double kill for the big hammer. Impact. That Sunfire cape, there's your magic damage. Nice.
I mean, when you get ahead with tanks, people always meme about like putting investment into tanks, but if you don't have the damage that actually takes down tanks, they just walk all over your backline and they force them out of the fight. And it just usually nets in advantages for team fights for FlyQuest to go further. And the fact that they got the first dragon as well, this is great. Double objectives at the start of the game here, Kobe.
They're doing it, Rafa. Okay. Our expectations have dropped dramatically for this FlyQuest team because of the 0-6 start, but this is looking like a nice setup for themselves. I mean, they got all neutral objectives by chasing Pyosik out and stealing the dragon, then also getting this Rift Trail, plus the freely handed to them Renekton bundle pack along with the Rift Herald. And things are going smooth now with that Sunfire fully created. That thing does a lot of damage for tanks, okay? That will stack up very, very quickly. And Impact, as you said, can just run straight into your face. So they do just that. And see about Dragon number 2 spawning, because FlyQuest all going really, really nicely for them. Rotate down towards bottom side. They do have Spica crossing over the vision, but Viklin never did, so...
Oh, Charm! After he already used the jump, and now he gets another one right out of there! Spica there for the turn, forcing Harry to get out. And now Pyosik is all by himself. He's forced to use the Vault Breaker away. That's 2 ultimate spells already used, and FlyQuest should have prior for this next dragon.
He did it! He got the timing right. That is a hard timing to hit. He lived. Did cost him the flash, but... they're able to do it just in time for Dragon 2 spawn.
I mean, Jan and Core JJ are fighting desperately to maintain wave prio, but they do not have their jungler and they do not have their mid laner ready to collapse, so they have to be careful. They have to respect Spica's presence.
All right, so with the teleports back out, now we start it up. FlyQuest, can you keep it? There's no Ahri or Vi ultimate, so that mid jungle loses so much of the power that you draft them for, and it should be a FlyQuest dragon. Pyosik's going to mess around, though.
Vikla has Buster Shot. Maybe he can just punt Pyosik out if he gets close for a threat here. But now Vulcan turns it on. The charm from the quickness and the grand entrance knocks up Pyosik. He's got nowhere to run, but Core JJ with the Breath of Life tries to give Pyosik a way out of there, but Prince cuts him off with the Featherstorm and the Blade Caller. Now they got Harry and Jan on the other side fighting Vikla. 2 for Nail. It's a trade. And Spica's still alive, but the Dragon reset. And Spica might be too low to take this Dragon by himself. So FlyQuest have to dip. CoreJJ still on the right side of the map. Impact punts out 1 out. And I think in the end, Kobe, no one is getting this Dragon.
Nobody's getting it yet. We go 1 for 1. Pioshik down and trade for Vikla. And we can return for round 3 of the Dragon. Let's take another look. So Q starts in. Vulcan makes the difference on the top side skirmish. Jumps over to Spica. They get the knock up onto Harry. They charm up Pioshik. But CoreJJ jumps forward, tries to flash in to get the ultimate to heal him up. While Prince is trying to finish off inside the pit. The Dragon resets though and he heads on up. Vikla couldn't get out of that one, so gets hit with that charm. And now we return to the scene of the crime.
Round 2, baby. Let's go. Now, Rift Herald being spawned by FlyQuest is going to give them some plates in the mid lane, and Vikla's in range to receive full run of the gold. Jan is here mid lane to fight for wave prio, but the rest of Team Liquid are already on top of the Dragon, and it looks like there's no contest from FlyQuest, so the second Dragon goes to TL.
Okay. They claim the prize in the end. FlyQuest, they relinquish control of the river by rotating their duo up to top side, with Prince and Vulcan up on top side. They are going to be able to pressure on tower, get some extra money up here, but splitting Dragons 1 and 1. See if they can get some more time, some more money on those double marksmen to be able to carry their team fights. Meanwhile, Jan's got his ultimate available, so Ashe plus Ahri Vi play in the making. And the Ashe is mid, so easier Ashe arrows. Always want to fire those from Fog of War so he can just hover up to either top side or bottom side of mid lane if he wants to try and make a pick.
Impact is so rich. I mean, he's almost on his way to completing his second item as well. He's got the Aegis completed halfway. I mean, this Sunfire Cape. I have to ask Kobe, if you're a Team Liquid fan, are you concerned that you don't have damage to take out this Poppy? Because I don't know how consistent Trinity Force Ashe is in terms of like consistent DPS. It seems more like a poke build.
Yeah, I mean, any Ashe build is going to be a little bit okay.
I mean, Summon might be in trouble. This is a 1-on-3. He's got the double slice and dice, Glacial Prison, and the charm and the quickness and everything. I mean, FlyQuest are just making sure that Summon has no way out to guarantee that kill.
They should be able to. Oh, Pioshik wants a counter here with CoreJJ. They don't have a lot of damage though.
They didn't really want to go for him. A Vault Breaker was used, but no cease and desist. Vikla does not get a chance to take out the turret.
Personally, I do like the Trinity Force build right now. I think Trinity Force is in a very, very healthy spot with the stats allocated to it. See about the changes coming up, but Ashe is a lot about these arrows. Starting up the Rift Herald himself at the moment. And since they do have a lot of burst damage there for Team Liquid with their Ahri combination with their Vi, try and end the game a little bit earlier. Rift Herald number 2 can help them out in that endeavor.
TL are able to bounce back with both of these objectives swung their way. Gold lead isn't in anyone's favor, so the game is even, and that means, at least for FlyQuest, who benefit from having a longer game with getting a beefier and sturdier front line as the game goes on.
Let's see, they rotate the Ahri to answer this fed Poppy on top side with the extra kills that Impact got early. So that Sunfire Cape not going to do as much, but he's already got an Aegis as well. Should be able to still put pressure on the Poppy, and yeah, thank you for the picture-in-picture observers. No damage to Poppy. Decent little chunk there onto the Ahri. So even the switch here to have Harry on the top side is going to be a power deficit for Team Liquid as they push him out on bottom side of the map.
Definitely just seems like a dance between the both teams of just maintaining wave control and just fighting for vision and push on the bottom side of the map, as the next objective is going to be that third dragon of the game. This is Infernal, and it would be nice to acquire more adaptive force bonus percentages as the further the game goes on.
Boom, demolished. Impact still gets the turret. Harry down to 50% health. Just keeps on eating onto the minions. Taxi up to that Ahri, get the trade. Tower traded on bottom side of the map too, though. with the Renekton getting it as well. Full gold for Summit to be able to keep him fairly competitive and close. Poppy definitely going to do a lot more for you in the team fights at this stage, though. See how good it is. Oh,
Vikla, they pop the Dominus, and now Vikla has nowhere to run unless he still has a jump. He uses it after, and he has the flash, but Core JJ might cut him off. The soccer ball interrupts him, and now Summon is cut off Impact from getting any sort of revenge kill.
Ash
and
arrow,
it's
maybe?
45 seconds before the Dragon. They're looking for Spica now. Voltbreaker connects. Vulcan still has Charm and Quickness, but he's not going to use it. Spica's just forced to use Flash. The Charm connects now, and now Vulcan might be forced to use a Grand Entrance to buy time for his jungler. They need to make sure that Spica stays alive because the Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds.
Looks like they should be able to get it no problem. With Rift Trail down mid, they can just pop that one, fully take mid tower here. Recall pretty early for Summit on bottom lane, so TL going to go for the reset. Charge number 2 also gets off, leaves a dent in this secondary turret. And TL, with the Summit reset, is going to head on over for that Dragon spawn. Currently, it looks like FlyQuest sending Vikla top side. They don't want any part of this. Vikla has teleport, though. And nah.
Yeah, it's too late at this point. And Spica, no Glacial Personizer. There's no way for him to start a fight right for FlyQuest. Thought Impact was going to try to look for something cheeky, maybe Keeper's Verdict to punt them out, but he had no vision of the pit. So third Dragon of the game goes over to Team Liquid, so 2 away from Soul. I'm going to be honest, Kobe, this game is a lot tamer than I thought it was going to be. I thought both of these teams were going to be making a lot more aggressive moves, and maybe more so for TL, but it seems like they've been far more measured in this game than their summer split of the opening.
Coming into this week, Team Liquid did have the highest gold advantage in the early game.
Yeah.
Just barely over Evil Geniuses on average. So I think you're spot on with that expectation of having them be more aggressive, but with FlyQuest getting a couple of those early wins, stealing away the Dragon, getting the early Rift Herald as well, feels like that's the reason we're in this scenario now. And props to FlyQuest to be able to kind of change the course of what has so far been their summer split. Now looking bot side for the dive onto Harry, who has Flash and Ultimate, so he shouldn't even be in danger.
It definitely seems like this is more in the comfort zone of FlyQuest, because we know that when TL has been able to get those strong early game leads, while in spring it was a weakness for them not being able to close it out, summer they've done a better job. But now that they're at even in terms of gold with FlyQuest, it seems a lot harder for them to be decisive in what moves they want to make. And I don't know if you want to be a team that is being passive with this type of composition. You have these engage tools, you need to find opportunities to use them.
Certainly do. TL will run out of damage later in the game, for sure. And the double marksman will not, because both of these marksmen scale better and do higher DPS than Ashe. Ashe is definitely much more utility, looking for the engages, so we'll see what Team Liquid can do to try and push this pace, really make use of the pick champions that they've drafted for themselves. Looks like they're doing that now. Group up, get some vision, find some areas where they can Ashe arrow, Ahri, and Vi follow up. FlyQuest, they just need to keep playing a little bit of defense. Get a couple more items on Tristana and Xayah, and they should be able to set themselves up with some pretty advantageous team fights later on, since they got that early Dragon chasing out Pyosik.
Yeah.
Also won't feel too much pressure to fight on any bad setups.
I mean, if Team L are not going to be able to make any decisive moves anytime soon, FlyQuest are just chilling with this at this rate. It's like, oh, we got a chance to scale and continue farming our double marksman. Man, this is great.
Did you say Team L? Because that is so funny if they lose.
That was not intentional, I promise. I meant to say TL, and it is just a little bit of a fumble.
Well, we will see. Is it going to be TL dub, or is it going to be Team L?
Oh, no.
Currently, they've got 200 gold lead and a dragon lead, so we'll see if the scaling comes into question. Harry doing his best to make a dent in this Poppy, but that is difficult. In fact, with the extra shield as well as a little bit of juke boots. Oh, they're going for impact. They're sending a whole squad at him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a tank, but if he's all by himself, it depends on how well he can use this Keeper's Verdict. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not hit its mark. They land the Cease and Desist into Charm combo. Impact slams Pyosik against the wall, and he uses the W, the Steadfast Presence, and he's out of there. That was like 2 ultis for nothing.
So, generally, you want to use your setup guaranteed CC, like buy ultimate, to wait on the follow-up like your Ashe that's harder to hit. But they went for the Ashe arrow without getting the setup first. Maybe he thought, oh, he's out of range. Unless I hit him, then we won't get in range for it. But that is just going to be another whiff for Team Liquid. And Rafa, those are the exact tools, the key tools of the composition that we said they had to use right now to be able to get themselves some gold. And with all of those going on cooldown and whiffing, this is going to make this dragon setup a little bit more difficult. 35 seconds on that dragon will be enough time for those cooldowns to come back up. But it's not just about when dragon is up, it's about setup for that dragon. And now you're facing a really dark map because during the setup for it, you don't have cooldowns.
Yeah, you cannot walk up, otherwise you're going to get hit in the face with a Glacial Prison. You're going to get slammed against the wall by Poppy, and there's nothing that you have in your arsenal to fire on back.
Yeah. Now they do, though, and the last of the cooldowns has come back for them, so it's going to be, again, into FlyQuest Vision coverage if they wanted to force anything.
All right, well, TL know that FlyQuest want to burn down this dragon. They walked over Crab, but this is going to force FlyQuest to send some members, at least, to answer on the Baron. They're burning it down decently fast. Spica's here on the river. I don't know if Spica can get it.
Okay. He had a Blade Caller to be able to finish it. I like it. They stop it as well.
Oh, they look for Vikla, but he's able to use the rocket jump to get out. But Harry with a follow-up, almost looking for a beautiful flash over the wall.
I was very critical. I was like, I don't know if he's going to be able to get these rocket jumps off, Rafa, but you called it. He got him off.
He's been timing it well, and Vikla's out of there, and he might be able to teleport back into the fight as long as FlyQuest can stay alive. Impact is living to the very bitter end. He's out of there, and Team Liquid still don't find any members of FlyQuest down within lethal range, and I feel like TL just used all of their tools there.
And they got nothing. FlyQuest deny them. FlyQuest even take from them mid-turret too. That charm also misses. Teleport comes in for Team Liquid. They're hoping they can still find something, but FlyQuest have just outplayed, and I think you're just going to get outscaled now. If it didn't happen there in the mid-20-minute mark for Team Liquid, FlyQuest are on their road to their first victory of summer. Can they stay on the road, Rafa?
That's the big question, right? I mean, we've definitely faced situations before where we're like, oh my gosh, they're going to come back, they're going to do it. And then late game happens. And when late game mistakes occur, it doesn't matter how well you've been doing for the first 20-something minutes of the game. The death timers are so long. Impact, you got to not die, buddy. TL are doing everything they can to take down this tank, and Impact is still living through it. Harry's looking for a pick, but Vikla just walks out just fine. FlyQuest are the epitome of resilience in this game.
Holy moly. All right, well, nobody dies again, and we have the reset on map state. It's currently in control for Vision for TL, but they don't have that same threat of, oh, we're gonna burn down Baron. Our DPS is insanely low on Team Liquid. Their turn potential is great, but FlyQuest should know they don't have to be too desperate with any of their face checking. So they can wait, reset, move back in as a group. They've been able to replenish their stock of control wards. Team Liquid, the only game plan, look on these pockets of Fog of War for picks.
I mean, they keep looking for picks, but they keep finding it on the Impact, and Impact is not going to be the person that goes down. He's just way too durable.
Yeah, there's not much DPS on the side of Team Liquid.
They're going to try again. Ball Breaker connects on the 2 tanks. I don't think those 2 tanks are going down anyway. Man, this seems so hopeless for Team Liquid because FlyQuest are always having the right members in at the right times to face check and give control for FlyQuest in these choke points.
Yeah, and you can see, even when Ahri builds for tank busting, as Summit is under attack again.
Glacial Prison, but Breath of Life cleanses it out. Team Liquid are able to now fight on proper battle lines. Impact is taking a lot of damage, but he's still not going down anytime soon. Vikla, rocket jumps back to safety, but once again, FlyQuest don't drop a single member. Team Liquid, they're going to throw everything in the Hail Mary basket. I think they just have to force this Baron.
Yeah, they still have Ahri ultimate and Vi ultimate here, so they can start it up, start burning through it. Maybe they can punish Vikla. Prince has everything, so it's hard to get on this Zaya.
Keeper's Verdict is still available for Impact, but he's low, so he would have to put himself into dangerous point-blank range to threaten Team Liquid at a deficit in a numbers advantage. Team Liquid are still on the Baron. Vikla is remaining in vision. Vikla just forces it. Oh, but the charm connects! He was looking for the butcher shot, but Harry steps back on up with the flash, answers back, and finally Team Liquid find a pick. But the Baron, I think it's reset. They're trying to hold on to it as long as they can.
Vikla went face first into it. All right, Rafa, with the Baron reset, I think that's going to be the end of it. But it is still, oh my goodness, that Tristana jump into the Ahri. Harry, even though he gets knocked away, if he gets the charm off, catch the charm, he nails that one. And Vikla just used rocket jump in, so he goes down immediately here. With the advantage of the double 80 carries, the double 80 carries have to play DPS role here, especially into a pick comp. You don't want to be super aggressive. You need your front line to be doing all of the setup. Don't want the 80 carries to be doing any of it in a double 80 carry comp with multiple CC frontliners here for you. So TL pretty happy with that pick, but it should not be a repeated occurrence from FlyQuest. Impact might find one in the Raptor pit.
Impact has a great flank here. Battle lines are a little weird for Team Liquid. Their back line is separated, but they're chasing off Vikla into the mid-turret while the rest of Team Liquid force off the front line of FlyQuest, and it's just 6 seconds before the Dragon comes up. It's not Soul, but Team Liquid gaining this would be at Soul point.
Yeah, Jan Ash is actually doing a lot of work here, forcing Vikla out again, and the health chunks are enough to get Dragon number 3. If they can collect Infernal Soul, that could be the extra little bit of damage that they need with this comp to just squeeze it out. Because we've seen, it's definitely difficult for TL to deal with the tanks right now. They still have the damage and the threat to chunk out these 80 carries. So if Vikla is far forward, they've constantly been trying to chunk him out. And maybe the Divine Sunder double black cleavers, Leandries and Void Staff will be enough for the rest of TL to finish off those members. Summit is in.
They didn't have vision, and he throws himself in there, but they stopped the Baron take for now. Valle is onto the back line here of FlyQuest. Vulcan is dead, but they already took out Yawn, so now it's just up to Harry to see if he can output damage. Pioshik is gone as well. There's no smite for FlyQuest. They should be able to burn it down. They have the smite advantage for Spica. They just need to bully off the rest of Team Liquid, and FlyQuest did look dicey there, but they net themselves the Baron.
Ooh, let's see. Off the reset. Okay, they're not even going to fully reset. Push topside here very quickly with Vikla on the Tristana. Take away the red buff as well. It's happening, Rafa. They're doing it. Now they just have to worry about that Dragon Soul in 3:45 coming up. We'll see if they can get some of these secondary towers during their siege time with Baron and then clean. Let's take a look at the initiation, though, onto Rakan. I mean, even with the Vi ultimate all the way through onto Prince, Pioshik got blown up. Meanwhile, Vikla absolutely demolished the Ashe on the other side of the screen. That was a good offensive rocket jump. Vikla blasted him that time around, and now he's got a stopwatch, Rafa, so you better believe Vikla's going in again.
Yes, sir. This time he'll have a stasis to protect him. Oh, but they're looking, and they find the target that they want, but Vulcan is still getting out alive. Summon has the TP flank. Harry can look over the wall. Spirit rushing in, following up on Summon's engage. Vulcan has already been taken out. They get the Vault Breaker. Impact is forced to flash away. Harry can still follow up with another charm if he can get in range, but he's already used all 3 Spirit Rushes charges, and Impact still gets out alive.
Good denial, steadfast presence there from Impact to keep the losses at just Vulcan going down. Teleport around in Harry's face.
Oh, it's Impact, and Harry, I don't think he has the damage equipped to take down this Poppy, especially now that she's full HP and there's no Spirit Rush, and that is the shutdown for Impact.
Impact says, nice tank-busting build. With Leandries, with the Void Staff, don't care. Teleports in his face, Ahri's got nothing left. Impact, not only does he get out alive, but he even evens up the kills. And with Baron buff, that means in the end, FlyQuest actually still do get to keep pushing.
Tension is at an all-time high here, Kobe. And I'm pretty sure blood pressure is at an all-time high for FlyQuest fans looking at home. They've been wanting a win so desperately this entire summer split, and they keep seeing inklings of like, oh, is this maybe the game? Is this maybe the game where we finally start off on a good foot? It hasn't been done yet, but things look promising here for FlyQuest.
All right, no curse. No caster curse here. Remnants of the Baron buff aren't going to be able to get anything more. They did get the mid lane secondary tower, though, so opening up this blue jungle quadrant leading up to the dragon is kind of the key part. So they can get that vision down preemptively before the dragon soul sets up. And now they've got both their marksmen at level 16s for FlyQuest. So the scaling is working, all according to plan here. Double level 16 carries, double quick blades.
You even have the Lord Dominic's for Prince, so he can shred through whatever front line that Team Liquid decide to send in on these engages. This is a very strong composition now for FlyQuest at this point in the game, almost 34 minutes in. Dragon coming up in 45 seconds. FlyQuest establishing proper vision lines. Team Liquid cannot hope to walk in without at least sending one person to face check that could be facing the other end of a Glacier Prison.
The jungle is dark and full of terrors. Vikla finishes off the blue. He's out, no problem. Hawkshot allows them to move up a little bit here. Onto the edge for Harry, fishing around for a possible pick. He checks the pixel brush. Nobody inside. But FlyQuest are able to push out mid first and then use mid to walk into the river.
Charm does hit on the Vulcan, but it's not the target that they want to look for. Yon is putting a decent amount of work on the Impact. He shredded about a third of his HP. That's one way to start off the fight.
Nice little chase from him. Harry on the top side looking for the flank, but I believe that can... They saw him enter to that side. Blast comes available as well. Yeah, they saw.
Object permanence is not a problem for FlyQuest. They remember where he is. And Impact is marking that right side of the flank. They look for the charm and the spirit rush in, but he keeps up the steadfast presence, so he denies one charge in. But Team Liquid have the health advantage on their front line, so they push out FlyQuest, and that is soul secured for Team Liquid.
That might be the extra little bit of damage that they need. You saw there the lasting impact of the extra burn damage, and Dragon being picked up. I don't know. Maybe the caster curse is real, because Team Liquid...
Don't say that.
Team Liquid, they should be able to get a tower too. That's some more money. Their carries are catching up a little bit in levels. Vikla and Prince still have one extra, but Vikla's about to go down.
Yeah, they ball breaker in. They don't even need the cease and desist. They just walk on up and down smash this guy. Summit. And now he has to push out this wave, and the rest of TL get the reset.
Baron. Who can get there first to move over your vision? Looks like off this reset, we'll have TL led by the Hawkshots come straight over. On the other side, Vikla still another 30 seconds left on the death timer. So FlyQuest will do their best to keep some good vision and buy that 20 seconds. Thankfully for Vikla, for FlyQuest, he does have his teleport ready too, so TL have to be a little bit worried, a little bit at least cognizant of the fact that he could teleport in immediately upon arrival, but FlyQuest will have to face check. And Sejuani shows mid.
Impact. Could you send a Keeper's Verdict and knock them out? But the Baron is already secured, and they're going to look for the fight and the turn. The charm, the quickness. Vikla and Speakla come in for reinforcements, but no one can access Yon into the backline. If he keeps firing, then he's out of there, but he's forced to flash because FlyQuest are able to take out the front line. Baron buff is secured for Team Liquid, but two members do go down.
Impact is the hero FlyQuest need right now, and he finds it again. The same wall, Rafa, up by Baron Pit. This time it's Harry in front of the wall. And Impact nails him again. Tackle into the wall. Get the kills for FlyQuest. Baron was already secured by TL though, so they only dropped 2 members. They still get the Baron. We'll see if it's worth it, but nice instant move there from Impact. Gets the kill onto Harry at the beginning, so from that moment on, TL know, hey, we have to abandon ship. We got to get out of here. Everybody try and escape. Summit runs towards base so they can try and draw the rest of the members, and they're able to get everybody else out alive. So they have the Baron buff, but honestly, they probably won't be able to do too much with it. And that Baron power play is currently negative from it.
Team Liquid have been able to secure these objectives, but FlyQuest still seems so powerful in these team fighting engagements. They're just not finding enough members to be able to close the game off of that fight.
And Prince has been able to get the QSS in addition to his cleanse. Even though the cleanse is on cooldown now, QSS is ready. So he's got Xayah ultimate, flash, and QSS. So many buttons to hit to avoid this engage from TL. But can they actually carry these team fights? Cosmic Drive also picked up by Harry. Playing the long con here with the Ahri build. Extra move speed, a lot of ability haste in that build. Extra burn damage and magic pen. See if it works out. Ashe as well. You mentioned the Lord Doms on the side of FlyQuest. Jan has his now too. So it's really going to be about who makes the engage. Who gets first jump here? Who can execute? Baron buff at a -1,000 now.
I mean, Team Liquid have not been able to get any objectives off of this push. The 2 immediate deaths means that it's been hard for them to find any avenues to look for inhibitor towers, and just the amount of tools that FlyQuest have to engage, Team Liquid just feel the pressure of stepping too far forward could be their last mistake.
Well, they can at least be happy that Prince and Vikla can't level anymore. So they're capped out on 18. Unfortunately, it does mean Tristana has full range now. So that becomes a bit more difficult to team fight around. They do have the advantage, though, in Milio CC denial, plus lots of opportunities to try and pick and kill with all of the penetration coming in. Any of these targets. Looks like more of the ward work being done by FlyQuest. Although the couple small straggling wards from Team Liquid are actually doing a lot of work. A lot of value from that one. Sees the rest of the members here move in.
It has been so tough for FlyQuest this game. And you can see that there have been moments every time that they are able to almost secure the win for themselves. They've been super resilient. They've answered back against a team that has been super dominant in the early game. They withstood the pressure. They took over the early objectives, and they gave themselves a nice scaling pass into this late part of the game where everything could end at this elder.
Summit teleports in. They push the top lane all the way up to that secondary turret. FlyQuest coming to answer now. Here comes Impact.
TPing onto the mid wave. Vikla getting an early access to the minion wave, trying to get wave prio guaranteed. Elder spawns in 17 seconds. Summon engages onto Impact, but he's not doing really any damage to this guy. As the rest of FlyQuest now speeding on in as a group, trying to get first access into the Dragon, but waiting to see if Team Liquid step too far forward. You can fish for a Vulcan engage, for a Glacial Prison from Spica. Pyosik trying to look for a really long flank, but Impact is marking him. And now they have a time to just burn down the Dragon because Pyosik is nowhere near. If you burn down the Elder Dragon and Pyosik doesn't get in range, but now the time is starting to dwindle down, 6,000 HP. Pyosik can get in range, looking for the Vault Breaker. The Impact on the left side, Glacial Prison is thrown out. They look for the engaged Vulcan right into the front line. Impact goes right on in. Prince is free, firing all these feathers. No one is touching Vulcan. No one is touching Prince. Harry's trying to look for the back line, but Prince is undetected. But Jan takes out a full stretch Vulcan down. They find Impact. Prince flashes forward. He still has the Featherstorm to use it. And Prince steps up. It is huge. Could this be the time? FlyQuest fans, do they get to rejoice? Prince steps up and takes out Team Liquid.
All right, Summit's here. He wants to do something crazy. He's out flash, teleported.
No way. No, it's gone. Elder Dragon is gone.
Run, get out of there. Oh my goodness. Even with the early Blade Caller, they still get all the rest of the kills. Now, so Spica's not hitting Dragon here, so they're talking in comms probably about the turn straight from 100%. And so then they go for it off of Vulcan's knockup. They get the double knockup, but the redemption from the jungle here actually comes in with big healing. And with the Guardian Angel for Summit, they actually get a frontline advantage. Look at all the poke damage. Prince is the only one on FlyQuest left with HP. He's the only one who could save this fight, and he does. He steps up, he pushes every last member of TL off. Even with the early Blade Caller on the revival there, they still win the fight. They still burn down that Elder, and Rafa, he may have just barely pushed them across the finish line. Elder means you get Baron, means you get to push hard towards TL's base.
It is the one moment of the game where Prince can no longer sit on the back line. He has to step up and find the aggressive angle, and he does not get punished. He executes just enough to give them the Elder Dragon, the Baron buff on their side. FlyQuest have now both of the strongest buffs in the game. Team Liquid are now on the back foot.
Okay. Slowly but surely, can they get inside? TL, no. We don't want to fight Elder. We want to wait it out. 1 more minute left on this Elder.
And for FlyQuest, that means it's free access into the base. Inhibitor 1 falls in their favor.
Oh, be careful about any little bits of poke damage as well. FlyQuest get number 1 on top side, number 2 falling very quickly, and they still have 45 seconds. The time looks good for them. TL focusing on minion waves. Really difficult. You don't want to take the fight because of Elder, and it's difficult to kill the minions because of the Baron.
Last-ditch effort maybe from Team Liquid could be the only hope they have to salvage this game. FlyQuest on the brink of ending the losing streak, of ending the memes as FlyQuest. They need 1 more Nexus turret, and now it's just an empty Nexus. Can they hit it? Team Liquid will do everything to block them out. FlyQuest are falling. Do they have enough damage? Do they have enough members? The Elder Dragon buff, it is enough! FlyQuest end the streak, and they reverse momentum to gain their first win of the summer split.
Whew. Not even close. Easy peasy. First win of the split. FlyQuest. As we said, Rafa, nobody beats them 7 times in a row in the LCS. And they get their first dub over Team Liquid. They started out with some pretty good early moves, getting that Dragon takeaway, getting the Rift Herald plays. I have to say Impact for me probably is the number 1. Prince did do a lot of work.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of bridge work done by Impact, getting the kills on the Rift Herald fight, getting the kills after the Baron, setting them up. They were able to complete it.
Fly fans, rejoice. The pain and suffering is over. There will not be a chance for a completely winless season, as FlyQuest now can hope to rebuild and rekindle the expectations of what was supposed to make this roster so great based on how it was assembled. But you can see that the work is still not done, as with this win, FlyQuest is relieved, but they're still exhausted as it took so much out of them just to get over the finish line.
And for TL, they started out with so much momentum. Deserved. Called it.
We keep going, okay?
We still have the. We need to go this way.
Yeah, we have to go this way. Elder's gone now.
Okay, go this way. This way is more comfortable. I think you can E off, by the way. Are you know okay?
Yeah.
And no support.
Just hit them.
I want to say midway. Come mid. I want to say midway.
Okay. Look at ping one.
We're hitting top. The arrow.
I cancel.
Okay, slow down. Look me.
Yeah, walk.
I hit. Look front when they go. They have no arrow.
Hit. Play for fight.
Slow down. Kill her.
Okay. Ari. Can we hit or no? Oh, look back. Hit. Ping my hit.
Nice, boys. We gotta win. Let's go.
Good shit, guys.
They did. We gotta win. Let's go.
We gotta win. You know, that's
only up from here.
That's the tweet. That's the tweet. Well, FlyQuest, at least now that they have something to build off of. But for now, we want to let you all know that tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. So make sure you head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. But after that, we're going to be joining Raz and Vulcan on stage for our Verizon postgame interview.
What's up, everyone? I got Vulcan here after the win. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you. Finally.
Yes. Question to you, because you guys have been clearly improving. Last game you guys had last week, of course, it didn't result in a win, but you guys had a huge lead. This time you guys nailed the win. It was a tough one. Just immediate feelings after this.
I mean, it feels good to finally get one, right? Because it's been a while. I think I was on a 9-game loss streak on this very stage in my past 9 games, so that's kind of loser's cue. But finally getting a win and, you know, being able to get some confidence back for the boys and the whole team feels good. I mean, it was very late, and, you know, it's a late win, but we take those, and I think now we can finally get some momentum going for us.
That's fair. I think it would be a loaded question to ask you, like, what stemmed from this losing streak, because mostly, you know, spring split, you weren't on that team, but they were losing a lot of scrims. They were vocal about that, but then still winning on stage. This split, I've heard you guys were winning a lot of scrims, but it wasn't translating. Scrim conversation's been a main thing a lot of the times in League. Why do you feel like the scrim success hasn't translated for you guys in your instance?
I don't know. We've been trying to figure it out ourselves, and I think it's just a lot of things like stage nerves, communication being different, just maybe stress getting to some people, you know, being a more tense situation. I think we had to adapt. And yeah, it's very weird because it's a complete opposite to what FlyQuest was in spring, where, yeah, we're dominating in scrims pretty much most games. And then on stage, it's, well, everyone saw. And then spring was the reverse of that, right? So it's pretty weird, but we're trying to figure it out. We just kept practicing. You know, we had multiple meetings where we're sitting there like, damn, I need to wear different shoes. Like, I need to eat different food before the game, stuff like that. So, yeah.
Actually, kind of following up on that, what's an adjustment you yourself has made, even if it's just to your own play or the overall team play? What's an adjustment you made for you guys to find, like, the growth that you guys have been finding?
Well, Vikla mentioned that I sound like a rap god on stage.
Yeah.
And for him, that's pretty difficult because he's only been in the US for a few months. So I've been trying to slow down a little bit and try to speak more simply, clearly, and like more concise, and just have everything very, very simple. So I've been trying to be a little bit more mindful. I probably wasn't doing the best of job when it was Elder Fight at 45 minutes against TL. At doing that, you know, it gets a little bit rough, but I've been trying to be more mindful about that.
And also, just like, guess the last point for you, you know, for the fans out there. Any message do you have for the fans? Because it feels like you guys are on the upward trajectory. And people, it's very easy with 3 games a week to have a knee-jerk reaction, but it's just that 1/3 of the split that's there. Any message that you have for the fans right now?
Wasn't today the first game of the split? This was the first game of the split today, so I just want to say to the fans, like, we're strong as expected. You know, the tier list was right, and I hope you guys keep supporting us because we're off to a really good start right now.
See, I like that already. Nothing happened in the past few weeks. Thanks a lot, Vulcan. Once again, I appreciate the interview.
Thank you.
And I'm interested to see what's going up next. Speaking of up next, NRG versus Golden Guardians coming up next, right after the break. Thanks a lot.
Is losing it, so Summit is toast.
Yeah, he slammed him. He got the double slice and dice, but the Glacial Prison and the Permafrost is beautiful timing as well. First blood over for FlyQuest, and Harry's in a world of trouble because he's been rattled up. FlyQuest!
They're doing it!
2-0 start. Side Glacial Prison is thrown out. They look to engage Vulcan right into the front line. Impact goes right on in. Prince is free, firing all these feathers. No one is touching Vulcan. No one is touching Prince. Harry's trying to look for the back line, but Prince is undetected. But Yon takes out a full shreds Vulcan down. They find Impact. Prince flashes forward. He still has the feathers from to use it. And Prince steps up. It is huge. Could this be the time? FlyQuest fans, do they get to rejoice? Prince steps up and takes out Team Liquid.
Have you guys 1v1 before?
Not many times.
No? Okay. Who's the trash talker of the team? Who will like try and get in someone's head? Core?
He just 근데 전판은 딱히 너무 빨리 끝나서 도발할 게 없을 것 같은데.
Yeah, it's already started.
오, 나도. I can't straight. 집 가는 거 있나 이거? 집에 못 간대. 아, 집 죽어야 갈 수 있는 거죠? 응. 덜에 다이브 안 하나? 미니언 못 먹어요. 6렙만 기다리자. 오우. 큐즈를 다 맞추곤 있지만. 오우. 아, 죽일 것 같지가 않아가지고 박질 못하겠네. 아, 이게 박으면 질 게 너무 뻔해가지고.
Of course, healing up a lot. And once he recalls, he's good. Oh.
어?
I mean,
Wait,
is he
wait.
okay? Look at him.
어? I should have tech. Hey, come on. 플래시가. Come on. 플래시 있는 것 때문에 들어가기가 힘드네. Okay, come on. Come on. No come. No come. Here. Here.
No, he's done. Maybe.
Oh!
Okay, you need 2 kills.
Yeah.
2 kills?
Yeah.
아,
You get to go by.
지금부터 미니언 100개 먼저 쌓는다 이거. Everybody understand. 아 잠깐만, 아 이거 너무 기만했는데? 게임 재미없게 해도 되나요 지금부터? 재미없게 해도 되지. 재밌게 만들어줄게.
아,
견제도 안 해, 그냥 CS만 only 미니언.
Oh, he's forcing the trade. Oh.
no.
That's a lot of damage.
He's actually hurting. Okay, well.
아 이거 갈리면 안 되는데 서로.
True.
Oh wow.
Wait, this is actually just happening.
He's just.
Hey.
He doesn't have ult yet. Oh no.
Is that okay if I hit?
You can recall. Both. You can tell him to recall.
Yeah.
아 오케이. 아 귀환할 수 있어요? 굿바이. 스킨 홍보?
You can lose his turret though.
I mean, it's actually.
Wow.
This
is pretty doomed.
Minion
Yeah.
stack in there.
Wait a minute.
터렛 깨도 끝납니다.
Turret wins the game too.
힐량 보세요. Look at my hair. 땡겨서 죽여야겠는데? 땡기면 집 가요.
He's waiting. He's having the wave bounce back.
오, 쉣! 아, 이거 그거 온다. 불기둥 온다, 불기둥. 불기둥? 으아! 잠깐만! 잠깐만! 아, 이거 이렇게 들고 앞으로 가. 아니, 뭐야, 이거? 웨이브. 아니, 저기 또 웨이브. 아니, 또 바이브, 또 바이브. 뭐야? 집 갈려 했는데. 아, 나 아까 집 갈 걸. 아까 깜빡했다. 아니, 집.
This is the longest.
no!
Forgot.
아, 잠깐만.
Oh no.
아니 집 가려고 했는데 불기둥이 와. 아니 이거 집 갔으면 이길만 했는데.
Tied up 1-1.
Yeah.
Core, you can keep playing on Rakan, or you can swap to a different champion if you want.
I'm gonna keep playing Rakan.
All right. Play with the Rakan.
Yeah.
All right, we're tied up. Core JJ is proving us wrong about the Rakan, so stay tuned later on in the show to see who wins the final showdown.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge, part 3 of that 1v1 series. We'll be back later in the show, but I need to make an apology. I have an arrow, the GM of Golden Guardians, and the first step of any apology is to acknowledge the offending behavior. So I need to show what happened last week. So the power rankings had Golden Guardians all in 3rd place and Immortals all the way in 8th to 10th. But now, my flaming hot take, I've seen enough after 4 games, is that Immortals is going to end the first round robin with better standings than Golden Guardians. So, according to my research, the second step of a good apology is to state how the behavior was hurtful and express remorse. I feel like that was hurtful because you've put a lot of work into building Golden Guardians the past several years, and you deserve better than being compared to a pathetic Shiba Inu like Cheems.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I feel bad about that because I feel like sometimes I go for the viral moment because I feel like I have to, but I need to be more consistently analytical, and I should have done a different hot take. I didn't need to make that hot of a take because it was wrong. Like, it was really wrong.
It was really wrong, yeah.
Yeah, so I need to make amends to you. So I'm predicting you to win today. But I know you're the better team.
Okay. Thank you.
I can feel it. You've put a lot of work in. Your players have worked hard. And I also just want to say, for the rest of this split, I need to promise that this behavior will not happen again. I will no longer make flaming hot takes at the expense of Golden Guardians because you've done too much. You've done too much to be treated like that.
Thanks. So you've screwed us now. Every time you vote for us, we lose.
I'm truly sorry if that happens.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Get us in the game.
Thanks, Chad.
I'm sorry.
Something I share in common with Chad is caster curses, apparently.
He's not sorry, by the way.
He never is.
This one should be exciting, though. CLG Energy, excuse me. This team has played 6 different champions in top, jungle, and mid. Every single game, a different champion so far in summer for NRG. See if they can keep it lively and entertaining.
And just spicing it up.
Exactly, spice it up against Golden Guardians here. So, Kindred off the table early. We are still on 13-12. Have not yet moved to the live patch that just dropped today, of course, where Kindred's got some pretty decent nerfs. So we keep them on the ban #1 here, and followed up with a little bit of bottom lane focus. Milio already.
Want to deny the little fire boy from Golden Guardians. It's just a lot of chances to deny plays being made. And Energy, whenever they can put Ignar in something that is heavy engage, that is where his skill set from his career has thrived. And Energy has not always looked great in the summer split with the bottom lane changes, but you know, one of the things that is always nice is when Ignar is confident in leading the charge, then Energy's on a good page.
So are they gonna prio the there we go. We get the early lock-in for the Kai'Sa. Static Shiv build does work quite well. Whether it's mid lane for Palafox, we already saw, or you can rotate it to bottom lane. So this is very much a flex pick for Energy. Palafox, I felt like he was playing the Kai'Sa mid quite well, even though they lost the game. So I kind of hope that it's mid and he gets another chance at it. But of course, grabbing it early, definitely still flexible. And Golden Guardians will play around that. Maokai, easy frontline tank team fighting here, lock in for them. An answer with a bit of a flex themselves.
Yep.
Because Stixxay has been one of the bottom laners to play it, although more people are accustomed to seeing it mid lane now with the Tristana.
Yeah. I mean, Stixxay has always been a proponent of Tristana, even when it's not necessarily in the meta. So it's nice to see that Golden Guardians can now use that strength to their advantage here.
Especially because his lane partner is one of our premier Rel players, Huhi and Core JJ both having a field day with the new Rel.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect champion right now for them. And you can always go with those Tristana Rel kill bottom lanes if your mid lane matchup doesn't work out.
And a cute little hover here before Energy go with their support choice. Yoink indeed. No Rel for Huhi, as now the Milio ban makes a lot more sense, as if you had the super mega fireball kick, you can always stop a crash down from Rel for the engage, and you always want a lot of CC whenever you're running a Kai'Sa composition.
Definitely do. Lots of dive potential. The Rel Kai'Sa will be deadly later on, and Licorice has had so much confidence to pick these Jax picks up on top side, to play any sort of counter magic, to play any sort of split push, and has continued to perform well after MSI. I think that's one of the biggest takeaways from Golden Guardians. In spring playoffs and MSI, the improvements from him, the confidence that the team has in him now too.
Yeah.
So they throw down that Jax right into the Renekton.
And I love the Alistar ban here. We saw last week that whenever the Rel starts becoming a flavor of the meta, again, Alistar is a great answer. You can always punt her out of Crashdown. Taking that away from Huhi, as that is also historically a nice pick for him. As the Poppy comes in, another champion that not necessarily for support, but also for the top lane, and just being able to deny engage power from the side of Golden Guardians with that steadfast presence.
All right, we're going to continue to look at bottom side kill pressure champions to go along with Tristana, and indeed we are. So they supplement the Alistar taking off the Rakan. You can still do, you know, like the Nautilus Leona action down there if you really want to. Those engaged supports also work really well with jungle Maokai, so that you have the 1-2 combination and it's not just single point of failure on their engages. If you go with the Zyra, then it would be. So they decide they will double it up as expected and grab that Nautilus right back into it.
Guaranteed point and click CC not on one but two champions here for Golden Guardians, is now between both River and Huhi. You can pick one person on the side of Energy and say you're not going to get to play the this team fight out. I would love to see the Ivern again. I know the first time we saw it, it didn't look as great on stage, but this champion is nuts when piloted to the best.
It is nuts right now, especially, and I know Contracts has been practicing it even more all week since he played it last week, plus has put in more time this week, plus the champion is in an amazing spot on 312. And even after the slight nerfs on live on 13-13, you can still play it at home at a decently high level, even with some slight nerfs onto Daisy and some of the on-hit damage. So I completely agree. Plus, Ivern with the shields helps out if your Kai'Sa is going to get super aggressive here for FBI. Pop the shield on the Kai'Sa as he goes in for the dive bomb. Only thing to worry about is there going to be some level 1 shenanigans? Get a deep ward down there. See if we get any of that early counter jungling. But I like this so far, actually, from NRG. They've got some good, powerful early solo lanes for themselves, a kill bottom lane. So Ivern should be able to have the support of his laners to freely jungle, get through the early clears, and get into some playmaking action. So we can really see the highlights of this champion. Last time around, not the case at all. I'm glad that Energy and Contracts have the confidence to go right back to it. And this time around with some much better matchups for them to be able to do so.
I mean, across the board, even though Licorice has the confidence to take that Jax into the Renekton can still have that wave advantage and priority first, being able to have access to the AoE clear off of his Q. Jace, strong lane bully, can always look to get that first shove in. And so as Ivern, you're not necessarily a strong champion before you get access to the Daisy, but against Maokai, you're not really in threat of getting invaded on either, so you can start looking for aggressive counter jungling invades with the power of using his passive into an instant smite.
And then later on, Daisy, with a little shield help, can pretty much take Maokai by herself.
Daisy's kind of nuts, yeah.
Daisy definitely pumps right now. We'll see about the build, too. If he goes the Night Harvester build, then Daisy can really pump. We'll see if he goes the full support build, or a little bit leaning more into the AP. Looks like we're gonna have the opposite side fully loaded, so
30 seconds until minions spawn.
no combat, but a little bit of deeper vision.
They're tensing up like they would combat each other, but yeah, like you said, both of them unaware that they have fully occupied opposite ends of the map. And as you called out, it doesn't look like we're going to have the super aggressive Ivern build. It's not the press the attack as we've seen on a lot of the kind of the solo queue antics with the Summonary. Probably more a supportive build for Contracts. And it's not like you're lacking in damage either. You have a Jace, you have a Renekton, you have a Kai'Sa. As long as you keep them alive, you know, you've got damage in full supply.
Definitely do. And one of the most underrated parts about the changes to Ivern's kit was the addition of all the on-hit damage you can give people with good brush usage.
Yeah.
The brush is really underestimated as a very beneficial part of the kit, especially early on. The base values of the on-hit damage you can give people and you can get for yourself. Definitely part of the early possibilities. Yeah. Meanwhile, should just be him doing the full blue side channels into Raptor Red Smite. And by the way, the other thing they added for convenience is the Q getting the resets, reduce cooldown when you hit all these jungle camps.
Yeah.
So you want to spam that. You really want to spam it. It speeds up your clear so much. Being able to jump even just a little bit to each camp over the walls. And it should just be Red Smite into reverse clear. Yep, back up to the blue side. You could make an early stop towards your Renekton if you want to. See what Big Dokes is up to up there.
Yeah.
Should be communicating Licorice out of vision now. So they go, hey, Licorice could be warding right now. It's probably in river. If you wanted to take the long route up behind him, then you could do that. And Licorice is playing aggressively, so we're just gonna go straight up the river for it.
Yeah. As soon as Licorice starts walking backwards, you know, Contract's like, yeah, this guy's got the river bush warded, so he's gonna keep making his way back, but he's actually walking back on top side. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, and all in, forcing Stixxay to burn one of his summoner spells, as well as a flash from Pookie. But it's summoner spells down from Ignar, while FBI still maintains advantage.
Yeah, both supports flashing onto enemy AD carries, trying to help out with that trade since FBI, I like the positioning. He was moving up, trying to get the extra autos on Stixxay, get that Tristana down. There's no more potions for him. Contract's going to walk in and dissuade Gory from harassing Palafox, allow Palafox an easier time of getting all of those CS under the tower.
That's a curious alteration from Contracts, because the last time we saw the Ivern pick, he just went for the fastest clear possible, where he set up all the channels and just sped run through it, hit level 4, and was on the bottom side by like before 330. But this time, making stops at top lane, stops in mid lane as well, to at least offset some pressures. They look for a little bit of love damage, but Palafox is too chunked out. He can't really assist in the gank.
River walks through, but Ignar's here first.
And they turn it around. They're just going to flash right on top of Gory. And because of how Ivern Qs work, everyone gets a free access pass onto Gory for first blood. And now the rest of Golden Guardians have to retreat.
Yeah, they got to get out of there because teleport was used from Dokla to mid lane. And his wave stuck up on top side. They get the chase.
And River, he still has flash to play with. Looks like he's walking on out thanks to Pookie stunting Energy's entrance.
That was actually very bad for Energy that they got that pick, because Dokla had to stick around, and he's still fully sacking here. Licorice is just farming on top side, but Energy aren't going to get anything down here out of that teleport from Dokla. So best call is to have Palafox teleport up there.
Yeah.
Just get Palafox his reset and do a little lane swap here, because Jax is trying to push that wave in. Licorice is now finished up with it. Wonder how many minions topside they will miss. Looks like no cannon, so a few.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse. No problem, really. No big hiccup for them, and they're very happy to get the first blood money, even though, unfortunately, it did go to Ignar with the last hit, so your Rel does get the lion's share. Still happy to grab it.
You know what that means? It's time to build AP Rel. Do it.
It is not time. I don't think it is ever time for
What if he gets
AP Rel.
5 more kills, Kobe?
Okay, I'm down.
All right, 5 more kills, and then you are permitted to build AP Rel, Ignar. That's the condition.
Ready to see it happen. Otherwise, I would rather see, of course, the Even Shroud. Amp that damage for your teammates. It just works so well with the kit. You have so much CC. Moving the stun over to the Q. Really easy to get that. W's and ultimates and contracts. Patience pays off.
Nice. Stun into the Q, but Licorice just answering back with the Counter-Strike stun, and that's the end of that game. Ogori, I mean, he still has Flash to play with, but Palafox, does he want to wager? Nope. Just going to be content with forcing Gory out, and the fact that he doesn't have teleport means he's going to have to pick up this wave another time.
Exactly. Gonna have to drop a bunch of it, actually. He's got 2 biscuits, but he's so low from that chunk from Palafox. Goodbye, Biggins. Goodbye, Johnny. Goodbye, Steven.
And Contract's making a repeat gank on the top side of the map. Licorice, Counter-Strike stun is already used, and the Q connects, and clean stuff from Energy.
Love it. Going to visit these solo laners, kind of like you see from Champ Select and them setting up with those strong solo laner advantages, playing off of the Ivern right to what they've drafted themselves. Much better time around here for Energy than the beginning of the split.
Yeah.
They had a really rocky start. They looked pretty upset with themselves, honestly, after a lot of those games. They did not expect to come out that sluggishly, but starting to get back on track.
Yeah.
After taking down Cloud9, that always does a lot for the morale for the team, and Contracts has been loving this Ivern pick, so he's happy to get back onto it and affording them 2 early kills with it, but a Dragon start for River, so Energy have gotten the kills, but Golden Guardians starting out and should be able to secure the first objective of the game.
I don't think Contracts is going to chance for a steal. Thought about it, definitely looked like maybe they want to look for the after engage as he pops Daisy. But assuming that Golden Guardians get out with no scuffle. You brought up something, and I kind of want to touch on it, about a lot of expectations for many teams are not being met this season. I mean, Energy is also one of them, where they swapped out bot lane, FBI and Ignar, and they have not been living up to kind of what they wanted to get out of this bot lane swap. They ended the regular season in spring at 4th, expecting, okay, with this bot lane upgrade, we should be dominating the split, and has not been that so far yet.
Yeah, certainly hasn't. Meanwhile, top side of the map, off of the reset here, Contract starts it up on Vision. And so while it is pretty effortless to do a Daisy, and you can just constantly shield Daisy, no problem, there was Vision here. Looks like with the recall from Huhi, though, the call's been made. It's fine, we sacrifice it. We got Dragon. They get Rift Herald. They'll get the extra pushing power. Nice pickup here, and with Ignar roaming over from that bottom lane and lending that extra support, while Huhi went for the recall. It's gonna be the end of this story for Energy with their Rift Herald ready to go. Dokla did pop the ultimate for that little bit of a trade. Licorice down to 50% health and no sustain in his pockets. Means it is a little bit of a soft point up here for now. Wonder if Contracts channels and then tries to get back there, because Dokla should be able to get those into tower here. And Licorice with no teleport is going to stick around to scrape them up. Will he drop any? Shouldn't. Pretty easy to get the rest of them.
Yeah. Especially with them W on Jack being able to get that empowered last hit.
One of the other big things about Ivern is I love it when the meta switches over to engage supports, because they will have the damage. Just go get your engage support, collect your support, and go look for your roam plays. Meanwhile, River was seen on the ward, so Dokla knows no problem for him. He's got Ignar roaming around as we speak on the rel. Classic Ignar, always looking out to leave from bottom lane, and linking up with an Ivern as an engaged support, you just feel like you are God mode. You can jump in. Rel already has big shields. They're going for the plan to Licorice.
Trying to wait out the Counter-Strike stun from Dokla, and then he flashes in to secure the stun, but they cannot link up Daisy and Ivern's root. But Ignar, he's gonna flash stun into the crash down, and the Ignite ticking down. Ignar takes that kill for himself.
I would say, take notes, junglers, because right now, on the live patch, they actually gave buffs to jungle rel, buffing back some of the clear damage that they kind of hotfixed out. So the only real, well, there's a couple combos, but that's the easiest one. Getting your Q into your crash down now was the biggest change as far as the like mini rework, so that you can now guarantee a lot of crash downs. Your ultimate combos are pretty easy to pull off, so just look for your Qs, setups into your crash downs. Ignar there, knowing that he's got the damage with his Ignite as well, is able to secure it, and I definitely plan myself when we go home to hop on the horse, see how fun it is to jungle now, but...
Uh-oh. Well, Contracts needs to hop on out. Flashing out of danger, Nature's Wrath makes its way across multiple members of Energy, but it's a double teleport from the solo lanes of Dokla and Palafox as they want the chase. They are hungry for blood, and FBI using the killer's instincts to dive onto Gory, but it forces the shuffle out, and he gets out alive.
And again, with this teleport in from Dokla on top side, the Jax is going to free push. Let's see if Licorice can actually get a turret plate in time. He's pushing as hard as he can on top side wave. Dokla running at him with a Sheen, should be able to get at least one for himself. Good escape from the Golden Guardians through River. Gory did have to flash, but the W from River, Maokai Wing onto the Scuttle Crabs, always so nice to be able to use the Scuttle as a little dash for yourself to retreat.
Like a little taxi.
Exactly. The Scuttle Taxi service called them right up. Gory, of course, going to be a lot more vulnerable now, though, for Dragon Spawn. Only 20 seconds away. We'll see about the reset here for Energy. And if they want to actually walk top laners down. Daisy's already out and ready to play.
Nice. Oh, wait.
They had you in the first half?
Yeah, they had me in the first half, and I was like, oh, this is a Contracts appreciation tweet. And it's like, wait, you're bashing him. Man. Well, we'll see if Contracts can pick up a win on the Ivern and make it a 50-50 at least, and not just a straight up 0%. Dragon is alive, and it seems that Energy are the first ones to the punch here.
Yeah, and I think they'll be the last ones to the punch as well, since it's pretty hard for Golden Guardians to retake this vision. Actually, Contracts is recalling, so they don't want to start it out. And River gets his full base off. So not going to be any sort of priority here for Energy, and it's going to go the other way. Since bottom lane pushes in, Golden Guardians, they've got Azir ultimate backup for Gory. They've got everything ready to go from the bottom lane.
Yeah.
But it's fully warded up. So it might just be some sapling spam to set it.
Contracts has completed his Moonstone.
Problem is, Golden Guardians have teleport advantage now from top lane since Energy whiffed on the last play. So Energy poking around to try and stall them here could be dangerous. Dokla's walking his way down, so if they could stall for another couple seconds, Dokla could get here. Teleport from Licorice would be necessary from Golden Guardians.
Licorice wants to get a recall off, but is forced to use the teleport now because now all members of Energy have shown up. They're just doing it to guarantee, but the crash down into the Magnastorm does not hit anyone. River gets out of there alive. Dragon is reset and into the backline. FBI's trying to leap in there, but Contracts is also blinking down on HP. FBI's already found one, but FBI's got to put out the damage against Gory, who's routed him off, but Daisy is walloping him, punching him down, but it's still not enough damage. Dokla will slice and be the ender of multiple members of Golden Guardians as Contracts now on the run. Stixxay is looking for another reset with the rocket jump, but cannot get enough auto attack damage. What a fiesta from here. Golden Guardians Energy are just scrapping on both sides, and Contracts does not go down. The deadly shield catches him by surprise. No one's gonna claim the dragon, but man, oh man. Or actually,
he doesn't have smite. He doesn't have smite. He can't yoink this. Ivern counter jungling is only allowed if you have smite. It gets the channel off. Can't wait around for it though. The rest of the Golden Guardians can chase them out of the jungle, and the dragon was secured by Golden Guardians as well. So we are again in an interesting scenario. Both dragons for Golden Guardians, but all the money in the advantage of Energy. Over a 2,000 gold lead if we get back alive. But here's a look at how it started out, and that Maokai ultimate did do a lot of work, but Gory as well up here shoves the rest of them in, and so it's pretty close on the exit. And the big difference maker is Daisy. Still getting so much work done. The shield here from Contracts allows them to chase down the extra kill. And then you know the end of this story. Even though it's a triple kill for Stixxay, he couldn't quite get vision on Contracts in that little brush around the corner, even though he tried to ward the brush in time to kill the Ivern. He got surprise killed, and so that triple kill bounty that Stixxay just got in the team fight was immediately claimed, and Dokla is a very rich crocodile.
He is huge. I mean, solid 1,400 gold lead over Licorice at the moment. It's going to be very difficult for him to split push against Dokla in the side lane. Should be maintaining a lot of pressure, which is already reason why River is forced to hover just to make sure Dokla doesn't find a solo kill on him anytime soon.
They do have Maokai ultimate. You can drop turret aggro with your W if your Maokai wants to go start out tanking tower and save the Twisted Advance, but they lead with ult.
Dominus is available. He tries to flash away under tower, but it's a nice bonk and well-played dive from Golden Guardians, but the last turret shot is enough to find Licorice. And now Golden Guardians are on the run. Can Contracts find the Root Maker? Gets the smite for the slow. River is just getting auto-attacked to death before he lands the easy Q, and it's an easy revenge kill for NRG.
And even though Tristana's mid, the demolition AD carry, there's no time alone with that turret, so Golden Guardians don't get to answer mid. They do get to answer top, so they drop two for one, but they get a top side turret. Looks like Jace is going to counter push on bottom side. Now, the thing I was just mentioning about Twisted Advance dropping turret aggro, that was also the problem that they led into there. Since Maokai led with the W, it trolled Licorice a little bit, and he instantly got turret aggro, being only 2 turret shots from death, so him going down.
Yeah.
In that scenario, you probably want to just walk up as Maokai, following your ultimate, and Q them first, and tank it so that Licorice can add that damage, because that extra Jax damage definitely does matter.
Yeah. As we take a look back at the replay, it's pretty much what you said. He has a full health bar to work with, but dropping turret aggro onto a squish your Jax.
Yeah, so like you can W if the Jax waits until after you come out of the Twist Advance and then you retake your aggro and then go, but by then, you know, what's the point? So like walking up and going with the Q out of ultimate. Oh man, is he gonna die again down here for?
Oh no, the teleport is coming in.
Get the turret.
Douglas like, hey buddy, remember the dive, the 2v1? Well, I got 3-on-1 for you this time, and there is no way out for Mr. Eric Ritchie. And Valfox cleans up that one.
Back to the scene of the crime. NRG are able to get him again with the teleport. And guess what? 50 seconds on Dragon. That will be a teleport advantage now for Golden Guardians. They've got both Gory and Licorice's up. But I wonder if this gold lead is just too much for them. See if the item completions are really starting to be painful here. Palafox with the early Dust Blade. They use Rift Herald on bottom side to push even deeper. Oof. Another one. Secondary turret taken for NRG as well. Nice coordination here. Hard counter push with the Daisy, with the Rift Herald. Before they even have Dragon arrive, they've fully taken control of the area. Looks like it should be a call off here for Golden Guardians. And sad thing for them is not even a cross-map play available.
Yeah.
So you can't even really say, hey, we're going to get a little bit of, you know, top gold. It's basically just a minion wave up there. So should be plenty of time for a reset after Dragon for NRG to defend and not let Golden Guardians get too much back.
I mean, at the very most, they can get some vision control in the river for the Baron setup, but the way that item spikes are for Golden Guardians, they're not really strong enough to force a Baron. They would take way too much damage before they even threaten it, and then NRG would get an easy cleanup. So it's too dangerous to make that play.
Yeah, it's multiple 2-item power spikes on NRG to 0 2-item combinations here for Golden Guardians. Plus, they had just lost all vision in the counterplay off of the second pick. So have to say, NRG, even though it was a really rough start to Summer at the very beginning, climbing their way back, looking so much better. A lot of it has been on multiple rel picks for Ignar and him roaming around as well. But the coordination, definitely a lot better for them as well. Let's see about the execution later on. They do have a pretty nasty setup. We already saw the chase potential of the Kai'Sa. FBI jump right in there. Got the extra shields from Contracts. So while you have a Maokai and Golden Guardians, it's kind of hard to control NRG even with the very big amount of CC that you're going to be able to bring.
Would have been a cheeky steal if FBI's Void Seeker had laid claim to the red buff, but it is secured by Golden Guardians. As right now, it's just a dance of vision control right now. Kobe on the top side of the map. Currently, Energy are winning that vision war.
And the game plan now for Energy. Everything accomplished here early game. Great job. Thumbs up. We're 20 minutes in. Now we get to take full advantage of our Jace pick. Poke damage. It's always been Premier versus Azir. Through every iteration of Azir has always been one of the things that was most difficult to deal with. So you fully take control of jungle, set up your vision, and then throw out this Muramana transformed Duskblade Jace poke over and over and just get value there. Value, value, value. Get some poke, get some chip, force them to come to these objectives. Use your Ivern Brush, use your Daisy. And then if they overextend, once they get into a bad spot, you actually have the snap rel engage. Or if, you know, a stray Ivern Q actually does land, then they've got the options. But Jace currently split pushing on bottom, so unless you bring a solo laner switch and bring the Jace over to the Baron, have the Renekton push out and threaten the teleports, then aren't going to be able to get that extra poke value that you're looking for with this comp. Meanwhile, River, happy to set up on Maokai. I am first strike, demonic Maokai, so filling up every brush you can with the saplings, and Energy are going to do it here. Palafox isn't there yet for the poke, but they're going to start it anyway and try and force Golden Guardian's hand. There we go.
Maybe at the most, they can get some summoner spells off of Golden Guardians. River has a flash, so they can always, at the most, throw a sapling and then make a Hail Mary attempt to steal the Baron away at his 4,000 HP. They're going to throw out the Nature's Wrath, which will give them vision, and then Energy are going to make the call to back off the Baron. The Baron will surely reset. They have now gained an ult advantage, and they make the play off of it. It has died down. All right, well, Golden Guardians stopped the Baron for now, and I thought Energy were ready to jump on top of them, but it was all the poke that they needed.
Yeah, they do get that Maokai ultimate out and dodge around effectively, but felt like pretty good game of dodgeball from from Golden Guardians, and so nobody got really in danger there, and I guess they both just decided to call it off since Daisy gets killed off also.
Yeah.
That's like half of Ivern right now. So Daisy down, no Maokai ultimates, and they called it the first dodgeball game a draw.
Neither side really won on the exchange, but at least for Golden Guardians, they diminished the pressure from Energy as they want to still buy time for themselves, as a lot of these champions are going to scale further and further into the game. Yes, Energy, you have scaling poke factors, but if you can always just force a fight, you should be advantageous in the team fighting aspect.
Yeah, maybe shift their focus down to the dragon and get the lesser objective first. It's not really a big threat of Golden Guardians pulling a sneak play up here, since you have Scuttle Crab, you have pre-existing wards up on Baron, and maybe they get a pick of their own, though. The Ivern Q does land and they take it.
Stun on a River, but he's pretty tanky even with only Demonic Embrace, but he's forced to flash away. He doesn't want to lose too much HP off the exchange.
Palafox walks his way up the river, so they got a little bit of a poke and another small cooldown here. No flash on Maokai. Gory still has his crown up, so the dodgeball, especially from Gory, is very important. Wants to keep that crown proc. Pretty hard for him. Has to dodge all these Ivern Qs, all these Jace shock blasts, and they're going right back to it. Here we go, round two.
This time, Gory and Huhi are in the inside of this river track. Palafox is separated, but the Magna Storm is going to cut off Huhi, and Huhi just gets blown up by Energy. That's a member gone from Golden Guardians, but they're looking for the re-engage with the Nature's Wrath. Dokeless buys some space. Right now for the front line, Daisy is still tanking up and maintaining aggro of Baron, so the Baron does not drop, but River has the Blast Cone. He can get in over a steal. The steal, it doesn't happen. Jokel's the one that secures it. River's got nowhere to go because he doesn't have flash. Gory looks for a Hail Mary and a Palafox, but he flashes away, and now Gory's just sent himself to die at the hands of Energy, but Stixxay looking for the reset. Lookerish, left for a counter strike. It can set up for Stixxay. He's looking for more buster shots and more rocket jumps, but he hops away. Energy are gonna get out alive.
Licorice trying to get together any bit of counters, kills in the aftermath. Can only grab the one though, so big win for Energy. Golden Guardians will be pushed off by the teleport here, but Dragon is available. Objective Bounty Shutdown is on it. Golden Guardians have no smite though. River's gonna have to run all the way from base, and I think Energy, especially with the Baron empowered recalls, they'll be able to chase them off this counter engage. Maokai will not have an ultimate for this dragon if Golden Guardians really are trying to force. It looks like Licorice is. A little bit of frustration here. Who he gonna wrap around? Can he get the flank? There's no flash on any Energy carry.
Dude, he spotted, he flashes in, but he gets the depth charge right into the backline. Conchex is knocked up, and they've blown up Dokla, and that's the main front line gone for Energy. That's the dragon going over to Golden Guardians.
Huhi with the big flank. Golden Guardians cash in on the objective bounty. So even though they lost out around Baron, they get the dragon. That's number 3, plus a decent amount of gold with the objective bounty shutdown. Still very advantageous for Energy, of course, but the little things here for Golden Guardians to try and keep themselves away back into this game. Let's take another look at how it all started out. The vision dial from Energy allows them to just go for the snap engage from Ignar. They don't have to wait around for poke. Ignar sees Huhi in the middle of the river. They immediately delete him, and then even with Maokai ultimate trying to set up a counter engage here, Energy just go for the chase down. Baron continually leashed here by Daisy. Blast Cone allows River in, but Dokla finishes it. So yeah, the smite right just above 1200. Close there, but no cigar. Dokla gets it, and Dokla barely lives at the end too, as he was buster shotted out. Gory the last chase down, and you know Licorice is gonna be a flash follow, but Palafox and the rest of Energy still coming to town with the Baron buff, pushing down these turrets.
Inhibitor tower falls now, thanks to the Baron buff. 2 empowered cannon minions making quick work of the inhibitor. That is the first step of laying waste to Golden Guardians base. Baron buff about to time out in the next 15 seconds here, so no more Baron sieging for the side of Energy. And oh man,
he knew it. He knew it too. He knew he was doomed as soon as Jet started talking, said he was gonna flop. You can see it on the Nero's face. I think he was in pain the whole time, it looked like.
And Nero after this video is like, Jat, please just vote against us every single time. I swear, I beg of you, never, ever, ever, ever vote for us again.
All right, looks pretty good for NRG after the Baron push though. Topside inhibitor being down, full momentum here. They can just now swing on over, rotate to a 4-1 split push for themselves. Ivern Siege, you've got a level 16 Jace here, triple item power spike. Keep up the pressure with supers slowly working on the top side. And Golden Guardians trying to defend. Gory, Azir ultimate ready. Flash will be ready pretty soon too. If they want to make a big play, he has Flash and Stopwatch.
Yeah.
He built the crown, so if you're able to dodge enough of the poke and keep your crown active, he's dodging the Kaisa, he's dodging the Jace now. Maybe they can try and fight their way back into it.
First step, crown neutralized. Next time Gory walks up, it's going to be a lot more damage coming his way if it's a Void Seeker or an Empowered Shock Blast to the face.
All right, see if Energy can rotate everybody to bottom side and make use of this minion wave, because Jax is showing top, so even if Licorice teleports, it'd be a while. Good move from Golden Guardians though. They move up, they instantly clear this wave. Gory's crown actually just came back up, so it's able to block that Kaisa W. And it's right back down.
This is the poke composition, and it's fine. It's just poking and prodding, trying to whittle down the defenses of Golden Guardians, as it is still another minute before Baron and Dragon spawn. I imagine that Energy will want to just secure the Dragon before they make their way over to the Baron side, as it should be an easier objective for them to secure, and it is soul point for Golden Guardians.
They do have this Ivern with the Staff of Flowing Water completed and fully stacked Dark Seal as well. Decent amount of AP coming through. But Energy unable to crack more than a single inhibitor, and if there's not a lot of pressure on the map, and especially when there's no objectives out there, a single inhibitor is super easy to deal with. Licorice is actually even happy because he farmed Krugs plus the super minions coming from Energy side, kill off their wave. Then he just goes, finishes up that super wave as well. So this Jax hasn't been, big star of the game or anything, but continually completing items now and even finishes up the Zhonyas. That's what you need to be able to team fight effectively with this champion. Having that little mid-fight reset. You can use your E. You can gain some extra time with the stopwatch when you're under threat. You can get another E off. We'll see if they can actually navigate the fight effectively, because Daisy's back out and Dragon's up in 10.
They're gonna push into the top side jungle first, try to bully Golden Guardian to the further extent before looping on back to Dragon, as in now it is spawned.
And you only need a player or two to be able to finish off that Dragon. You have to overcommit. Pretty easy. Fox is going to take care of it himself. And the rest of them keep up the pressure around mid to make sure there's no counterplay. So very easily collected by Energy. Topside tended to again by Licorice, trying to push out those supers while the rest of the team keeps their vision of Baron. And they do have an extra Scryer's Bloom too to remain safe. But it's just the small objective there for CLG of Cloud Dragon number 2 for them. It is a denial, of course, but Golden Guardians still able to keep fairly stable here. Clear out more of the super minions, buy some more time for that inhibitor to spawn, keep plenty of vision through their red quadrant of the jungle to set up for this next Baron arriving.
It's been a measured game from Energy, not necessarily the most decisive one, but it has been careful and patient. They have not tried to overextend a lot of their advantage, as they've been wanting to decisively make sure that this win is secured.
And you gain a lot of value here with all of these support items on the Ivern. Now, also having the Ardent here, Contracts provides so much.
Ooh, he's in fog. Oh, yeah, and now he's exposed, but FBI is all by himself, but he uses the Killer Instinct to jump on the other side of the wall. Now Hui, who's looking sheepish, he's going to find Ignar, and that's just a tank support trade. Unless Ignar actually gets out alive, the explosive charge, the shield from Contracts keeps him alive, and a double shield just adds insult to injury. Golden Guardians find themselves without their junglers. They look for the engage. FBI is going to clean it up here. Dokla slices down Stixxay. The Root Maker roots him on up. The Flash, he can't get away out of that one. FBI finds him, and he's going to look for more.
Yeah, go for the end. Go for the end, maybe. Energy, everybody's up. No Stixxay, no Hui. River on 13. They're going for a flank. Yeah.
All right.
They can just go topside, though. The inhibitor's already exposed up here. They've got plenty of minions to work with. Okay, maybe no ends. There's still two people down. They can just retreat to Baron, a little bit safer of a play. Grab your inhibitor, retreat back over to the Baron, then return with the Baron sieging power.
Started on up by Energy here. Solo laner is keeping it down 9,000 HP. Licorice is waiting in the wings. River's up, but I don't think he's going to get anywhere near this Baron.
Should be secured here. See if there's any magic on the side of Golden Guardians. Nice little juke boots from River, but he's going to need more than that.
Easy secure for Energy. Baron. Nicely done, but Licorice is now going to jump on them in the aftermath. Goes Golden, and it's a teleport coming in from Gory. He has Ember Survive. He has Flash. Can he catch them out by surprise? FBI is taken out of the fight. Palafox as well. Gory swoops on in. Looks like Dokla's going to be left to the wolves of Golden Guardians. He's going to sustain himself as long as he can, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. No teleport available, and no real way to run out of this one. At least it is consolation prize for Golden Guardians. The 6-8 will get himself another kill, but the Baron buff was secure for Energy, and that's all that they need.
Interesting. This is actually going to buy a lot of time. We've had back-to-back pretty long games. I believe the last one was longest of the split. I know 41 minutes was the record previous to that one, and we got right up against it. Looks like this one probably will delay a bit too, since Baron buff gets cut down. They picked off 2 here for Golden Guardians. Licorice lying in wait in that brush, biding his time. He goes in, makes full use of that Zhonya's, starts it out. He gets the stun. They collect the picks. So Golden Guardians now back on a similar timer. They got to clear out a lot of these top lane supers. They want to try and feed that money into Licorice while retaining their defenses on the other side of the map. Can Energy actually push this timer ahead with Baron buff? Can they get inside and crack the rest of these inhibitor towers?
Cannon minions doing nice work, but for Golden Guardians, they delete the minions without ease. No real damage onto the inhibitor towers.
I mean, they've got Azir clear with Tristana almost fully leveled, almost max range late game Tristana. Passive plus the lethal tempo. 6-8, of course, very famous with this champion. Won his championship on CLG with it. River getting poked down. We're finally seeing some of the returns for the double poke options when they both do land. And the siege continues. Ivern brush siege. We slowly move up the line.
The forest is inching slowly closer and closer.
The Trents are attacking.
The ends are going to war. Now the inhibitor tower is going to fall. And now Energy are making their march into the base. Inhibitor should be the next target here as Dokla is handling Licorice in the middle lane. Inhibitor still down 4 Golden Guardians on the top side of the map.
We're in.
They got the brushes, they got the extra on-hit damage. Redemption is used just to give them a little bit of extra health, but the Empowered Candy Minion hiding in the brush. Oh, it stopped attacking the inhibitor. They're going to have to walk back on up, and Azir has set up his tower. Gory is going to use that for extra defense. Dokla has popped the Dominus, trying to sustain as much damage as he can. Has a GA, but he's in the middle of 3. They have Daisy trying to frontline, and Dokla gets to walk on out, sacrificing Daisy in the long run. And Golden Guardians are still holding on to this base, Kobe.
Oh my goodness. All right, they defend the inhibitor. They get back for the topside supers too, so they won't lose any Nexus turret damage for the topside ones. They know this is only Cloud Drake number 3 too. So Golden Guardians successfully defend, just barely keeping the inhibitor standing, buying more time though for their Tristana Azir dual late game carry. We are basically there for them for the late game, Rafa. They have been able to bide their time on that knife's edge, defending just enough.
Yeah.
Getting just enough dragons. And even though it is over a 7,500 gold lead for Energy, Golden Guardians making that gold lead less and less meaningful as they now have 4 item completed Azir. Tristana also 4 items looking to follow up here. 426 farm for Stixxay.
I mean, if you're able to find and engage his Golden Guardians before the poke starts settling in, you can rip through the fights as a fully fed Tristana. And Stixxay has definitely clutched out fights before in his career when, in the heat of battle, he'll let his instincts take over. And in the most clutch ways, he usually comes out on top. So this would be a moment, despite the gold advantage that Energy have, it doesn't seem like they really have a pressing advantage that much over Golden Guardians.
Yeah, plus item inventories fill up very quickly. I mentioned a while ago how impactful Ivern is with all this support itemization. It's really strong in mid-game team fights. But late game, support itemization is so cheap, you're one of the ones that fills up your inventory the quickest.
Yeah.
And so a lot of that value ends up falling off towards the late game because you've got all these cheap items in inventory and a bunch of extra gold. I believe right now, even if you look at it, he's got 1,800 gold in inventory for the Ivern. And the only thing really to upgrade with the existing stuff is like go to Medjai's on your 10 stack ring, which is probably the move.
But will he have time to go back and buy it? Will this be the potential last fight here as the teleport comes in from Licorice? And they already are setting up priority in the middle skirmish.
It hits. Daisy gets shot in the head.
That could have been close. The Void Seeker does not find its mark, but it almost did on a Stixxay, and he would have been chunked out. A lot of potential damage coming in from FBI whenever he gets to complete those passive marks. It is so close. It is so tense.
This Ivern skin, by the way, is one of the most troll in the entire game.
Oh, River maybe. It's a lot of damage. FBI goes for the Killer Instinct, and he uses the Raptors as a taxi with the Twisted Advance. He gets out, but he is chunked. And Energy are going to pull the trigger on this Baron surely.
Huge poke potential. River on the receiving end. He could go heal off of Krugs. Go up there, get that kill. Or they're just going to reset, and Stixxay does get away for now.
I mean, Stixxay is definitely came with the blue suede shoes. He is dancing around a lot of... Oh, he's in there. Who? He gets blown up. And now can Golden Guardians follow up in the engage on the way otherwise the support trade will be for nothing. They find Dokla, so support for top laners, great for Golden Guardians if they can main battle lines here. Palafox was chunked out, but he's got teleport, so he can come back into this fight.
And we're about to hit that 41-minute mark too. Late game, big damage potential, so anybody get caught for a second, dead instantly here. He saw the angle, he starts it out, pretty big engage for Golden Guardians, but he gets melted as they're getting the pick on Dokla. In the aftermath, Golden Guardians can at least finally kill the outer turret over 41 minutes into the game here. But their defense is complete at this stage.
Yeah.
6 dragons have fallen during this time. Golden Guardians have really weathered the storm though, and the gold lead no longer really means much at all, as Anathema's chains also now finished for River. When it only takes a second or two of damage to kill somebody at this point, a second or two of extra CC does mean a lot.
Could be the difference maker as they find a pick on the Licorice, but he goes golden with the Zonias, but he's still separated from everyone else. But he leaps on over. Ignar follows up. Licorice is gone. The Magnustorm and the multiple members, then it's a trade back onto Ignar's life. Golden Guardians 4-on-4 now. Energy, can they make the most out of this trade? Dragon is spawning in 25 seconds, but they don't have the support to make another engaged play.
Nobody can live. If you make a pick, be very wary about jumping into follow-up as a melee champion because there is a small chance that you will come out alive. So Ignar does follow up and they get the kill again onto Licorice, but is another top laner for support trade. Last time around it was reversed as far as the teams go, but Energy, now they're poking around again.
Oh, FBI goes for the killer instinct. He gets locked up, but they take out Huhi first. Gory 6 save. They have to clean up the damage, but FBI's gone. And now it's just Palafox. Dokla flashing in, but Gory goes golden at the right time. Dokla loses all of his HP. He's forced to retreat. And Golden Guardians have bullied Energy off the Baron. They can look to burn it down.
Golden Guardians are going to start it up. There's plenty of vision for them. And Energy are going to go for the Dragon instead. There's going to be a Baron for Dragon Soul trade. Cloud Dragon picked up in trade for Baron. This for sure is going to be our longest game.
Kobe, I'm calling it. This is certified banger status right now. Golden Guardians and Energy going the distance on this game. I know this summer split, we've had a lot of stomps, a lot of one-sided games, but man, oh man, I love casting games like this because you never know what's going to happen next.
I want to see if Ivern can go like for a death cap or something, because does benefit a lot
Build
for AP, and you stack up a lot of gold in late game. So
how much gold is he sitting on?
What can he do?
Oh, Cosmic Drive. All right.
Yeah. He didn't have enough for a death cap. But Cosmic Drive, yeah, the extra speed to navigate the team fights, the extra ability haste, and Banshee's Veil picked up here. Spell shields in late game definitely can be the difference between life and death. The last one we saw, FBI jumped in with the Killer Instinct. It truly was a Killer Instinct moment in onto the Nautilus, but then immediately he got swept out by Azir, got blasted. So they got the pick again, but whoever's getting the pick here is always getting killed afterwards.
Looking for Licorice, but the Counter-Strike dodges the stun here.
Okay.
Ignar dodges out on the dredge line, and Dokla's way too far on enemy lines. He doesn't have a GA to work with. The shields, is he gonna live through the explosive charge? The GA still keeps him alive. Didn't realize he still had it. Ignar now in danger. He gets taken out by Gory. Golden Guardians have withstood the storm. The poking from Energy's composition is starting to fall in favor of the massive team fighting composition that Golden Guardians have built.
Maokai Ultimate, the slow and insidious killer. It got the catch that got them the trailing kills, and now Golden Guardians with Baron, can they be the ones to truly leave a lasting mark? We have officially passed the duration of our previous game. So back-to-back longest games of the split. This is our new longest game of the split.
I know the audience loves a banger like this one. We got to see both teams really tested at their limits. Now Energy recuperating, seeing if they can find a pick on the Golden Guardian members. A few of them are low on HP. If they can find a pick before they get a chance to set up for this vision control, but Elder is not spawning for another 3.5 minutes, so there's plenty of time for Golden Guardians to regroup.
So League of Legends games, as we take another look at the initiation here, Dokla went in, he used his Slice and Dice, so he didn't have anything to get away from Maokai Ultimate. That's why he gets trapped. They use Redemption, they use Ivern Shield to try and keep him up. He eventually does proc the GA, But that gives them the health lead and the distance for Golden Guardians to keep up the chase and pick Ignar. So even though the Renekton off of GA still survives, that GA cooldown being down for the next big team fight, which at this point should be game ending, and causing Ignar to get picked meant they do lose their inhibitor. As far as the overall structure of League of Legends, though, you know, we've had this change where we're going to be the extra longest game in the history. League of Legends has been changed with the addition of the Elder Dragon and like these game-ending late game buffs. Some of our most famous longest game ever of LCS was like the 86 minutes or 70 something minutes. I was losing my mind.
Yeah, you and
but
Rick
that
were
is not
casting that
really possible to even do anymore. Getting to that length of a game because of the power of these end game buffs and because of you know, the execution threshold for Elder Dragon. So we are in very deep territory here, already about to surpass 46 minutes.
It looks like Contracts was the one that had some technical issues with his setup, so just making sure that it does all straightened out. It is very tense and unfortunate to have a pause this late into the game when so much is going on and so much is happening, but at least now is a time where we can take a breath and kind of reflect on so far the games, because I was ready to see if Energy were able to close out this game. This would have been a week of bounce backs, you know, already for FlyQuest getting their first win of the summer split. Energy would have been able to bounce back, but the fact that Golden Guardians have held out and they've been able to defend every single advance from Energy means that Golden Guardians are still in the possibility of closing this game out.
And I would even at this point say because Golden Guardians successfully did defend and waited out, they are now my advantage team.
Yeah.
I would definitely would go win cons here for Golden Guardians. They've got fully stacked Trist and Azir here for the late game. So unless somebody gets picked, I think there's a very good chance that they're able to do it here. They were able to weather the storm. They've got Maokai ultimates. They have the extra stopwatch. They have the extra Guardian Angel. A lot of these life-saving stasis abilities are so much more important in the end game because durability does not really stand up to full item carry builds.
Yeah.
So every stopwatch, every Guardian Angel is really big, and having the Renekton one go down in the last fight and having to deal with the big CC follow-up here.
Mm-hmm.
But they could easily still pull it out here if Energy can find the pick. Everybody has enough damage to kill anyone.
Yeah, like the damage is in full supply. I mean, AP Kai'Sa at this stage of the game hits like a truck. You get a fully stacked passive plus Void Seeker on top of someone. I mean, someone gets popped, and Stixxay, with no magic resist, has a GA to work with. That is pretty much the only saving grace that he has.
All right, can we make 50 minutes? I feel like 50 minutes is pretty close to the extremes that we used to get to in an old League of Legends, pre-Elder Dragons. See if we can get 50 plus this time. I think one of the big things in this game is that with the poke damage from Energy's comp, we haven't seen a lot of the benefits of it. They haven't actually gotten too much value out of it. Too many of those landing and actually turning into big energy gains. It's one of the biggest things for Golden Guardians. You know, a lot of good defense work for them, clearing out waves, dodging when necessary, and taking the opportunities to pull. But see if they can find it here in the defense. Energy now are the ones on the back foot with their mid inhibitor down. Remember that they still have Cloud Soul. That is not going to be taken away ever. So they have that extra quick follow-up.
I definitely need the movement speed to be able to keep up with the engage on the Golden Guardians, because their ability to disengage and get out of a fight is in a surplus here. You have Buster Shot, you have Twisted Advance, or the Nature's Wrath, Emperor's Divide to push people away. Normally, the Death Charge is used to engage, but you can stall an engage from happening if you just get a multi-knockup on the entire front line and the engaging force of Energy. So when Energy commit to a fight, you better hope that you can just pick off the target quickly. Otherwise, the elongated fight after usually favors Golden Guardians.
Here we go. Elder and Baron arriving only a few seconds apart. And Golden Guardians have the first priority.
Golden Guardians going to be walking on over. Baron comes up in 35 seconds. Elder in 42. Golden Guardians have the pick of the litter of which objective they want to start off first.
2 more minutes. Can we get there? 50 minutes. Let's go. I feel like we're going to make it.
You have the potential to do it, Kobe.
Minions exploding. 907.
Dude, Huhi has been looking for flanks all game long, and this time, does he find Palafox here? Licorice can follow up in the engage. Palafox doesn't have flash. The GA's popped. Surely Palafox goes down, and Energy are trying to burn down through the front line, but wait, Palafox gets out. He had flash. And now Dokla gets to with. Oh no, but he can't survive it! It's too much damage for Golden Guardians! Energy now on the run! Palafox has to retreat, he has to reset in base.
Elder is up with a minute death timer. That pick, that kill, that flank from Huhi finds the kill necessary for Golden Guardians to have the big advantage. Elder plus Baron available, and they're trying to cover both. Contracts makes a run. He hits the Q.
He hits the Q, and then Gory has to go golden. The crash down. Do they have the Mag Destroyer? They don't even need it. They just have the damage necessary to take him out. Licorice is in big trouble. He goes golden. The Gargoyle's stone plate is going to be enough to keep him alive. Wait, did they steal Elder? No, they didn't. They secured Elder. Golden Guardians still have it to work with, but it is still a numbers advantage for Energy.
Yeah, that was a great call from Energy. They know that there's going to be people going for the Elder Dragon, so Contracts, as Energy are desperate in their time of need, he finds it. He gets the pick. He gets the Q on Gory. They find the follow-up. Ignar is there. They get their kills. 3 members from Golden Guardians down, and Energy turn it into Baron, and they turn it into Siege. Top side is open. Can they finish? The face, Elder Dragon buff. It's just the Golden Guardians bottom lane standing against the full might of Energy.
20 seconds left on Gory and River. 20 seconds can feel like an eternity here if Energy just close out the game right here, right now. Teleport is coming in from Dokla. They burned down one Nexus turret easily. This could be it. Energy! They had to fight through thick and thin, but they finally did it! For the longest game of the LCS year, Energy take down Golden Guardians.
We made it over 50 minutes. Over 50 minutes. Golden Guardians, they get the kill onto Dokla, but they split up. They try and cover Baron while taking Elder Dragon. And while Stixxay is taking Elder Dragon in the Dragon Pit, Energy and Contracts find the engage. They catch the split opponents, get the kills, and win the game. Woo!
Energy, man. It seemed hopeless at the end once Golden Guardians' team fighting composition came online. It seemed like there's no way that the poke was going to work out, but it's just, as you said, Kobe, one split call, one clutch decision to punish. And that's all it takes to close out a game in that late part of the stage is there.
So they ward him. They had a red ward in that brush. Contracts nails the Q. And Gory's caught, even with the defensive teleport from Licorice trying to come in. Gory down, team down. Late game, all about who gets caught. And Energy, even though they're the first to drop a member in the 50-minute team fight, they still are able to win it. 3 kills plus Baron, end game.
I told you, certified banger, man. And once we hit the 41-minute status, it was like, all right, this one is going to be a memorable one.
Back-to-back longest games for us. Good job.
Yeah, we're definitely conking out after this one. But, oh, man. Props to Energy. Another win for them. I think the other thing that I want to look back on is for Golden Guardians. I mean, this is now a 4-3 record for them. They had the meanings of being able to close out that game, but it didn't seem like just that last decision is going to, I don't want to say it's going to haunt them because it's still early on in the season for round robin, but decisions like those is something that they need to look at as if they want to clean things up as they get ready for playoffs later down the road.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to practice 50-minute scenarios in League of Legends.
Yeah.
can't just start that up. And the games are so rare to get to the super late stages that it's always really fun to be able to experience one of those. But the ramifications of anyone getting hit with one skill shot can mean the whole game at this point.
Yeah.
Big risks, big reward.
Yeah. Well, speaking of rewards, it's official. Drops are back. So log into lolesports.com to watch this week's games for a chance to earn esports capsules, masterwork chests, and more. And now, we're going to be joining Mark Z and Contracts El Contracto on stage for a Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much, Rafa, standing by with Contracts, who just won the longest game in LCS split so far. Did you know that? Did it feel like it?
Felt like it. I mean, Elder and Baron trades left and right. I mean, the game should never be able to get to that point.
You didn't die, though. Your team let you down. You didn't die, though.
Yeah, it wasn't my fault. So
that's an important thing.
I was giving my team the calls they weren't executing. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, we're struggling closing out games, and I mean, I think we know why we are. I mean, I don't think we're like synced up very well in the late game, but we're making progress. Hopefully. I mean, didn't really show this game, but
I think it showed because you guys beat C9 in your previous game. You beat Golden Guardians. They were 1-2 last split. So clearly you guys have the potential to be good. And you guys finished 4th multiple times in a row, this core group of guys. So what is it do you think you guys need to improve on for the rest of the split?
I mean, just some growing pains. Like, I've played with FBI and Ignore in the past, but it's been around 2 or 3 years. So, I mean, a lot can happen in 2 years. You change as a person, you grow. So just kind of learning to know each other and getting on the same page has been something that's been difficult for us. But, as time goes on, I think we're making really good progress. So.
Awesome. Cool. You played Ivern. Give me some tips and tricks real quick for anyone who's watching, wants to play in solo queue.
So in solo queue, the fun build is the PTA Rylai's build. That one's like
not the Moonstone.
No, Daisy hits like a truck. If you want to carry a game, go ahead and build that one. But I mean, in competitive, it doesn't really work out too well. I think. Also, do the Blast Cone Blue tech. I mean, I don't know if they can show it, but
someone will scrub the VOD and link up what you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Contracts. Good luck in your future games. That's going to do it for us here. We'll catch you on the other side of the break.
Golden Guardians find themselves without their junglers. They look for the engage. FBI's going to clean it up here. Dokla slices down Stixxay. The Root Maker roots him on up. The flash, he can't get away out of that one.
Contracts makes a run. He hits the Q.
He hits the Q, and then Corey has to go golden to crash down. Do they have the Magnus Turret? They don't even need it. They just have the damage necessary to take him out. Licorice is in big trouble. He goes golden. The Gargoyle's twin plate is going to be enough to keep him alive.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
챔피언 바꾸고 싶으면 바꿔도 된대.
아 그래요? 아니 근데 어떻게 집 가려고 하는 타이밍에 불기둥이 따보냐 뒤에서? 아 이거 말하면 안 되는데? 아 뭐야? 아 리신 벤? 아 나 리신 픽인 줄 알고 했는데 벤이었어. 아니 잠깐만.
도인비?
도인비?
FBX 말파이. 어머.
Yeah, what is the Malphite strategy?
이제 평타 집공 말파로 위치핸드 간 다음에 라칸디를 무효화 시키면서 나는 이제 박수 치면서 때린다.
아,
박수 말파이트 이거.
shit. I only have a MR.
My man got the hard counter. That's insane. He has the anti-recon strategy.
My strategy is I'm gonna buy a Fisher mask.
Oh my god.
And then farming
We're
for late
going
game.
to sudden death again.
farming for 100
It's
CS.
just gonna be farming.
아프지?
아 뭐야 잠깐만. 아, 너무 아픈데?
Coming for a clap.
This seems pretty doomed.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, he's fast. Wait.
Boom.
Where are you going? Okay.
You can recall.
게이드?
Where's your ulti? 궁극기 어디 갔어?
아니 이게 왜 죽어?
라칸 너무 세죠? A Fisher mask
Alright, he has wits end now.
Cora, what's the stopwatch for?
for deathmatch.
Oh my god.
I'm already planning for it.
That's not gonna happen.
Oh, it's so tight.
All right, good luck. No, it's coming.
Oh,
no, it's coming.
close.
You don't want to do it.
Please, please.
Oh no!
He'll make it.
Okay.
Thank
Run! Run!
Oh, three more goals. It actually is encroaching quickly.
Oh, he's mauling him.
No way.
Wow. Oh! Stopwatch! Thank you both so much. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did not believe in the recon core.
Yeah.
You proved all of us wrong. Do you guys have anything final to say to each other?
If I picked the IG Rakan last game, I might have lost, but luckily, I picked the better skin.
All right. Thank you both so much. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to put too much pressure on him, so I want to be a bit careful here, but I think he is almost certainly the best top laner in the LCS. I'd be highly surprised if he's not the best player in the LCS. I don't think the league is ready for Rich.
Welcome back. When I heard that, I thought he was trolling.
It was a little much at the time.
I thought it was a little much too, but now that we've watched 6 games of Rich, I actually think he might have understated his case. Rich might be the best player in the world.
I always believed because I saw him in LPL, you know?
So we're going to go ahead and take a look at some Twitch.
Where the
Rich
hell am
gameplay.
I? Like, he just said the wildest shit. I'm sorry.
No, we're going to convince you. You're a hater.
Yeah.
Watch Rich in these
They
plays as
won
we go.
3 of 4 because of Rich. Raz.
Look at this.
that.
Look at that.
Whoa.
4-man Q. 4-man Q3. Raz.
Well, he's a good Cassante. I'll give him
Everyone
that.
is just, that's it.
Look at him here.
Okay, you're blocking your own
My
replay.
bad. I'll let this one ride out a little bit.
I appreciate that.
But
I mean, does
Okay.
he win this?
Does it matter? Oh wait.
Okay.
Okay.
Does matter.
Let's just.
There's
watch that one.
there's levels to things.
Oh, we're gonna show this one.
What is this?
We're gonna show this one.
This is a rich solo kill.
Yeah.
He literally ended.
Whoa, he killed him.
This was Fudge running it.
It's so good, dude. I mean, this is actually
he's
good.
popping off
this
here.
is.
We'll take it, but thank God.
And he can play more than just Cassante.
Look at this.
Raz's
Wait.
criticism was
700
he was a
gold.
Cassante one
I'm
trick.
seeing Tomo win them the fight, personally.
Watch this fight. Tomo's dead.
Yeah.
Who wins the fight?
Rich does.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at this.
I will say this: Dignitas without him, last split 3-15. They already have the same number of wins.
True.
With him in 2 weeks.
Stats
Raz.
don't lie,
Look,
Raz.
I give him the credit too. I think he is a good top laner. I agree with that. But what did you say? You said he was the best top laner in the league.
I didn't even say this, but a lot of people call him Hots Faker. So
I would say he's also just more than the best top laner in the league. He's the best player in the league. James, like James Baker said.
We literally were just talking about
who's playing
MVP.
better?
Watch him here.
Who's playing better? And don't say Jojo Pin just because he's on the screen.
Yeah, I think I just saw Jojo Pin.
Okay, this was huge.
This was
Yeah,
hilarious.
This was sick.
He kills Summit. Summit TV's back and just kills him again.
That's the Showmaker meme right there.
More
Look at
Quinn?
that.
Oh,
Yeah, the
Cassante!
Quinn.
Look at all these Quinn plays.
Yeah.
Also, I will say in this game, there was a lot of troll stuff happening around him. Santorin did not make his lane easy.
True.
And Rich came back and actually played Quinn in the late game pretty well.
It's true. I mean, also you have to remember when you're playing against such greatness, he's gonna have.
is
He's
this?
gonna draw a lot of attention. It's Rich.
It's,
This is disgusting.
It's a Rich clip. This is
the
a
goat.
Rich montage.
It's the goat.
Who made this montage?
It's the goatest goat that
It's
ever
Cassante.
goated.
You said
I
he
need
could only play
answers.
Cassante, so did you notice a difference in that Cassante
I just
game?
saw
You
him
didn't even
die.
see a difference.
I just saw him
it looked the
die.
same to me.
Who
Okay.
put the deaths in this clip?
Well,
Yeah,
it's a sampling
this
of
montage
Rich.
come
It's an
from?
honest sampling
Look
of
at
Rich.
that.
It's
Wait,
not
this
just
was
the highlights.
that was
These
the
are
other
out of
kill.
order.
This is all Rich.
It's everything involving Rich.
Yes.
It's like an adventure every time. And he's dead again. So what are we saying here? Who's the one that have to defend
Right,
himself?
tell me who
Look at
didn't
this.
die in the
Here's another
LCS.
solo kill.
Yeah.
When he was already fed. I'm sorry. Like,
Already fed. He's got one item.
He's up 10 CS.
and one kill over him.
And who got that
Look
lead
at
for
that.
him? Rich.
Yeah, there was no jungle interference, so he's better than Fudge. If he
Raz-
solo kills Fudge twice,
Yeah.
he's better than him.
I can't believe you're not convinced, Raz.
Like
I'm convinced he's a good player, a great player.
every
Didn't you
great
watch him on V5?
Raz,
Is
every
he not-
great
Sorry.
every great human in history has to deal with haters who aren't ready for greatness.
And
I
adversity.
understand that is your position, but you're wrong.
I'm not a hater.
Is
I
he the
just
best
want
top laner in the LCS?
No.
Then you're a hater.
Okay.
That's the definition.
Unbelievable.
All right, we'll see if he can come up with anything else
Hot
to try
Faker.
and convince
Hot Faker.
Rinse Raz that Rich is the best. As we go, though, let's send it over to the casters, introducing another visitor from the NA Challenger broadcast.
Raz, I swear to God.
You know, Rafa, I feel like things are going really well right now. It was supposed to be LCS fresh, and I feel like we're really getting there, but there's just something missing. Like, I just feel like we really can turn the freshness up to 11. I don't know, man. Like, outfits. Yeah, I think if we turn the outfits up, I think we'll really get there.
Fresh fits. Hey, I think I know a guy.
What's up?
So, what do you think?
Yeah, just go cast the game.
Hello, and welcome in. It's my first time here on the LCS desk, and I'm joined in by Azael. I am so happy to be here. Thank you all for having me.
I was partial to the duck outfit, personally.
That was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, just putting it out
They
there.
told me it would be hard to hear my voice with a duck mask on, so I was told no. I pushed for that one really hard, too.
It is the downside. It is the downside. Well, welcome. It's great to have you here. We're continuing the proud tradition of all the NACL guys coming up and having their first cast with me.
I was about to say, literally everyone who's a play-by-play has casted with you, so I feel honored to be amongst them that gets to cast with you, especially as we get into our fourth game of the day. 100 Thieves, Dignitas, both teams have had a bit of stumbles going through this, but as the desk was kind of talking about, I really got my eyes on Rich when I look at Dignitas and how they've gotten a lot of their wins so far.
Absolutely. I think Rich has been incredible, and I can confirm that Raz is in fact a hater. Rich has been tearing it up in the top lane, has been looking really, really good. But across the table on the other side, for 100 Thieves, I think a lot of the questions are going to be around Quid. Yes, double-elimination I think has been a standout player for them, but it hasn't really been working because the rest of the team hasn't been stepping up around him. I think the bot lane has been fine. Quid obviously did join late. He didn't have those preseason scrims with him. They had to play week 1 with Nuke Duck, so those things are kind of working against them. But now that he has been able to have a little bit of time to settle in, I want to start to evaluate Quid a little bit more harshly, in this second week with the team.
Yeah, I'm glad you kind of talked about that because I think that's one thing that I held reservations on being too critical with Quid on for that exact reason. First week, just coming in, new team, new environment, new culture, everything about that. But this is going to be our second week that we get to see how he can play. And this time, it looks like with the bans that we have, a lot of the static shiv abusers like LeBlanc taken off of the board and going back to that Azir that they pretty much played most of the time last week.
Yeah, this is one of his most played. He has played 3 different champions so far. He did play the Azir, the Nico, and the Ahri last week. That Azir game, if I recall correctly, was his first one against EG,
1-8.
where he was absolutely ran by Jojo and Armeo. That was a tough entrance into the league, but Quid going to be looking to have a bit of a better performance here. In that game, also, double-elimination was on Ashe. He was playing more of that supportive pick, and that's just not really been the style that double-elimination has dominated the league in throughout his career. He's always been more on those hyper carries. Will they build that around him? With double frontline here, you almost feel like it's pretty guaranteed that double is going to be on a carry as well. I don't think you're going to have Quid as that solo carry. So we'll have to see what Dignitas wants to cook up on the other side because they already have Maokai, they already have Renekton, so jungle top has been drafted through here. Jensen has the ability to match roles unless they want to grab something up, potentially like Emilio, that is pretty high prio and hasn't been picked.
No, and looking at what has been picked, honestly, even looking at the bans, we see a lot of these things that have been really powerful, such as that Sejuani, the Cassante, Jace, making it through those first round of bans that we've been seeing throughout the entire day even, that they've normally been benched right out of the gate. So having Jensen go on to Jace here with the Renekton already picked for Rich. Another new look also, because we were talking about how good is Rich off of Cassante? How does he look when he's not just playing Cassante every single game?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think he's had some strong games off of it already, but this is going to be another new look for him, just as you're saying. But I also have to say, this is a bit of a different look for Jensen. He has played it 4 times in his career, but that is not a lot at all.
For his career?
Yeah, for his entire career. He has really been always that control mage guy. He's not usually someone that actually plays a lot of these physical damage mids. He doesn't play ADs mids. He's not someone who looks towards a lot of the melee kind of physical assassins in mid either. So this is really different from Dignitas. Pretty unexpected for me and very early game, mid game focused with those first 3 picks. So we'll have to see where Tomo and Diamond are going to take us with the final 2 picks for the bot lane. But a pretty unexpected draft, I have to say, for Dignitas. And it makes me feel like maybe they want to try to pressure heavily towards Quid. If they feel that he is a weak spot 400 Thieves, Jensen on this Jace with that powerful ganking coming in from Santorin on the Maokai could really look to punish him.
And I'm really curious to see what Diamond's going to pick here, because I think that also is going to be something that will really indicate how Dignitas want to play this game. Because whenever I think of Diamond, I think of a lot of those engagers. His Thresh is one of the first things that comes to my mind, but the Rakan that they banned away themselves is also another one of those picks that he loves to play. So what they want to do is hold on to the last pick for him, and I think that's actually really important here, looking at, like we were talking about, how they're going to attack this entire map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you grab away a priority AD here in the Varus. You look for support counterpick on 5 here on Dignitas to try to get that 2v2 advantage for yourselves in the bottom lane. And we'll see what Dignitas can get from this. Again, 100 Thieves, I think their strong point really has been the bottom lane. Somebody had a great game 1, starting off the split pretty early on against FlyQuest it was on his Renekton, but besides that, I think the top side of the map has been pretty quiet. Closer not really playing to his standard. The mid lane was a sub, now Quid joining in. So it's going to be Nautilus, and we'll see where they want to go. Is it going to be Kaisa, which we've seen a tremendous amount
about? I would imagine it would be the Kaisa here. And Kaisa, Nautilus, when we think back to how powerful that duo has been in the past, that's why it kind of sticks out in my mind, but they don't actually opt for that.
Yep.
They opt for a little bit extra safety for double-lift.
Exactly, and double-lift, usually is one of those guys that wants to have agency, wants to have the ability to make plays on his own to try to make things happen. There is a tremendous amount of aggression that could be coming out from this Dignitas team. You look at Maokai, you look at Renekton, Jace even, and a potential of a hard engage support. That is a lot of die that would be coming towards double-lift there, and with Cleanse, with that Saya, potentially can keep himself safe. You called out Diamond being one of those engaged support players. It is going to be the Leona, and that is a pretty deadly duo down in the bottom lane. If you can lock someone down, you hit them with the initial stuns from the Leona, you're guaranteeing the follow-up, the Chains of Corruption, the Piercing Arrow, everything can come through from that Varus. And you have to remember, there's also Jace looking for Shock Blast on top of that, so it's going to be really dangerous if you can lock down one of those squishy targets. But that being said, there are 3 beefy frontliners to stand in front of the Azir and the Xayah.
Yeah, I mean, you got a Sejuani, you got a Nautilus, you got a Xante. All of them can absorb a lot of that poke, especially when we look at Jensen. Tomo, we're expecting that static Shiv rush, go for more of the AP build, has that burst potential, but like you said, it's onto the 2 members. It's onto Quid and double-lift. So it's going to be really important looking at 100 Thieves and how they can utilize those frontline tools to deny the early poke that Dignitas is going to have, especially when we look at Jensen.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how that's going to work out. And I also want to track some of these Dignitas members who I think have not been playing up to their level. Santorin, I don't think has been on point so far this split, and neither has Diamond. Diamond talked in his interview after a win last week about how it has been a big adjustment coming up to the LCS because it has been a big jump in competition. These bot lanes that he's playing against are on a different level.
Yes.
And he is finding that there's things that he could get away with in NACL that he could not on the LCS stage. So he's trying to make those adjustments. We'll see if he's been able to do that here coming into week 3 to kick things off for Dignitas.
All right, I hope you're all ready for 100 Thieves versus Dignitas. They have loaded up onto the Rift, ready to rumble it out. The early game, the poke coming in from Dignitas. You got that scaling on the side for 100 Thieves, the beefy front line, the late game scaling of Xayah and Azir. Which one will win it out? Azale, the moment, everyone going for the typical line of scrimmage, nothing too fanciful from either side.
Yeah, nothing crazy with the level 1s just yet. We'll see if anyone wants to look for any sort of a deep ward. Closer moving in a little bit, we'll get a ward down on the enemy red. So we'll have a good idea of what's happening there as Diamond is stepping forward here with Jensen, with Tomo. They do have a really strong level 1. It is Hail of Blades here on the Varus. We did see Lethal Tempo go into AP earlier from Unforgiven. We were talking about that back in the green room. Generally when you see Lethal Tempo, it is more the AD on hit, and Hail of Blades is more common with the AP, but of course you can go either route.
I feel like Static Shiv is just so strong right now on Varus that it's like, why go anything else at the moment? Not at least until 13-13 when that's going to be unfortunately gutted.
Or fortunately.
Depending on how you look.
Yeah, depending on
As a cheeser myself, I'm looking at that as unfortunate, but it's all the same.
I'm over it. Static Shiv has been in enough games.
Yeah, you know what? I got to agree with you on that one. As bot lane, Diamond is kind of looking at that one. Same with Busio. Both of them coming up through the Academy/Challenger scene. Now meeting here on the Rift against one another. We're getting a little bit of poke back onto Busio. Busio should throw a lot of that back onto Diamond as well with double lift.
Yeah, pretty evenly traded back and forth there. Both supports will pop their first potion here. Double lift hitting the wave pretty aggressively. Does have a little bit of a lead in the push right now. So the push will definitely go to 100 Thieves at level 1. We'll see if they can make anything of that. But meanwhile, in mid lane, I really want to keep an eye on Jensen and see how he's going to perform in this chase. Again, this is not a champion I really associate with him at all.
No.
So he has to be able to perform well. He has to be able to showcase that he can play this playstyle, that he can adapt to what he believes is strong. Clearly he's thinking this is going to be a strong matchup in the Azir. We saw one of the more commonly considered strong matchups in Azir earlier today. Jojo Pyun bringing out the Yone, which is really, really very difficult for Azir to deal with in 1v1. Jace, can cause problems for Azir as well, though.
But I'm still looking at Santorin. You kind of called it out. Santorin hasn't really had the best performance that we'd really like to see out of him. And now on something like a Maokai, when I think of Santorin, when I watch all the games back from, and I've watched League of Legends since 2012. He is a control jungler, and having something like Maokai, I look at the ooh, though, Rich. That was a little risky right there.
Yeah, he actually got caught. He goes in with the slice. He got caught by the Pathmaker there and pushed back into the turret, so immediately did have to flash out. Rich, a little bit of an error, but more of a good play there from Someday. But as you say, yeah, Santorin is that control-based jungler. He is more of a supportive style guy. 100 Thieves, though, looking for the invade.
And I like that from 100 Thieves. They look at the guy who's wanting to control, especially on Maokai. Letting a Maokai get control over you is oppressive. It feels suffocating to play against that because his saplings can get so much control over you. So Closer, Busio, Double, not really letting that happen. They don't want to have that point when this Maokai has full control of the bottom side of the river.
Yeah, it is just kind of setting up to be a 2v2 right now. This is reset multiple times, though, so I think Closer now just going to go back, take the scuttle here, and Santorin will be able to secure his blue buff and continue onward. So a little bit of pressure applied, not too much gained. Potentially a couple minions were denied to the Varus as he had to move up while that wave was pushing towards him. So now the wave is bouncing back towards Doublelift. Tomo's up 1 CS right now, but as you can see, there's a good 3 or 4 extra minions for Doublelift to farm. So things looking pretty good. 400 Thieves, but of course very even overall.
Yeah, and I would imagine Closer will eventually be the benefactor of that. Can go to the top half of the map, get that scuttle crab, double scuttle Santorin, so he can't have the control of the river. In fact, there it is, pathing right towards that one. Won't be able to make that play onto Rich onto the top side because it has been warded out pretty heavily.
Oh, I actually like this even more. Just going to go for the Raptors here. Take this away on spawn. He had the information as Jensen's getting pretty aggressive here. Doesn't know that Closer's there. Yeah, I mean, Closer could look for a flash over the wall and potentially kill him if he's doesn't base here. This is a potential dive angle. I think he's going to go for it if he has the Q up.
Way too close. There it is. Flash. The flash away, though. Jensen's going to survive and got a little bit of damage back onto Closer.
Yeah, if that final turret shot actually came through, Closer probably would have died.
Yeah.
So Jensen does survive. Rich pushing forward, looking for that demolish proc, does get it, but you always have to be respectful of Cassante, especially when the Antofo strikes are actually charged up there. As Diamond's going to look for an engage.
Looking for a little bit of a poke back onto Busio, getting the flash out of him as well. Big plays there for Dignitas, though it was the ghost burned by Tomo. Going back to the top lane, Rich Someday skirmishing just a little bit. Both of them wanting to get that edge. And we talked about Rich looking at how he can play on things that aren't Cassante. Well, Someday, a play that we've seen many a time here in the LCS, hasn't really had that big performance like he did when he initially joined in the LCS, especially with 100 Thieves back in the day. And I want to see how he can really bring this power to Rich, how he can perform in this matchup to kind of prove, hey, I've been here before. I am the one that you still need to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Someday throughout his career has always been a really good laner, even when things aren't working as well for him outside of lane. I think he's always been really solid there. So it is kind of a good barometer for Rich. If you can take down Someday in lane, things are going to be looking pretty good. We'll see if Someday can kind of extend any sort of an advantage to the team fights, though, whereas that's really where Cassante, I think, is looking to get things done. That's where you're going to have the big advantage kind of over the Renekton, is you do really outscale. You have more effective team fighting if you can really pull it off. So we'll have to see if Someday can do that. But thus far, pretty slow early game.
Yeah, I mean, if we've watched any of the LCS this summer, this has been typical 100 Thieves gameplay. Slow early game, waiting until about 8-9 minutes into the game. That's when they really have their first plays that really work out. We saw an attempt there from Closer in the mid lane. Was able to at least get the flash from Jensen, but didn't net an actual kill.
Yeah, I wasn't able to net a kill, and that has been one of the differences, I think, between 100 Thieves this year and sometimes 100 Thieves in the past, is that Closer had been more on playmakers, have been looking more aggressive. Oh, Someday gonna go all out.
Has the dominance, but Rich taking a lot of damage. Gonna get the call to make. He's so low. One more auto. Someday he'll pick up first blood against Rich.
Nicely done by Someday, again, knocking him back into the turret, uses the Pathmaker, pulls it back towards the turret, finds the angle for the all-out. Rich having to pop his ulti as well. But Someday getting the better of him here. The Antofo strikes getting stacked up. Again, it's just a buffer on the Pathmaker there. So well done. Pulls him back in. Then the slice and dice back from Rich, trying to escape. He doesn't have the E to create any space, though, afterwards, as the Ala have been used to pull him back towards the turret again. Someday just played that really well. And that is why you have to be so respectful of Cassante when you get close to the turret, because of the flip in, with that third Q on the Antofo strikes, as well as the all out and the Pathmaker. There's 3 ways to displace your character on this kit. And that could get you in a lot of trouble.
Someday also proving that he's still very powerful in that lane phase, that it's hard to go against him. Rich suffering for it, which means you look at the rest of the map. Closer's getting a lot of freedom in the bot lane, because bot lane actually has gotten control too for 100 Thieves. They're starting to win out in pretty much every one of these lanes, but Dignitas just don't seem like they have the answers quite yet for.
Yeah, not just yet. We'll see what they can get done as we go on, though. Jensen, is going for, obviously, the tier here, looking to scale potentially. Busio has no flash. They're going to look for it.
Flash in, a lot of damage. The pullback, got to be careful. But Busio, he is getting burst down by Tomo.
Nicely done by the Dignitas bot lane there. Diamond commits the flash. He locks him up. It guarantees the ulti. It guarantees the skill shots coming through there for Tomo. They know Busio was missing that flash, so they can secure themselves a kill. That's that combo I was talking about in draft. It is something that is very, very dangerous. And it's going to be that first kill in that 2v2 going to Dignitas and going to Tomo.
And you talked about having the big, beefy front lines, with Nautilus being one of them. Early game, that ain't the case.
Yeah.
He's a very squishy champion, but bot lane, double-up and Tomo are fighting it out.
He goes for the flash.
They got to get there's a flash in from double-up. What a play to take down Tomo.
Nicely done by double-lift. The GOAT making it happen in the bot lane. You know, popping the ghost there, Tomo was trying to create space, but double-lift found the angle. Tomo needed to kite back away from those feathers. He gave double-lift the ability to look for that flash blade caller to pull it back to get the root and the damage. It's a solo kill in the bot lane for double-lift, not something you see very often from these AD carries.
And he took full advantage that there was no chain of corruptions there for Tomo. The flash ghost already had been popped before to get the kill on a Busio. So he's like, hey, I can win this 1v1 pretty easily.
Yeah, went aggressive, found his opportunity, is able to take him down and get one back. It was really well played there by double-lift. You can see Quid going towards Crown of the Shattered Queen, so going very defensive here with that first buy, trying to keep himself safe. Can be pretty powerful. You know, I know a lot of people don't really love it against poke comps, but
it's so good against poke comps, though.
It can be.
For that first poke, that if it does somehow skate its way through these beefy front lines, I think that's really what it's for.
Yeah.
Because you have that front line you were talking about, the Xante, the Sedge wanting to absorb a lot of that poke in the first place. But we take a look at this bot lane play. Oh, actually, the Ghost and Flash hadn't been quite used by Tomo just yet.
Yep, exactly. You know, he does flash out early. He looks for the Ghost. I think he needed to pull backwards, though. His mistake to me here is he needs to flash back, Ghost, and run along the wall, right? And just go straight back, because then he wouldn't have the angle for the feathers. We actually swapped back to this point of view a little bit too late, as double-lift had already used the flash there, and the pulling in to get that root was really nicely done, but forces both the summoners, uses his ult, trades out his flash, gets the kill. Beautifully done there by double-lift, but a little bit of scuffle here potentially.
Not sure if that went to it. It went to Santorin barely.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, back to the poke point. To me, it's just about the repeatability of the poke, right? If there's like high damage poke that isn't going to be coming out a lot, I think Crown can be fine, kind of to your point. I think that's what you mean.
Yeah.
If it's something like Corki, though, that has a really repeatable poke, then it's going to be poked off constantly. Or Ashe, you know, that's going to be able to volley it off. Yes, if you block an empowered shock blast, there's definitely value to that. But at the same time, you know, there is a lot of pressure on both you and double-lift to be getting damage done here in this composition. You have 3 engaged champions, you have 3 frontliners around you, and I do think sometimes you have to be able to trust that they're going to be able to keep you safe and that your positioning is going to be able to keep you safe. But we will see, you know, if it does pay off or not. Rich skirmishing here with Someday, who's going to catch him again with the sun against the wall.
But dodged away from the whirlwind that time around, so not pulled back, didn't have to worry about a potential flash all out underneath the turret, like maybe not exactly the last time, but very similar.
Yeah, very similar for sure. You know, he's been really catching him with the W buffers. Somebody has been doing a really good job with that Pathmaker, anticipating when that stun is going to come through from the Renekton, buffering that out, pulling him back into, you know, really uncomfortable positions and trying to create something from that. The Shiv going to be coming up here relatively soon from Tomo, but double-lift has already completed his Kraken Slayer. So straight towards the Kraken Slayer rush, Kraken into Gale Force becoming really, really common. You do see people go Nabori. There's other options as well, but you know, Gale Force is just so incredibly popular at the pro level. When you're using that ability at the highest level, it just gains so much. It's got utility.
Oh, Jensen tagged by the Glacial Prison and pulled back in. Tried to block. Nice move there from Jensen to get out of dodge.
Yeah, it goes to the sky, jumps over the wall, and then just uses that flash to create some space. Jensen has been pressured pretty heavily in this mid lane. A couple of gank attempts have come his way. This time does have to blow the flash, and it's not in trade for a flash. So I want to see Dignitas, you know, trying to defend Jensen around this flash timer, because there's going to be very likely a repeat gank coming through from 100 Thieves. As soon as the ultis are back up, it should be pretty much free if you're not standing behind Jensen and actually defending him. So you need to track these your ulti timer and make sure you're keeping your mid laner safe.
That's right now, Quid getting a lot of pressure on a Jensen. That's the 4th place plate that has been taken here in mid lane by Quid and 100 Thieves. Jensen has been heavily pressured in this mid lane and really hasn't been able to do too much to alleviate that pressure himself.
Yeah.
This is where you kind of were talking about Dignitas. Where are they going to really start having Santorin make that play, utilize the power that Maokai has in control?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be kind of the inverse of what we've seen so far this game. I thought it was going to be Maokai playing around mid lane, Jace being able to go melee for him, to look for these aggressive trades onto the Azir. Because if you are just sitting back and farming in range, which is basically what Jensen has had to do this game, the Azir is going to slowly poke you down, right? And Santorin has not been able to find really any angles to get anything done, but does have the Even Shroud completed now, so does have that support Mythic. That's completed. You can see Goredrinker completed on top side, Duskblade completed in mid lane, Shiv completed in bot lane, so all of the items now coming through here for Dignitas, and we'll see what they can get done with it, as they have already secured one dragon. Not exactly the fastest one, but the second one going to be up here in a minute and a half, and we'll see if they want to continue stacking.
It's Dignitas. I'm still waiting for these mid-game plays that they have that power for, and I'm glad you called out the fact they are completing a lot of these items. These are big power points for Dignitas that they need to start attacking 100 Thieves with, because if they don't, if they allow this game to continue to be middled out right now, that's only going to favor 100 Thieves. They've got a composition that loves this, that just want to play passively. An Azir scaling up, a Xayah scaling up, get your Kazante and Sejuani to that beefy frontline status. This is perfect for 100 Thieves, but Dignitas, you have to put the pressure on. You're going to have to be the ones that find these plays. I feel like it is going to be through Diamond and Santorin tagging up.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. They do want to play with control towards these neutral objectives. I do think their comp is really strong when they're the first one set up around Herald, first one set up around Dragon. You talked earlier about how annoying it is playing into these Maokai saplings. That can be difficult. Yes. But also, when you're walking through these small corridors in towards objectives, it's easy setup for the Jace, for the Varus to be able to poke you down prior to those fights and then make your job really difficult here. Dignitas, you can see, trying to defend that vision line. Santorin and Diamond hesitant to walk away. They know they're going to lose the pink ward now, though, as Jensen is heading down towards bot lane, where it's someday working on that tower.
Just trying to match him at the point. He's the one that has CP, even though Rich does as well. He's matched up with Quid in the top lane, and having those two matched up, that is not going to work out for you, Dignitas. And you can see the pressure that 100 Thieves are getting from it. Quid's getting a lot of damage onto that tower, and even having the mid lane already roamed here into the top side. That's going to be Rip Hero picked up by 100 Thieves, but it will be traded by the second dragon of Dignitas.
Yeah, they're looking for a dive here potentially on top side, though. You can see the base just got canceled by Rich. He was recalling on the map. Busio showed up. They made him cancel that recall. Not going to be able to stop this one. I thought Quid would have been able to delay him at least one more time, but it seems like they're happy to let him go. Just going to try to take down that tower. Should be going down pretty easily here for Quid now. So yes, they do get the dragon on the bottom side, but it's not really an even trade because you're losing the turret, you're losing the Herald. Mid lane tier 1 is low, bot lane tier 1 is low. So it's a very easy play here. 400 Thieves in these next couple minutes. Go to one lane, drop the Herald, that tower's gone. Go to the next lane, knock it down. I mean, double-elimination going to kill this for free, so you can get the 3 outers here within the next couple minutes if you want and really explode this gold lead.
Yeah, it goes from about 1,500. We're already seeing that it's nearly, it's more than doubled that for 100 Thieves. Go bot lane, exactly as you said, another 500 gold in their pockets. They're going to feel really rich after that point. And Dignitas, again, where are you going to attack? You got to start doing something, because if you're just keeping a passenger in this game, 100 Thieves are going to outscale you, and already they're starting to out economy you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are definitely being a little bit too passive, I think, in this game. We'll see. When they hit their spikes, if they hit 2 items, maybe that's where they're going to be looking to fight. And we'll have to kind of judge. We haven't had a first major team fight, but when you are this far down, if you lose that first team fight, it can look really, really difficult from there. Jensen happy to play through sides, but I do think part of the problem thus far has been Rich fell behind early, and he has been one of their guys who is one of the more proactive players, who is one of the more aggressive players, who can be a playmaker for Dignitas. And with him behind, he has been kind of relegated to this role where he's been stuck under tower a lot of time. There's the Herald bot as expected.
More gold.
So another one going to go down here. Someday could look for Jensen. Jensen knows it, so he's going to have to back off.
Though there were a couple members of Dignitas top lane, so could have been a little bit wary. But the bigger thing is the fact that second charge goes through for 100 Thieves. They're going to take that tier 2 in the bot lane. That is a huge... I thought it was a big swing of gold already for 100 Thieves, and they just made that even worse.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas are just kind of rolling over right now. I feel like they're giving up so much, they're not really willing to fight for anything. And the problem is, by the time they actually look to stand and fight, they're going to be down full item completions, right? They're going to be on 1 in pieces, and Dignitas, it's going to be in a really difficult spot if 100 Thieves already finished their second item when they're, not on that completion. So now it's kind of in this awkward spot where I feel like you get relegated to waiting for your full second item completion and hoping that you have 2 items before your opponents have 3, because obviously the second items are going to come through a lot faster for your opponents.
And we're already seeing Nashor's Tooth there for Quid. I've actually seen rumblings of this build from Azir for a while. I've kind of been waiting to see someone pull it out on the LCS stage, where it's the crown into the Nashor's Tooth, because you're going for the W max anyways. This is going to get a lot of DPS utilizing that, as well as that extra bit of safety. We were looking at Jensen, looking at Tomo, a lot of the poke they have with that. Well, now you have even more that you can do as Quid without that fear of getting bursted down so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's playing Conqueror, so it is more commonly that kind of on-hit style of Azir when you are playing with the Conqueror. He's not going Comet for lane. Nice little shifting stands. They're going to be able to dodge away from the ulti by Diamond, but you kind of have to respect the fact that he's going to be able to dodge that. And I feel like Dignitas starting to look a little bit desperate here, as they know they are falling really far behind. Yes, they have these couple dragons. My expectation is, with this being such a powerful soul, the Hextech soul, they're going to show up to third dragon. 100 Thieves are going to fight them. And if Dignitas lose that one, it's pretty much lights out.
Yeah, it's over at that point. You're already down 4,500 gold. It's 19 minutes into the game, and 100 Thieves are just taking everything away from Dignitas. They're entering their jungle and saying, this is now our real estate. We own all of this.
Yeah, absolutely, and that becomes really difficult if you give up that upper quadrant. You can see all the vision that's actually been placed down in this area. All these wards that are trying to be cleared out here by Santorin. You lose that third quadrant of the map, the gold lead is just going to extend. You're going to be getting more and more of that jungle income. Santorin's going to start getting starved, and that can be a really difficult place to be in. You can see, despite the farm actually being pretty even between the mid layers, there's even a bounty on Quid, which means over these last couple of minutes, he has actually gained a lot more farm than his opponent. Is generally how that works. There's 100 Thieves now in the area, 1 minute to Dragon. I think that's kind of what we're targeting, is Dignitas have just really seeded everything. So there's been no reason for 100 Thieves to try to fight.
No,
and Dignitas haven't been trying to look for anything of their own either.
If you're 100 Thieves, why bother fighting Dignitas at the moment? You're like, all right, cool. We're getting all this gold from you. We've owned the real estate of your jungle. We've repossessed that from you. That is now ours. You don't get that. And then even right there, Dignitas tried to steal from the Barons themselves, and they're like, no, this is our territory. You don't dare come into our territory. That's why they have to force a fight. Dignitas, this just looks a little late, because Diamond's getting bursted down. He has to flash away. But look at the damage they got on the back line. Toma had to flash away as well. Still going to survive with the TP coming in from Rich, but he had to slice and dice away. Dignitas attempted to start something, but unfortunately, it just didn't amount to much.
Yeah, I tried to look for that engage. It was just, at the end of the day, trade of summoners really back and forth. They got double summed off of Tomo, and that's a lot worse for Dignitas. It's going to make it difficult for them to enter. They're also down 3 of their major ultimates here. 100 Thieves going to be on this dragon. Dignitas may just have to give this up, but it doesn't feel like they have the positioning to fight for it.
Well, keep in mind, it is the Hextech Rift, and Diamond's already back on the field. It's down low, but look at Busio on the other side. That's the Hex Gate a little bit too late from Diamond. They got a lot of damage onto Double It, and Rich wants to re-engage, but someday, keeping him at bay, but they burst down Busio, as Rich got a little bit of attention coming in from 100 Thieves, looking for his way back into the fight. 4v5, Closer's gonna be the target, but he dashes away, and look at Diamond. He's got the flank, Hextech over the wall, but it's absorbed by Someday, with the sun coming on to 1. They've got the Feather Storm, but Double It barely survives back to the turret. Only the 1 casualty. 100 Thieves still get the dragon.
Doublelift really fast fingers on that Feather Storm as they flashed in. He had no cleanse, so he had to be on point with it. Someday now looking to try to turn things around. Has Diamond stepped too far?
A little bit too far, but maybe they wanted to bait that win in because they got a lot of damage, and they found the poke onto Quid. All out onto Rich, but Rich gonna die to Someday as they look for the poke onto Doublelift. It will be traded 2 for 2 at the moment with Busio back on the Rift. Dignitas, probably the best play they could hope for right there.
Yeah, they do get a couple kills. It looks like they'll get a tower off the back of this as well. So that's going to be pretty nice, evening up the gold a little bit, but at the end of the day, 100 Thieves did still stop the dragon stacking. They have really powerful scaling on their side. They have a significant gold advantage. We can watch this one more time, and it's just kind of too little too late. The dragon is already secured here. Dignitas decide they want to look for the fight anyway. Jensen had landed a really nice shock blast onto the backline. Both Doublelift and Quid did get hit by that, so they are chunked incredibly low. The first kill is over there onto Busio, and now this is fast forward quite a lot as Jensen and Diamond were looking to chase. Jensen forced the flash over the wall there as Diamond was trying to retreat, and Rich finds an angle to be able to go forward, and meanwhile Tomo knocks down Quid, so they're able to get a couple back here.
Hey, and that's shutdown gold for Dignitas.
Yeah.
They're picking up some gold back on the map, and that 5,000 gold lead that 100 Thieves just had has been shrunk just slightly down to a little bit more than 3,000. But sadly for Dignitas, it's still a large lead for composition that needs to be powerful now. It is the mid game. This is when they are the ones who are supposed to feel the strongest.
And now these champions that do kind of have that X factor are really going to have to step up. You've got to nail your poke. You've got to be perfect with your engages. You have to really be on point when you are playing from a deficit like this, but it's Busio finding Diamond. Diamond, though, could be in trouble.
That's going to be the depth charge into the back line. Jensen got a lot of attention, but it's going to be trade of support for support as Rich, the top laner. So they fight in the mid lane, a little bit of poke back and forth, but it's going to be the kill onto Maokai, and that's a Shurima shuffle pull back in from Quid. It's going to annihilate Dignitas. No trade onto Quid. He goes golden. Rich tries to get one back. The Croc does bite down onto the bird, but still dies regardless.
Yeah, they're going to be able to knock them all down. It's the ace for 100 Thieves. Devastating Dignitas in the jungle. They're already up 5K. Now they're going to get the Baron. This should just about do it for 100 Thieves. We can watch this one more time. The hook in from Busio gets himself in a little bit of trouble, but he had the depth charge across multiple members. Jensen and Tomo both got knocked up. That bought some time. Someday was winning out on the fight on the side against Rich, and as Santorin goes forward, look how much damage he's actually taking from both Doublelift as well as Quid, and then Quid finds his moment. He knows the flashes are down on both the carries. He has his up. He goes in, and he finds a big play there. Does eventually fall as his stopwatch expires, but that's a great play from Quid, turning the fight heavily in the favor of 100 Thieves, and now with the Baron, it's 6.6K in the lead. They're closing in on those third item spikes. In fact, Someday already has his. He's going to be an absolute brick wall in the top lane.
That's going to be untouchable for all the members here of Dignitas. The Red Bull Baron buff now, 400 Thieves, as they easily can push someone in. And look at that. Closer just shrugs off any damage there from Dignitas. He's like, okay, cool. I had my passive up. I barely took any of your damage.
I mean, that was even the ult from Tomo, and that's pretty problematic, you know, losing one of those big teamfight tools here. That is an AP Varus. You depend a lot on that, but you can see some of the poke landing on a Doublelift. It's going to be harder and harder, though, as Doublelift is going towards that Bloodthirster third, and that's where your poke really stops mattering as long as he has access to a minion wave or a jungle camp. They're trying to get the push here. The hook's going to come in.
Lands onto Diamond. Diamond shrugs it off for now. A little bit of poke back onto Doublelift, but like you said, look at that. Goes right onto the Raptors, going to heal up. So the rest of 100 Thieves already have this push in top lane. They can all roam to take down this tier 2.
Yeah, going to be moving back and forth between top and mid. They have the push in on top. Too many Dignitas members were committed towards mid lane, trying to push off Doublelift from that mid lane tier 2, but this is really difficult, and somebody's going to face check.
Trying for something, but it's the tanky members of 100 Thieves are going into. The flash is away, the depth charge onto Tomo. They can pull back in Rich, and Rich has to slice and dice away. A lot of damage onto Dignitas. Even if nobody fell, the turrets will.
Yeah, the turrets will fall as Dignitas does get chunked down there. The ghost as well from Tomo as well as the flash from Santorin are expended, and they're going to have to get out of there. Doublelift picking up even more gold. He's got to be close to the BT now, has 1,500 in pocket, so is very close to having that completion. They will go back, secure another dragon here for themselves, and it always feels so nice being able to grab those Hextech dragons because the ability haste, the attack speed, even in the individual dragons is really useful for each and every carry.
Especially looking at Quid too, you know? Looking at him right now, he's working on, I'm not exactly sure which item he wants to get first because he's got that alternator. He's got the
garage sale.
He's got the garage sale going on, so we'll see exactly which one he wants to get first. But regardless, they're already at this powerful point, 400 Thieves, and Dignitas, they're now 8,000 gold behind. It is 26.5 minutes into the game. Their poke is getting shrugged off by 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
All seems nearly lost for Dignitas.
I mean, this is a pretty disappointing game from Dignitas for me because this is really reminiscent, I think, more of their spring split where there was a lot of games where it felt like they were willing to just roll over, they were willing to sit back, allow their opponents to dictate the pace of the game, and hope to maybe capitalize on mistakes. I feel like Dignitas this split has been more proactive thus far, has been more finding windows of opportunity on their own, but Rich fell behind early and no one else was really making anything happen. They just kind of allowed 100 Thieves to take the driver's seat to create a massive advantage for themselves. The only thing Dignitas really earned was these early 2 dragons, but that's going to mean nothing now as they are so far away from Seoul. And 100 Thieves have everything in their favor and are looking to cruise towards their 3rd win of the split.
They're suffocating Dignitas at this point. Nothing is being picked up. That 8,000 gold lead I was just talking about, 400 Thieves, nearly 9,000 now. And they haven't even gotten any more turrets. They haven't gotten any more kills. It's purely been off all the farm in the jungle. They've been taken away from Dignitas and denying them from picking up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be tough here for Dignitas. We'll see if they can find anything to try to turn this one around. But the BT is completed. Zazonius as well and Quid. So Quid, pretty defensive itemization here. Diamond going to look for closer.
Looking for closer. They're getting a lot of damage. He's nearly burst down, but with the TP coming in, could be the turnaround as 100 Thieves have him corralled. They're slicing dice away yet again, but the poke landing on a double that time, actually hurting 100 Thieves.
Yeah, double-lift eats a lot of that poke there. They can't chase through that corridor, so it will push them back. But again, not enough to actually finish them off, not enough to follow forward. Dignitas are trying to look for these engages onto these tanky members. They actually almost did first down closer. They forced out his flash, but not quite able to get him.
They are getting to these points with some of their items where they actually can start hurting some of these things. Look at Jensen, has gotten that last Whisper item with the Sorellas already. They've even got that Rift Maker for Tomo, so it actually has a little bit more that he can do, and it's going to survive some of these extended trades. But you have to still kill someone. You still have to find someone, and constantly using all that damage that you have onto someone like Closer, who can nearly shrug it off every single time. They got to get this on the double lift. If they can pick off Quid or double lift before any fight breaks out, that is going to be the one hope Dignitas still have left.
Yeah, that will be the hope, but it'll be very difficult to actually find those picks, you know, unless they really misposition. You're always going to want to have Closer, Busio someday ahead of you in these fights. I will say if they can have fights away from minion waves, the Bloodthirster is going to be a lot less effective. You know, have a fight over around one of these neutral objectives, potentially land a lot of poke on double lift, maybe dissuade 100 Thieves from even committing to the fight, try to get an objective bounty, try to do something from there. But it is really dependent upon mistakes from 100 Thieves at this point, and Closer may have found Diamond.
Oh no, Diamond out of position, burst down pretty easily too. And without that engage tool that you can rely on, there's no pick that you could hope for on to double lift and Quid outside of the poke from Tomo and Jensen.
Yeah, going to be tough now. It is a 5v4, the massive gold advantage here. 100 Thieves going to be pushing in.
Looking for it, will die potentially. It's going to be the Nature's Grasp with the Dominus not popped just yet. They got a lot of damage onto the back line onto Quid, but Rich actually taken down. He didn't even get a pop the ult. No, he did, but he still died regardless. And with 3v4, the tree having to go back to base, 100 Thieves, it looked a little dicey there for a second, but they still come out on top.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they are going to be able to at least get some kills. You know, they do just trade that 1-for-1. They don't knock down the turret, though, so well defended, you have to say, by Dignitas.
But all you have to do is go to the Baron. Exactly. And with that started
They're
up.
pretty low, though. This is a little bit dicey. Look at Quid's health. Look at somebody's health. I mean, if they can land the poke.
They're poking out, but they don't realize that they were just committed to that Baron, so it is taken by 100 Thieves. As Dignitas try to go for the Solar Flare. It does get double left into the air. He goes. Nobody on top of him just yet. Waiting for the ult, waiting for anything. The poke will land, but everyone will get out from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves going to be able to get out of there unscathed. Dignitas knew they had to chase, knew they had to look for something, but just couldn't really find a proper engage. They throw the ulti out over towards double lift. They do force out the Featherstorm, but he still had cleanse, he still had flash. He was never really in any danger. And Dignitas just going to have to settle for scraps. We'll see if they can get any vision here around the dragon, where we're likely to have our next contest. But Diamond too far out.
Too far out with the Hex Gate as well. They can chase that down anywhere. This is not your territory. You might feel safe in the jungle, but it's all 100 Thieves. They bought up everything. They have a monopoly here. And Diamond, you're getting hit by the wall. And as they go over the wall looking for Rich, the Rich will be able to get away.
Yeah, Rich will get out of there with the stun, slicing dice to safety. It's tough, though. You know, when you are the support and your team is losing this heavily, you have to be the one face-checking brushes. You have to be one getting out on the map and trying to establish vision so you can have some hope at a comeback play. But unfortunately for him, he's easily caught up by Someday. Does cost him his flash and his life. And now third dragon going the way of 100 Thieves. They're definitely not the fastest team at closing out these games, but they have been steadily moving this game further and further in their favor. They're pushing through mid, they're pushing through bot, and there is a wave stacking up towards top lane as well. So 100 Thieves have the waves moving in the right direction here, and they have the Baron for 130. This has got to be where they crack the base.
Every lane is about to get attacked at the same time. Mid and bot are going to be the two first. They get a lot of damage there. Solar Flare dodged away by Closer, and with the Cannon Minion buffed up by the Baron, that should be topple here any moment, and someday should take down mid too.
Yeah, Jensen trying to push him off, dissuade him from going any farther forward, but someday looking to potentially turn that around.
Got another dash away from the ult. Jensen barely alive, and the root comes in from Santorin. But what can you do here as Dignitas? They just don't have that angle. They're so far behind. 12,000 gold. 3 Hextech Dragons picked up by 100 Thieves. And they're going to lose 2 inhibitors without barely a fight.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. They're going to see if they can TP back in as well. TPing over towards top lane. Going to try to triple and hit them, but they're already knocking down the Nexus turrets, and the only angle for Dignitas might just be going next.
Yeah, it might be a GG go next, but Rich is on the other side looking for the flank as they already lost the tree. It's way too late. They just push you away, Rich. You might have flashed on top of them, but we knew this game was over for a while. 100 Thieves, they've had the lead, and they're now making sure they take every Dignitas member down before they topple the Nexus. They'll, not get Jensen, but they'll still pick up the win.
It's a quadra kill for double-elimination to finish things off. Nearly had the Penta, but the Nexus went down, so they couldn't secure it. And this one was all 100 Thieves all the time. A solid game here from Quid and from 100 Thieves overall. You know, it was a slow closeout based on the massive advantage that they had, but there was no reason for them to really try to go crazy, to really try to push the pace, because it just felt like Dignitas was allowing them to have everything. Dignitas was not really contesting early. After Rich got killed, in the top lane, he was kind of pushed in. Jensen had been getting pressured pretty heavily by Closer and Quid. He was on the back foot very early. There was a good 2v2 kill from Tomo and Diamond down on the bot side, but right after that, double-elimination gets a solo kill on Tomo, and it just felt like everything was going 100 Thieves' ways. And it was a really nice game for them.
It was. It was a close, not even a close game, what am I saying? It was a slow game. And it was their game all the way through. Like you said, it really, to me, boils down to that 1v1 kill bot lane, double-elimination outplaying Tomo. It just felt like there was no gas left in the tank for Dignitas. They attempted a couple plays, but by then, it was a little too late. 100 Thieves had gotten all these advantages. They had utilized that. They had gotten the advantages by themselves from the lane. It wasn't even off the back of Closer getting these leads for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Here is this final fight once more, but to me, as you say, the game was decided long before this point. I just think Dignitas really lacked any proactivity in this game, and that was kind of the biggest issue. We didn't see really any attempts at ganks from Santorin. We didn't see any early engages or setups kind of around these objectives that were contested. They did take the 2 free dragons as trade, but we needed to see them being more proactive on the map. We needed to see them trying to set up plays, trying to make things happen, and not allowing 100 Thieves to just kind of drive the bus, so to speak, from start to finish. And that was really the problem, unfortunately, in this game. As Dignitas, a bit of regression, it feels like, to start off week number 3. Again, it did feel more like a spring split Dignitas game than a summer split Dignitas game, because I do think they've been looking better.
Yeah, I agree. I think they have been looking better. Just that game was not really the showing of that case. It was 100 Thieves getting these leads, utilizing the solo lanes that they had, the 2v2 in the bot lane. Closer's kind of like, cool, I don't really have to do much this game because everyone's getting leads on their own.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely nice. He did put that pressure on around mid lane. Had the one flash for flash play towards Jensen, then forced another flash. When they did look for the ultis, but it wasn't really much required. It felt like, because it was so squarely in their favor.
Yeah, it was squarely in their favor, constantly in their lead. And to cap off a month of Pride, the LCS invites you to join us on Friday to celebrate. Fans in attendance can party with us after the show with food trucks, giveaways, a tie-dye station, and more. So make sure you join in for the Pride celebration. That's going to be a lot of fun. I know that I'll enjoy that. I'm going to be here. I'm going to make sure that I'm here for that day. But I also hear that we are joining Closer and Busio at the lounge for our Verizon post-game interview.
That is true. We are joined by Closer and Busio after your recent victory. I did want to, so prior to this, you guys were actually talking about Quid in this game.
I should have saved the questions for when we were on camera.
Raz was wasting all the good stories before we were on camera. But go through his play, especially around the Baron play that you brought up, Busio, because it sounds like he had a really great game.
Well, the entire game, he was just kind of owning mid. Every time I look mid, Jace is just 1 HP, no flash, so that was chill. And then at the Baron, I'm timing all the sums, and I'm none of them have flash except for Varus, but Quid just went, and Azir Insect the Varus, he just knew he had no flash. That sixth sense, so pretty alpha from him.
He's like, I do not care.
Yeah.
What's it been like? Because obviously he and you guys didn't have the start you would have wanted last week. What's it been like integrating him onto the team?
Actually, it's been pretty weird because, obviously Nuktak played first week, and then Quid played with, jet lag, and then he played, 3 days of scrims, and then he came. I think he was very nervous, too, so, he really didn't play like himself. But this week, our practice has been very good, and our head coach actually arrived yesterday. Yeah. So the team completed finally, so that's good. And, yeah, Quid as a player, I think he was, very nervous first week, but I think we all know that he's very good, even though he couldn't really show. I think he will get better every game.
Actually, I kind of wanted to know more about that because for a little bit I was like, wait, that's Jungle Juice on stage. I'm sure he does not want to be on stage. Like, what was the process like? Because I know you guys have coaches, though one of them was playing in your game, right? What was that process like? Was he there remotely, like communicating to you guys when you were going through scrims? Like, that part is usually something that no one really thinks about because that's scrim dominated. That's the only real time you see an impact of like a coaching staff. What was that process like for you guys?
I mean, we were just like reviewing from Discord all the time, like microphone issues, like stream issues, like also it's like 4 a.m. in Korea when we are screaming, so he's like staying up late, ruining his sleep schedule. It's been very hard, honestly. Like we deal with it fine. We got some wins here and there, but I think we will show who's the real 100 Thieves is towards the playoffs.
I like that. And actually, I didn't get to ask you this. Maybe it was already asked you before, but you reuniting with Someday.
Yeah.
That's already an inbuilt synergy that you guys had prior. Like, what was that process like immediately? Were you guys like, oh no, this is just literally what it was before, or was there like because there was some time when he went to EG and all that, where you had to like readjust?
This off-season was wild, man. I never thought like we're gonna reunite this fast. Like we were literally reunited after one split. So that wasn't a long time off without him. When he came back to the team, it was like he was coming back home. You know? So our synergy was obviously not 100%, but like we remembered a lot of the stuff we did together. So
that makes sense.
It was good.
Nice. Last question. I just want to know, like, now that you guys are coming together, what type of team do you think you're going to be? Because I think, like, previously, obviously it was partially it was meta dependent, but you were like incredibly bot lane focused. Is that what it's going to look like going forward, or with Someday joining, are you going to go topside a little bit more? What's that going to look like?
I don't know. It's just kind of like whatever we feel like at the time. It depends on the champs we have picked. We don't really have like a set style that we've set yet. I think that's only needed if you're not able to play other styles. But right now it's start of season, just experimenting, just playing everything.
I think we are just focused on being a good team right now. Like, you see me playing Sejuani and getting a win. you know that's something good, you know? So I'm happy that like we are just focused on being a good team, not like everyone individually shining, you know? So
no, that's good. Well, all the best. I'm really happy to see you guys like coming together in this game. And on the other side of the break, we have C9 versus Immortals is next. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
Double Up and Tomo are fighting it out. There's no flash. They got to get the damage. The flash in from Double Up. What a play to take down Tomo.
Someday now looking to try to turn things around as Diamond stepped too far.
A little bit too far, but maybe they wanted to bait that win in because they got a lot of damage and they found the poke onto Quid. All out onto Rich, but Rich gonna die to Someday as they look for the poke onto Double Up. It will be traded 2 for 2 at the moment.
Nice. Is that?
Careful. 1 HP.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Fish. Can you cover me?
Yeah. No flash, no flash.
Let's go Nash, let's go Nash.
Nice Quid.
Good.
Good job, bro.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome everybody back to the best match remaining of the day.
It's right there if you can't see it. It looks like just a
Best remaining match of the day.
line, but if you zoom in, you can see it does say it remaining.
They were trying to make it subtle.
Well, it's not
Best remaining match of the day.
Yes. So let's get straight into it. Let's get straight into it. IMT versus C9. For me, I'm going to go straight into IMT in particular because they tend to funnel a lot into Tactical. Tactical has some incredible games, and that's how they actually had that winning comeback match versus NRG.
First place in damage percentage in the whole league.
In the whole league.
Amongst bot laners. Not the entire world league.
The whole league.
It says amongst
league of
bot laners.
You didn't let me finish. League of bot laners. But yes. So for me, it's really about Edward Tactical Raw, like the man who a lot of the times can give you insane performances. Cloud9 coming off of a loss, a surprising loss. So it feels like if you're going to put pressure on somebody, IMT has already done it. And Tactical has been performing, so, well, I'm ready to see.
Raz,
Emily, go
you're
for it.
wrong. I'm going to go with mid lane matchup.
Okay. Tactical, where are you going?
Yeah, for those that don't know, when M&S was still in Challengers, Balulu was one of the only mids, and, you know, IMT, their academy team, was one of the only mids that could really stand up to him. This is just a quick team fight that they were both involved in. But obviously, M&S, I don't think he's necessarily had the start he's wanted, but he is one of our best mids in the entire LCS. You never know when he can pop off. And then Balulu has also had some of his pop-off games. See, there he goes. He's already calling himself #1. This is can be a super exciting matchup, especially since you also never know what Balulu's going to pick. Like with Azir back in the meta, maybe he goes Zoe into it, which is one of his best champions. Like, we could see something really cool from both of these mids.
I do want to see if he does more Azir, because I didn't like his Azir, but I do love his Zoe and his Vel'Koz. So
his counters
we just need the other mid to pick Azir.
I like the Zari. Mark, what do you have for us?
Well, going off of what Emily was just talking about with Balulu, that's actually what I wanted to highlight. I really like Balulu.
Okay.
That's the entire
That's it.
That's the entire premise.
Do you have an asset for us?
I do, but apparently we want to watch the C9 huddle.
I like the huddle.
So this is it. Like, I don't know if you've seen that TikTok meme. It's just Balulu. Because he's just a cool guy. It's not really about his gameplay. It's just like he's really cool. And anytime we get to do content with him afterwards, he's one of the coolest people that we get on, just straight up in the league right now. I don't think there's a stat for how cool people are, but if there was, he would be highly ranked amongst cool people.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I love the
it.
Balulu fan cam.
I just want him to win.
that?
I just want him to win so we can make, I don't know, I forced one of our editors.
So this is really,
I didn't make it.
this is really interesting because it's a Cloud9 game.
Yeah.
The first place team.
So?
True.
And all of us were asked to say something interesting about the game.
Yeah.
And all of us have an Immortals thing. So mine is Immortals Gold
I
Pass.
talked about how M&S is awesome.
But
talking about how
it was Balulu M&S.
Yeah.
And the fact that Balulu,
It's a
anyway,
matchup.
this is literally just their 6 gold graphs, and I wanted to show how inconsistent Immortals have been, even though they are 2 and 4. You can see these gold graphs could fairly easily be argued to be 3 and 3. There's some middling games. There's the one game that got slammed by TL. They slammed Dignitas. They had to come back against NRG. So we don't know which version of Immortals we are going to get. And I was going to say don't count them out, but apparently everyone also wanted to talk about them, so they're not being counted out anyway. Cloud9 is actually the first place team, and they are strong favorites in this match.
Yeah, we all picked C9.
Predictions at the top of the day.
Look, that's understandable, but maybe we convince the casters to pick Immortals. Mad Magical, Azael?
I don't know about that. I will say I have a bit of a history with Cloud9. It's only appropriate on my first time ever on the LCS broadcast that I get to cast a Cloud9 game because I actually got to work with Cloud9 back when the Academy broadcast were done by the team. Cloud9 was the team that gave me my first up. So I have a little bit of an affinity, especially for Blabber, because back then, that's when Blabber first joined the Academy team too. So he and I kind of have grown up through the same environment.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, and I don't know. I wasn't watching at the top of the day. I can't tell if they actually predicted Cloud9 or not. But based on that segment, they all think Immortals is going to win.
Yeah,
That's the only team that they talk about.
It feels like that. They're all like, yeah, Immortals,
massive favorites.
So
Cloud9 underdog story here.
They lose one game, and all faith has been broken in them. All faith. I mean, I still have faith in Cloud9, but I also have faith in Immortals because I do have an affinity for some of those players as well. Balulu, they were talking about him on the desk, has played in Challenger, so I've actually gotten a good look at Balulu and M&S. They played against each other back in spring, and honestly was a surprisingly close match between the two of them. I believe Balulu actually was able to solo kill M&S twice, too, when he played Zoe into Syndra.
Yeah. I mean, Balulu has had some really good individual performances. Coming in last split was a lot about his pocket picks. This split has been much more about Annie duty here. Has been coming in nonstop with the Annie. I have not been as big of a fan. I really loved watching him on the Zoe as well as the Vel'Koz.
Me too.
Those are the picks that I kind of really associate with him as a player, and those are the ones that if you talk to other pros, they'll really say, yeah, that is his bread and butter.
Yep.
But clearly trying to expand that champion pool, trying to prove that he can play all these different champions at the highest level. I will say, as far as the positives for Immortals, I think Tactical has been having a really good split. He has been standout. I think even a lot of their losses has really been a big part of keeping them competitive. But of course, Cloud9, massive favorites, almost across the board. Some of these guys are at the top of their roles, or at the very least, close to the top of their roles. But I will say Fudge, not as dominant as he kind of was last split, and he has been throughout his career. I think he's having a little bit of a rougher start to summer.
And it's funny to say he's had a rougher start because it's not like he's performed poorly. It's just not as dominant as he had been in previous splits. So looking at how he can go up against Solo. And Solo has been a player that I think actually has had a lot of highs, especially when you look at back in spring with TSM. I think he actually was a player that surprised a lot of people's expectations and was one of the main reasons TSM even picked up wins in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Solo is rock solid. He is a really steady top laner, plays weak side, plays a lot of tanks. You kind of know what you're going to get. He's not going to get blown out. He's going to have a good contribution in the 5v5. That is what you get when you are getting Solo on your team. Ahri going to be grabbed up here by Balulu. And this is always that interesting question is it worth actually taking the other part of the duo to deny it? In this case, Cloud9 will. They will deny it, take that Vi away. Obviously, it was Viego chosen up here first by the Ahri. But it is a bit surprising, I will say, to actually prio the Viego over the Vi here, because that is such a duo that people really do love.
That's what I was about to ask you, because I was looking at that one, and to me, it more screams that it's a can-be style pick. The Viego was something back in Academy when he was with 100 Thieves Academy, was something that he was really showcasing a lot of his strengths on. Kindred was the other kind of champions that I think of when I think of Kenby and how he can pop up. So having that, where you still do have, and it's not exactly a point-and-click stun, but you have that stun that you can set up an Ahri with in the mid lane, especially if you're looking to attack M&S.
I mean, it's just a question of reliability, right? How often will you be able to always hit that stun? You can look for a W flash and things like that, but it's a lot more difficult. Whereas the ulti from Vi is unmissable. You point, you click, the R comes in, you can follow up with the charm. That's why people love that combo. Though I will say, we have been seeing a lot of teams, I think, struggle even when they do get the Ahri Vi to really be able to execute, especially later on in the 5v5s. But for Cloud9's side, it seems like it is all about the dive. I do think this Aphelios feels a little risky here for me. Guess this I was already banned out, but you're going Aphelios here against Vi, Kai'Sa, Annie, 1, 2, 3, who are going to be full sending it for your backline. And the question is, what are the bans going to be? Are you going to ban away Nautilus to try to protect? Are you going to try to take away the Nautilus? It kind of feels like Treats needs to be on an Enchanter to have some sort of protection for Tactical, or I feel like he's going to have a nightmare game.
Especially because Melio was banned already. It's already off of the board. You can't take that champion to give you that added safety here in the bot lane. So looking at what is still left open, especially the enchanters that we still see in the meta. Yuumi, gone. Thank God. Cat's out of here. Everyone's praising
Unless
that
you're
one.
Sven.
Unless you're Sven. That is true. But I don't think that we're going to have that with a Kai'Sa. Just thinking.
Yeah, probably not. Not expecting that myself here either. Nautilus is still up. They could grab it. A Mumu would be interesting. We have had 3 Melio games for Treats, 2 Nautilus games, 1 Rakan. Melio, Rakan both banned out, so we're either going to see something new or we are going to see the Nautilus once again. No shot we're getting Blitz when we don't know the enemy support yet, so it's going to be Cassante for solo. So the top lane will be locked in. They'll save 5th pick support for last to try to look for a counter pick and see if they can get a winning 2v2 against Berserker and Sven, who have been on a bit of a tear, I think, this split. They've been doing really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, started off with the Yuumi meta, as you were talking about. Sven was playing that a little bit after she got nerfed as well. But I think also with a lot of the engaged supports, with Berserker liking to play very aggressively, this kind of fits. Having a Rel with the Kai'Sa, a lot of engaged potential, and the wombo combo you have between that, having a Vi, having Annie on your team, that is a lot of power that Cloud9 are bringing to these team fights.
Absolutely, and if they go Gnar, you know, it's basically 5 dive. You do have a little bit of side lane with that Gnar, the ability to try to play, you know, split up the map a little bit, but it's going to be all in here for Cloud9. They are all looking to go one direction. They're looking for that dive. It is going to be Treats locking in the Alistar. This is a combo that a lot of people do like. Honestly, wouldn't mind seeing a Janna. Like, into this sort of composition, I think Janna actually answers Rel really, really well, but it could help potentially to keep D'Afelio safe. Yes, there is the individual kind of interaction where you can actually interrupt the crash down, and that's why people love this matchup. And you can try to headbutt people away. Yeah, you can tornado it very easily. You also have the ulti to knock multiple members away, because we know everyone is going to be piling in on Tactical, and I think that is going to be the difficulty. Like, can they actually keep Tactical safe and have him really contributing in a meaningful way to these fights?
And that goes back to the point you were talking about. Tactical has been such an important member for Immortals with a lot of their victories. In fact, you look back to just last week on last Friday against 100 Thieves. The problem that Immortals had was that you had a Wukong, an Ahri, and a Rakan from 100 Thieves constantly attacking Tactical. Nobody could peel for him, and even though he tried his heart out in that game, there's only so much you can do on an immobile Jinx.
Yeah, it can be really, really difficult in some of those cases. So Tactical is going to be playing Cleanse, trying to keep himself a little bit safer here. There's a lot of lockdown on the enemy team, which is going to make things difficult. We'll see how well they can play out these early stages. You know, if this Viego really will pay off. You know, Viego, great in skirmishes. If you can get that first reset in a fight, you really can try to take over. You can turn things around. But I do think the reliability of Viego is a lot lower than the Vi, and that is why we see so much Vi these days. That is why it's so high priority. That just gives you that guaranteed lockdown on these slippery targets.
As we've loaded up onto the Rift, our last game of the day today for Week 3, Day 1. Neither team going, you know, I always like to see early game shenaniganeries, as I like to call them. Level 1 plays where people look for anything. The cowbell I appreciate from Treats. It's close enough. It's the closest I think I'm going to get in this game to any kind of action.
Yeah, you're going to count it as shenanigans?
It's shenaniganeries. It's a special word. It's a special word I've developed purely for level 1 plays.
Oh, okay. So post level 1, it's just shenanigans.
It's shenanigans, yes. So after that, it doesn't count.
Okay, understood. So, not going to be too much going on here at level 1, but Berserker walking in with Sven, they will at least get that ward down. It is, of course, spotted, but they're going to know exactly where Kenby is starting, and that is going to give Blabber that info. Blabber going to be clearing top to bot. You can see that Kenby clearing bot up towards that top lane. It is going to get a leash, so we'll have that advantage here. We'll see exactly what he can do with it. I do think it could be difficult to attack the Gnar, but there is potential with that Cassante.
But the Cassante and Viego, both of them really good at attacking someone, especially if the hop's already been used, you can try to jump on top of them.
And notice how Sven and Berserker actually move forward to actually group the minions, and that's how they denied that first CS. They stack the minions, they are able to make them focus fire that first melee, so the first melee was already dead before Tactical actually arrived. So not the biggest of deals. I think Tactical still got XP. It looked like he was probably in range, but you know, -1 CS, why not? It's for free.
Yeah, exactly. And it gives you that small little lead here. And for any Kai'Sa lane, I always think that level 2 is such a priority to try to get early on into any lane, really, because then you can keep everyone at bay. You're low range. You don't want to lose out on that early level 2 and then get pushed around by something like an Aphelios.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, getting that push definitely going to help you out. Alistar, obviously really weak level 1, so you know often you can get that push, and Sven is kind of threatening, stepping forward here. They have that early level 2, they're stacking the wave, they are pushing it in. towards their opponents. Is Sven just going to poke away?
What a chat move. Just walks up in the minions too, just like, you can't do anything to stop me from stunning you.
Yeah.
You can watch me do it, and I'm still going to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, if they engage in on Sven, it's not going to look good for them, especially against this Hail of Blades Kaisa. You know, in those early levels, really, really strong. Get those 3 quick autos, stack up the passive procs with that CC that's coming out from Sven as well. I mean, there's really just a lot of CC across the board, which is always nice to have on Kaisa teams. You know, help get those plasma stacks for access for ultimates, but also for additional damage.
But one thing with Immortals is they do have good ways of kind of buffering a lot of that CC. The Ahri can dash away from some of it, Viego as well, Cassante, even Alistar to a degree can get rid of a lot of that CC that can come in from Cloud9. But it's all about how you pilot it, and I feel like both teams, the lane phase is kind of like whatever. It's kind of meh. They're just farming it up to get level 6, and that's when they were just going to go full 5v5 rumble at the jungle.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the case or if anyone can make any sort of action happen. You know, Blabber definitely has some opportunities here, potentially around mid lane. There's point and click stuns from Annie, so you can look to attack the Ahri.
Right, so what side are you taking? Are you taking that something's going to happen before 6, or are you going to go for the full 5v5 like I am?
I think something could happen pre-6. I think we might see Blabber look for a gank. You know, he is one of those players that does like to get active on the map. The fact that there's no cleanse on Bolulu, you have point and click stun from Annie, I think you could look for a play mid.
All right, I kind of just want the 5v5 because I think that'd be fun. That's a fun way to start off a game. But at the moment, seeing that everyone just kind of farming it out, looking at the junglers still, Kenvi, Blabber, and Blabber being such an important member for Cloud9, kind of setting up a lot of the rest of the team, getting them into these positions so that they can utilize some of those strengths early into the game. He's just waiting it out. He's trying to power farm to level 6 to kind of keep up with that of Kenvi.
Yeah, absolutely. Kenvi has been spotted, you know, down over here by the Grom. A little bit of poke being traded back and forth here between the 2 bot lanes. I do believe that Blabber was also spotted on a ward that was over by his blue buff, so both junglers should have full intel on where they are. You've got to be careful when the Atofo Strikes is charged up. If you get flipped in that mini tower form, you really can get beat down. That's where things can get bad, so you have to pay respect every time that is charged up, and Fudge will do just that.
That's a kind way of saying that he's gonna die. It's a very kind way of saying that.
It's definitely possible.
But at the moment, still just seeing everyone waiting it out. Like, I'm telling you, I'm convinced that they're all just like, yeah, we're handshaking. We all are in agreement. Level 6. Level 6 for Vi, level 6 for Viego. Cool. Yeah, that's when we rumble.
Absolutely is possible here. We'll see if there is going to be any action before that. I mean, you know, for now, it has just been full clears. It's just been trading farm back and forth. You know, some slight advantages here or there. You can see 100 gold in the advantage of Immortals, thanks to a small CS lead in mid, a small CS lead in top. But that really is just about it. You can see Berserker going towards the Shiv Rush. There's pretty much always Shiv and Nashers these days on Kaisa. You know, you get the upgraded W. That really does ramp up the poke.
Yep.
And you're able to have a tremendous amount of burst as well, you know, with that passive proc that does scale pretty heavily off AP.
Yeah, and landing the Void Seekers is always going to be nice, as you were kind of calling out just now, Azale. But everyone kind of getting some resets. Kenvi, he's going to be spotted if he goes into that brush. They try to use the Hex Flash. They got the pull on Sven, crashed down away. Even with Ignite and the stun from Trees, he is low, trying to slow him down with the Graviton. The flash in to pick up first blood. You're right, Azale. It's before level 6.
Nicely done. Tactical going to be able to get first blood. It does cost him both the summoners as well as both the summoners there off of Treats and the flash off of Kenvi. So a lot expended. You know, 5 summoners for the 2 of Sven, but they do get the kill, and critically, they get it onto Tactical. Yes. So that is the biggest part here. Getting Tactical ahead is going to be massive, but it could be a bit of sharks in the water here. You know, Blabber may spill blood down in that bottom lane, knowing there's all the missing summoners. If he can get 6, he could go straight down there with it. Sven spotted with the sweeper here. Flash in, throw him Treats, Q flash, straight forward, so no real ability to react to that. This is a little bit faster on the dismounted form, you know, ever since Rel was reworked, so there was maybe some hope of getting out, but once all the flashes are committed to follow, there's not really any chance of him getting out of there.
And as you said, Tactical getting that first blood, really going to help out this bot lane. We're going to look at how that will impact this upcoming Dragon, as Immortals do have a lot of control. Even if the wave has been slowly pushing back towards them, they have pretty good gun setup to kind of clear out this wave. Set up with Kenvi, look for the early Dragon, and deny anything from Cloud9. And that's why, going back, you were talking about smelling blood in the water for Blabber. We've got to see what kind of play he's going to look for now that he is level 6 on this Vi. And that mid lane looking awfully juicy.
Yeah, mid lane's looking good. I think bot lane's looking really good as well, and they realize it. That's why Kenby is here. They realize that they are very susceptible right now. There's no summoners on your bot lane at all. If Blabber was down there, they would die if Kenby was not there to cover. So Kenby does come down to cover. This does give Blabber a little bit of an opportunity to get ahead in the farm, as he's just been power clearing here non-stop. And we'll see when he's going to look for his first move. M&S is playing around mid. You called that out. I do think mid lane, easy to go towards with that Tippers. Now unlocked.
Right there.
It's going to be a trade, though.
Going to take a lot of damage. Not even going to use his Spirit Rush, though.
Yeah.
That is going to be a nice cooldown that they can keep over M&S, as M&S, like you said, was trying to poke him out, get him out of this lane. No TP for Balulu, so it is going to be a long path back.
And I mean, a lot of it when you're playing First Strike Annie is you just drop Tippers on cooldown to get lane control and to farm gold, right?
Exactly.
He's already earned 110 gold from that first strike, so pretty nice. Just being able to get that gold injection. Sven shows up. Just going to be able to dematerialize the cannon, trying to help him push it in because M&S is low on mana, wants to go back to base. They won't be able to fully shove it in here, but M&S will look for the reset. Sven will clear out some of these wards, and just continuing to help support around that mid lane. Blabber now still on that full clear, has gone back to base though, and does have some pretty powerful components, is heading out towards bot. They know the Herald has been started top. You can see that's the problem with putting a pink ward on the very edge, is it doesn't actually spot the C9 ward. So you want to have that in a more central location. Blabber knows what's going on. He's going to trade for Drake on bot side.
Yeah, and it's going to be an all-right trade for Cloud9. I'm with you. You talked about getting that first Herald. That is so powerful, and having that for Immortals. I do like how they kind of shook up what I expected. The bot lane won out, so I expected them to go on to the Dragon, the trade with the Rift Herald. But they decided instead to bring up traits to make sure that they can get that control in mid lane and then go to the Rift Herald, so that way they can have that tool to start cracking some of these plates.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to get that early Herald, almost everyone is going to favor that, but we'll see what Cloud9 can do. It wasn't a super fast Drake, but if they can continually stack those up, going to be feeling pretty nice. Then we'll head back to base. Berserker as well, as Treese has arrived back to lane. And we'll see if Immortals can continue trying to push the base. Berserker's recall will get stopped, which is pretty annoying. Probably just going to have to stay around now. And we'll see if he actually fully completes this. Because Herald is down, so it's not like he's going to be looking for a swap. And this isn't a cannon wave, so you're going to lose a full wave if you do base.
Yeah.
But he does complete it anyway. I guess it's just going to be Blabber covering here with Sven. And those donate some more farm into Blabber, who's already up, a good 14 CS. And with this wave, he's going to be up probably nearly 20 on Kenby.
Yeah, but Kenby still has that Rift Herald in the back pocket. And you can see right now, Lulu and Kenby, they want to make a play happen somewhere. We were talking about kind of being surprised the Vi wasn't taken with the combination of Ahri, but it does have somewhat of setup, like the Vi Ahri does have, if you can get that Spectral Moss stun with Viego.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can connect on that stun, there's also obviously, engage and stuns coming in from treats, so they do have some ways to try to set up the Ahri, but we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. If you can't actually get access to the backline, the Ahri can really struggle. There are a lot of squishy members, though, over on the C9 side that you can be focusing down, that you can, get some pretty high value with those charms on. Even the Gnar and champions like, Gnar and Vi are relatively squishy as long as you're not in Mega, early on in the game. Obviously, once you start having your second, third items and so on coming through, you start building up a bit more HP. That can become more difficult. Berserker is obviously going to be always that kind of premium target that you want to get. But I do think there's options, both Annie, Kaisa, as well as, Fudge anytime he's in Mininar is pretty good too.
Ooh, right there, getting a little bit of punish. Solo, though, taking his own damage back and forth as Fudge kind of chasing him out in mini form. Good chase down potential, even hopping forward for this one. He's in a lot of trouble, and he's about to go Mega. The flash away, the flash forward from Fudge, and even landing the Boomerang, and that's going to be a solo kill for Fudge.
Nicely done by Fudge. Gets the chase down there on Solo, and Solo, just a little bit of a misplay. As he's stepping forward, he's fishing with those Antovo strikes, but he didn't actually get his third Q. And he used the Pathmaker early. He didn't have any tools to really ward away the Mininar on the chase. And once that happens, sure, you're getting a decent early trade, but Fudge just goes for the full chase down here. Going to be able to get a plate as well. And now opening up a 500 gold lead on the top side. All of this farm is being lost here also. Blabber down to bot. They're going to look for a fight.
That's going to be a 3v3. There is a TV top lane, but the TV's in the bot lane. They're going to be most important because Sven's going to die before anything happens. They're going to trade back on Tactical. That's the guy with the gold. You got the stun coming in. Pension back. Immortals on the run. Where can treats go? The cow about to be made into some burgers as Cloud9 pick up the fight.
Cloud9 winning on that bot side, winning on the top side as well. Massive for them. already out to a 1.4k gold lead here. Berserker had the shift completed, gets a kill now. M&S getting a kill here as well. We can see this one more time. Sven going for the initial engage. Blabber was trying to find an angle with the Vault Breaker to flash by, but it does actually get blocked as there was a flash forward from Treat that ends up blocking it. So Tactical kept safe for a small amount of time, but then the Vi ulti gets popped. The ulti connects with Tactical. It's the follow-up with the Killer Instinct there from Berserker. M&S arrives on the TP, and everything goes sideways for Immortals. Cloud9 has been so good on these collapses. There's multiple times this, but we've seen M&S immediately responding to these bot lane fights. Quick TPs, comes up, ends up being a game changer.
It was also good from Sven. He gave his life for Ire in that one. He's just like, as long as I can land the Magna Storm, get the rest of the team set up, and then Blabber, you know, point and click. You talked about that with the Vi. Tactical, what can you do at that point? You have no flash. You don't have a way away from the Vi.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very difficult to create that space. You know, in Tactical, you know, he's going for a high DPS build here. You know, he does have that Kraken Slayer, but it's not anything that's going to keep him very safe, at least in these early levels. So will be difficult for him. We'll see if he can make anything happen. The Rocket Belt now completed as well for M&S, and he has a stopwatch. So Cloud9, I think it'd be pretty down to just continue fighting. Could be looking for this next dragon here. It's Immortals moving in first, trying to claim Vision, trying to clear out some of this as Sven will be forced to Hex Flash over the wall. But wouldn't be surprised at all if Cloud9 want to fight.
Neither would I. I mean, that's the whole identity of their team composition. They built this to rumble, to fight at level 6. They've all hit that point. But Immortals, it's not like there are any slouches at that either. They get one kill, the resets that Envy, Bolulu both can get in these fights can be detrimental for Cloud9.
But look at Fudge, you know, neither top laner had TP. He got the push on top, he makes first move. So if Immortals fight now, they're gonna be down a man.
He's about to go Mega as well. That's gonna be a big thing, and they're all corralled against the wall. Sven went into the back line, but look at the damage they got onto Kenby. No resets for Immortals. Treat tries to get away, but that's gonna be Fudge into the back line, all out on top of him, trying to pull him back in. They've got the charm. They do trade 1 for 2 at the moment, but Immortals, they're the ones that are behind because they lost their jungler.
Yeah, they lose their jungler, they lose their support, they do kill off Fudge, but they're gonna lose the dragon critically as well. And Cloud9, who was already ahead, gonna get even more so. And Berserker paying a little bit of respect to Bolulu, didn't want to walk up too early. But another well-played fight here from Cloud9. Again, they had first move. You look at the minimap, it's all about the move here from Cassante. He's trailing the play. Immortals try to preempt it. They try to go in very quickly here onto Blabber. Sven looks for the engage, but Kempi was going away for it, so it's a little bit of a whiff, but he does get the double stun onto Bolulu and Tactical, and that is the critical point. Tactical and Bolulu were not really a part of this. They didn't have access to the targets that their front line were tanking up, where Berserker is free-firing the whole time. And that is the difficulty with these types of champions, is that if you don't have someone with them, Aphelios can't really step forward and scrap in the middle of the fight. He needs some protection around him. Solo wasn't there at the beginning. Treats looks for an engage. All of a sudden, Tactical's by himself. What's he supposed to do? You can't actually walk through Sven to join the fight.
How can you survive that one? No flash, no cleanse, no life there for Tactical. And that's why he had to play so far back, and as you called out, Azale, getting no damage for Immortals. And with Kenby, the other person that you can maybe rely on, I was talking about the resets of Viego, he got blown up. He got popped like a balloon.
Yeah. I mean, they're just not really getting that upfront damage to get those kills, right? And I understand the thought process is Gnar has first move, so they're trying to preempt the play. They're trying to start it up in a 4v4. But without Solo there, that is, you know, the biggest part of their front line. That is kind of the key component to keep Tactical safe. So I do think it becomes really, really tough. But we'll see if Immortals can get anything more done in these subsequent fights. We're only 16 minutes in, is a solid advantage for Cloud9. It's not game ending by any means, but Immortals are going to have some momentum gained here. You have to feel in this next fight, because Berserker's already really getting ahead of the curve of the game. He has 3 kills. He's already got the second item, so the Naxxra's is done. The W upgrade is through, and he's online.
Yeah, he's gonna really hurt, especially with landing that poke from range that they then could follow up with as well. And as you called out, unless Solo's there, they don't really have a front line that can absorb some of that poke coming in from Berserker. So calling down Solo to always hang around a lot of these fights could actually impact them massively in the side lanes against Fudge.
Yeah, it can, right? And then that's one of the difficulties, and they're going to look for Fudge now.
That's a flash away, but they already got the cease and desist. All out. Solo tries to dash away, but they just got way too much follow-up, and it's a rampage even for Berserker.
Yeah, Solo going to go down in the side lane there, caught out. Fudge was up towards the top lane, covering up there where Ari is pushing, but Solo felt confident to move forward, expends the flash, goes down anyways. Blabber just waited on it with the cease and desist, and now the Herald's gonna get dropped. Berserker's gonna get tier 2 tower in bot lane, will claim that gold. It's gonna be traded back for the tier 1 in mid, but Fudge is gonna be working on your tier 1 top as well, so everything that Immortals gets, Cloud9 is just getting even more.
Yeah, they get double your money that you get, and even get another charge onto the inhibitor turret in the bot lane for setup for later, that they can play around after the Baron that they want to pick up once it gets 20.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really difficult, but as soon as Fudge got ahead in that side lane, that is one of the problems. Is he's going to have push. He's going to be able to bully out this Cassante, and when Cassante is under his tower, he's always going to have second move. If you're down teleports, that gets really, really difficult. Fudge is better suited to playing through that side lane than the Cassante is oftentimes. So we'll see what Immortals can get done. Next Dragon here in a minute 50. Blabber claims another crab.
Blabber's Crabbers.
He's working towards it, yep.
Gotta live up to the name, right? Gotta live up to the name of the meme. But really important is the fact that he still has a lot of power that he can bring to the team fights that are probably going to be brewing here for Cloud9, as they are starting to slowly take control of Immortals jungle, especially around this top half of the map. It's still a minute left until that Baron's going to spawn. But they want to make sure any stragglers, anyone caught out of position of Immortals, they can immediately collapse on.
I mean, Immortals just had no vision in their own jungle. Nicely smited away, though, by Kemby.
Oh, but Treats in a little bit of danger. He tried to go back in. He even used the Moonlight Vigil, the stun, but it's onto the tanky member. Sven goes into the back line, but look at Blabber. They've got everyone corralled here. Berserker shows up out of nowhere for a double kill. Everyone's flashing away, but they're picking up the kills. Solo fighting against Fudge, and we already know how that matchup goes. It is all Cloud9 tactical. You can't even get out of this one. You're pinched, you're locked in, and you're triple killed by Fudge.
Fudge gets another, and Cloud9 get an ace here 19 minutes in, nearly 7,000 gold ahead now. And watch how quickly they pull the trigger on the turnaround. It's Treats who goes in, but watch Sven finds his moment. They all stack up, flash, Magnus Storm, crash down. Everyone piles in. Blabber goes in with the season assist, then immediately flashes out, knowing he would go down. Berserker's into the back line immediately. And Fudge is going crazy in the midst of the fight with the tippers as well. You can see M&S trying to even micro this in to tank up the turret for Berserker to be able to clean up that kill, but they realize it's a little too risky. Just wait for Fudge, give him that triple kill. Sven engages, Sven dies, then he cheers on the team. That's the support's job right there.
Hey, he did everything he needed to. He got a huge engage, as you called out, followed up beautifully by Blabber. Berserker came out of nowhere to clean up a couple kills, but now Fudge in a little bit of danger, about to go make a 3-man Nor. He's got a lot more damage than I expected, but not enough health to survive 3 members.
Yeah, that was about 1 auto away from killing Kemby. That actually got really dicey. But on the other side of the map, it's C9 trying to just take down Baron with the 2-man. I don't know that Immortals are even going to expect this because Blabber was on bot side. I don't think they're aware of it whatsoever. So Tippers is even just going to be dropped to tank this up. Berserker's on 3 items with the Rage Blade, and the Baron is gone. Immortals thought they had found something. They got a kill. They got an objective bounty, but they lose Baron, and still Cloud9 take more.
Yeah, who would expect a 2-man, 20-minute Baron start for Cloud9 to take that as well? It will kind of be answered by Immortals here in the bot lane, getting themselves a turret, but so much has been lost out from them, even with that attempted play. Then top lane, they lose the same structure. That's, again, it feels like everything Immortals get, it is doubled by Cloud9.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult from here on out, and I just think it's a really heads-up play from Cloud9, no hesitation. If you're going to send 3 bot at 20 minutes, including your jungler, you better know where the other members are on this team. And there was multiple members from Cloud9 that were up towards that top side. M&S and Berserker just immediately went for the Baron. Blabber was down on that bottom side. He just comes up to help them secure it. They finish it off. They have that now. Treats trying to look for some sort of an angle, has Hex flashed into the brush, but stepped a little bit too far forward. I think he would have been spotted, and M&S, is just pushing out bot. Berserker getting really aggressive.
Berserker is playing very aggressive there.
A little bit of trolling.
Goes over to the wall with the killer instinct, but followed up by Balulu. He uses the cleanse away, but the re-engage coming in from Blabber, and there's Fudge. Flash, only Nor onto one person. This is Kenby. But Kenby knocked into the air. He's blown up. He's out of there. Look at the kill they got onto Blabber. Immortals are turning this one around, but look how low they are still. They've got Sven, they've got M&S, they've got the damage, and they've got the poke. Looking for Treats underneath the dirt. The Hexpress Karate belt just gets Immortals away. The poke did not connect that time from Berserker. Cloud9, they might have lost a member, but they still have control mid.
Yeah, they are going to get the push. They'll likely be able to take this tier 2 because they are ahead as far as the health and the resources. There are concerned, but Blabber does go down. Berserker, it looked like he was really just trying to style on him. He's basically in a 1v4. I think he knew Treats was around. Perhaps didn't get vision of it. You know, maybe I overestimated the vision range on that cannon, and maybe he wasn't seen. And that would explain that a little bit more. But Berserker playing with fire, did have a nice killer instinct over the wall, retreated back that wall, you know, got plasma, used that to get over the wall, and does keep himself safe. But Cloud9 try to pile into the fight. And this is one of their tendencies that can sometimes happen.
Oh, Tactical Tibbers. He's chasing down. He's pummeling for Tactical and burning him alive. Oh, man. It feels like, again, the story of this game, everything Immortals get, it is doubled by Cloud9.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a death cap already completed for M&S. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. He is looking really, really strong on this Annie. And Tactical not able to find anything here. They're going to lose the mid lane inhibitor tower. Fudge pushing up through top and Cloud9 closing in. We're only 23 minutes in. The inhibitors have been cracked. The first one going to fall. And they can even just move up towards top and potentially threaten there.
This is why Cloud9 look like the strongest team we've had in the LCS all year long. Getting first place in spring and looking like they're going to retain that title, at least tied up with Evil Geniuses if they can take down Immortals now.
Yeah, absolutely want to keep pace at the top of the table. They did have that one loss to finish off last week, but besides that, it's been pretty much a perfect split here from Cloud9. Have been looking really, really good. And Berserker so far ahead at this point in the game.
He's untouchable.
It's going to be almost impossible for Tactical to really get involved. You can see that one W tags him. And that's about 30-40% of his HP.
That last one hit, I think he dies because that's the passive pop as well. Berserker just 3 items strong. The alternator in his inventory as well to do extra damage to the members of Immortals. Looking for that poke. I mean, not as bad. Not as bad.
Yeah, it can be a little bit tankier, but still. Oh.
But not Tactical. Tactical is not as tanky. He eats that one, and he is getting chunked out. He's already going all the way back. He's taking the long walk of shame back to base.
Man, it is so annoying playing against Kai'Sa when they're at this point, too, because they do incredible damage in the fight, but also it's just this poke that's just being thrown out. You know, really low commit poke that does a ton of damage from 2 screens away. It's so frustrating. Berserker is just fishing with it non-stop here, and Cloud9 now trying to escort those minions in through mid. The minion wave has arrived here on bot. M&S has flash, he has Tibbers. They could look as this turret is getting really low.
Slow from before, back when the Rift Herald had collapsed. Remember back then, doing a little bit of reminiscing. It looks like Cloud9 are just going to try to poke out at Immortals, play this one safer, waiting for the minions to crash in through mid.
Yeah, but just trying to distract them here, drawing Tactical over, but the waves are not synced up. So, you know, while they're clearing out this wave, the next one had not yet arrived, so now Immortals can move down towards bot, look to clear this, but, oh!
Flash for flash. They are going to get a little bit of damage back, pulling back, Blabber with all out as well, but that's going to be cease and desist. They're going a long journey back into the base. Solo will be the first casualty. Norald, the follow-up Berserker, looking for the kill. They've got Treats. He tried his best, but he's just not got enough there. The rest of Immortals, they're corralled back into their base. They'll lose another inhibitor, this one in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's going to be all she wrote, I think. Berserker gets charmed up.
But the cleanse right back out of there. And Berserker, he's just too far ahead. Nobody can stop him. Cloud9 untouchable. They'll take this game. They'll retain the tie first place with Evil Geniuses as they crash down inside of the Fountain of Immortals because they have got the game.
Another solid game here from Cloud9. This one very dominant against Immortals. We got some early things working for them. They got that first kill onto Tactical. They got that first blood working for him, but really that was about it. You know, it felt like it was all Cloud9 from there. You know, Fudge gets a solo kill up in the top lane, takes advantage of the side lane. They always felt like they had first move. They take over their enemy jungle. M&S was monstrously fed, and Berserker in those early team fights, as he always seems to do, picks up a couple kills, gets ahead of the pace of the game, and was nearly impossible to answer from that point.
It was the whole identity of the composition from Cloud9. Team fight at level 6. Everyone level 6? All right, let's rumble. Right in the river? All right, who's here? Who's ready to fight? It seemed like one of those fights just was enough for them to take that massive lead over Immortals. And even with Immortals having the potential, the resets we were talking about before with Viego and Ari, Well, you got to get the kill in the first place.
Yeah, they never really were able to get that perfect setup, to get that first burst kill, to get the reset for Viego, to try to turn something around. And that is one of the things that makes Cloud9, I think, so dangerous in this league, is that they really only need the one mistake to turn something around. The reaction there from M&S very fast as Bolulu was looking for the Charm Flash. M&S then Rocket Belt forward, gets the stun onto 2. Blabber goes forward, he's pulled back into the turret, but then Fudge gets the scoop onto Tactical, that applies Plasma, Berserker goes into the back line, and Berserker is untouched on the side. They had no one to answer him there. Tipper's even getting so much damage done, and this is where you kind of knew it was pretty much all over. Berserker has the cleanse for the charm, goes into the invis with his E, sidesteps the rest of the follow-up, and Tactical, you can see he knew this one was over. He's spamming the taunts out, having a little bit of fun with it as Cloud9 claim another Nexus, claim another victory, and maintain their spot at the top of the table.
It's one of those situations, too, if you're Bolulu, you land that charm onto Berserker, you're like, all right, we can turn it around. Oh, wait, he has cleanse still? He never used it that whole fight? Oh, no.
Yeah, it's tough. It's
Yeah.
very, very tough.
Tough game, but Cloud9 do take it. And like you said, they will retain the #1 spot tied with Evil Geniuses. But we are joining Emily and Sven for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I am joined by the victorious Sven, so congratulations on your victory. Obviously, we saw you swapping to an engaged support today in Rel. I did want to talk to you about that swap because last week we saw you guys were still kind of playing the Yuumi, and what the largest difference is in terms of playing an engaged support versus playing an Enchanter.
I mean, some people are still stuck in the past, like me, and Hammer Life playing Siri Yuumi on this patch. It's just not very good, but we still try because we hang on to the glory days, right? But when your whole team is picking, Bai, Kaisa, Annie, I have to follow up on that. So it was like Rail, not lose Blitzcrank type of champ no matter what. And if it's the same team comp, that's really all it is.
Okay. We've seen actually a lot of shifts across on this patch specifically. Why do you think that is? From Enchanters to engaged supports. In addition, outside of Yuumi getting nerfed, obviously.
I mean, the champs getting nerfed, and things like Spell Thieves gets nerfed, Lucian gets nerfed, you makes Nami indirectly worse, Manda gets nerfed, like it's all the items, the support items changes to melee giving more health regen, blah, blah, blah. All these like small things just over time, stack added up, and then now we're back in Nautilus versus Leona soon, so.
Let's go.
Yep.
I mean, I find that more entertaining to watch, I'll just say that. I don't know if you find it more entertaining to play.
I mean, I'm a man of culture, aka Yuumi versus Lulu, but I do also enjoy fist fighting with Rel and Nautilus. It's kind of fun sometimes too. I agree.
Nice. Previously, when we talked to you, you had talked a lot about how you guys are trying to fight complacency, obviously, when you're at the top of the table. Just how is that going, and what things do you do inside the team to try to combat that?
Yeah, it's kind of a common thing that you go to MSI or Worlds and you realize that teams that are playing there are just so much better than everyone else here. And then you feel like the split doesn't matter as much. And then you end up like, Jojo Bjorn last split or something like that, has a worse split of his time. And now he's back. He goes to Korea, gets reality check, and now he's in great form, right? So we had the same thing happen to us in 2020 when we didn't go to Worlds in summer after being 9-0 in the split. So it's just important to always keep yourselves in check and be your own biggest critic.
Okay.
Shadowboxing and scrims every day. So, yeah.
So in that case, what do you think C9's greatest strength is right now? And then also, what do you think your greatest opportunity area is as a team?
I mean, I don't know what our biggest strength is. I think some of us have been together for so long, Blabber, Fudge, and I, for example. So we are always in sync. We always know what we want to do. We don't spend time talking about it in the middle of the game. I think that our laners are really good. And, obviously we have the best ADC in the league, which helps since ADC is very overpowered. So, yeah.
All right. And then lastly, we did this thing at the top of day where we're like, okay, who is our 2 early MVP? If you had to pick an MVP from C9, who would it be? You can pick yourself.
C9? My role is still big to be MVP, but I mean, I think Berserker's been having a good split, but I wouldn't say MVP. But MVP also depends if you think it's the best player or the most important player to a team. Because I think like in EG, Jojo Pion and Nameo are by far the most important players, but they aren't better players than Berserker, for example. So it's always like, what is the MVP defined these days? What defines MVP these days? So I would say EG's mid jungle or someone from C9.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we struggle with that a lot in MVP voting, that entire discussion. Thank you so much for your insight and joining me.
Yep.
and we will send it back to the lounge.
I like that response.
What? You like that? He just jumped that question. She's like, who on your team is your MVP? And he's like, oh, well, it depends how you define it. It could be anyone, maybe EG.
I think that's a very safe answer.
Someone on C9.
Sven is not the safe guy.
Doesn't
what happened
want to
to
make
him?
enemies.
What happened to him?
He even said JoJo was good.
He's a coward.
Oh my
Sven,
God.
Sven from last split would have talked some smack there.
He just said someone from C9. Anybody.
And
Pick of the litter.
EG. He
just said two
pick
people.
someone. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's fair. He said they were worse than Berserker. That's good enough to me. Anyways, any big hits that you guys had for this for today?
Longer games.
Yes.
A lot of close ones.
Really did Golden Guardians dirty.
Yes, you did.
And I'm sorry.
Don't do it. Stop. Stop apologizing.
Keep your name out of your mouth.
He's going to come and hit you. Nero does not like what is happening here. No!
Stop it, Jeff.
Stop! Get the POG updates up, please!
Run a full screen.
Run the
POG. I know,
POG!
oh my God, they're on.
No!
I like how there's a smiley in the window.
I didn't see that before.
Sad, but there's a smiley
I didn't see that before. But here are the POGs of today. Unforgiven, Prince, Contracts, Double-Lift, and Berserker.
The first player of the game for FlyQuest, because this is the first game they won. Woo! Prince finally on the board.
True.
Good to see it. A lot of 80 carries.
Yeah.
Everyone but Contracts is an 80 carry.
And he's nice and happy right in the middle.
This is the day where mentioning that 480 carries were Pogs was actually relevant. I do remember we got into a bad habit last split where the first thing we'd say would be like, oh yeah, 2 mid laners. Like that would be the only thing we care about.
It was never 2. It was more often 3. All right.
Rather than saying, hey, Unforgiven has been amazing this year. He had another really good Varus game.
Contracts played Ivern to support his 80 carry.
True. Prince specifically had an amazing game versus TL. That was a long one, but honestly, I love the fact that you said long game. So the TSM EG game, I think, was the longest game. No, it was the TL.
We had back-to-back longest games. Yeah.
Longest game into the longest game. So we had 2 of the longest games in one day. Thank you, NRG and GG, to be able to win that one. So let's see out tomorrow's schedule, see what we have going tomorrow. That is going to be NRG versus FlyQuest, Team Liquid Honda versus Cloud9, Dignitas and TSM, Evil Geniuses and Immortals, Progressive, and Golden Guardians versus 100 Thieves. Any matchups you guys are interested in immediately?
I want to see if FlyQuest can take another one.
I was going to say the same thing because NRG is on the cusp now of like making a bit of a second half of the first round robin surge. They've beaten Golden Guardians and C9 back-to-back. They can beat FlyQuest as well. That would put them at 500, ripping off 3 wins against tough opponents. Looks pretty good.
You guys are fickle.
Why am I fickle?
Last week you said the match to watch was Team Liquid Honda versus Cloud9. What happened?
They've lost 3 games in a row.
They lost to an undefeated or an unwinning team.
A winless team.
That's the word.
That is the
Team Liquid, I was hot on them. It was just all strength of schedule. JoJo was right. Frauds until they prove us wrong.
All right, let's throw the standings up there. Where are we at right now? You're right, the NRG's making a surge. Did it make a dent in Team Liquid to see where they're at now? Tied for 3rd. Not bad.
Some may call that 4th.
I mean,
it's tied.
The entire grouping is kind of compressing because everyone's 4 and 3 or 3 and 4 basically. FlyQuest did just win, so they're maybe starting to climb up the standings. It does feel very open outside the top 2 right now.
Mark, what would you call the 5th place area?
The soup.
The soup?
The soup.
The soup.
It's the soup. Yeah, looks like a soup to me. We have to bring it back. There's a reason we're bringing it back. Yes, we do. No, we do.
If you didn't, then like what would happen? Nothing, right? If you
It's good to bring it back.
Bring it, what would happen?
A lot of great things. Here's the greatest segue of all time. You know what else we're bringing back? An LCS for another day. So that's all for us today, everyone. The LCS will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, and that's it. Sorry, we have to go. No more sorry.
Sorry.
Stop.
I do think that it was my fault that Golden Guardians lost today. I apologize.
But Chime, masked by the darkness of Paranoia, finds a nasty flank onto the backline of Evil Geniuses, but do they have the damage to back it on up? Boogie's forced to flash, the shutdown goes over the revenge, and Evil Geniuses find vengeance and strike true into the heart of TSM.
And I guess Armeo's cut off from the rest of the pack here. Evil Geniuses, though, give him a breath of life thanks to Ayla, and they turn the fight on its head. TSM thought that they were able to catch out Armeo, but he's too tanky to take down. Ruby is forced to flash over the wall, but JoJo's gonna answer with a flash of his own as he slices him down to shreds. Side Glacial Prison is thrown out. They look for the engaged Vulcan right into the front line. Impact goes right on in. Prince is free, firing all these feathers. No one is touching Vulcan. No one is touching Prince. Harry's trying to look for the backline, but Prince is undetected. But Yon takes out a full shreds Vulcan down. They find Impact. Prince flashes forward. He still has the Featherstorm to use it, and Prince steps up. It is huge. Could this be the time? FlyQuest fans, do they get to rejoice? Prince
Golden Guardians find themselves without their junglers. They look for the engage. FBI is going to clean it up here. Dokla slices down Stixxay. The Root Maker roots him on up. The flash, he can't get away out of that one. Energy just close out the game right here, right now. Teleport is coming in from Dokla. They burned down one Nexus turret easily. This could be an Energy. They had to fight through thick and thin, but they finally did it for the longest game of the LCS year.
Someday now looking to try to turn things around. Has Diamond stepped too far?
A little bit too far, but maybe they wanted to bait that win in because they got a lot of damage and they found the poke onto Quid. All out onto Rich, but Rich gonna die to Someday as they look for the poke onto Double Up. It will be traded 2 for 2 at the moment.
Is that?
IMT, 1 HP.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Fish. Can you cover me?
Yeah. No flash, no flash.
Let's go, Nash. Let's go, Nash.
Nice Quid.
Good.
Good job, bro.
Top lane, but the TV's in the bot lane are going to be most important because Sven's going to die before anything happens. They're going to trade back on Tactical. That's the guy with the gold. You got the stun coming in. Pension back. Immortals on the run. Where can treats go? The cow about to be made into some burgers as Cloud9 pick up the fight. Oh, but Treats in a little bit of danger. He tried to go back in. He even used the Moonlight Vigil, the stun, but it's onto the tanky member. Sven goes into the back line, but look at Blabber. They've got everyone corralled here. Berserker shows up out of nowhere for a double kill. Everyone's flashing away, but they're picking up the kills. Solo fighting to get Fudge, and we already know how that matchup goes. It is all Cloud9 Tactical. You can't even get out of this one. You're pinched, you're locked in, and you're triple killed by Fudge.